Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. It was quite ingenious of them. We have certain protocols to adhere to. You're well aware of what I mean. Kindly present your invitations. The Caillou clan's young attendants stationed at the entrance obstructed the group's advancement. Their ages ranged from 18 years to 26 years, and all of them had a cultivation base of the 5th rank and above. Despite the somewhat strained relationship between the two prominent clans of Sun Feather City, the Caillou clan's young members made an effort to display a semblance of respect towards outsiders. Without dilly-dallying, every attendee from the Zhao clan showcased their letter of invitation, which then facilitated their entry into the Caillou clan's territory. Guided by members of the Caillou clan, Zhao Wei and his companions were led to their designated pavilion. The warm reception, a customary gesture among the three clans, included a selection of beverages served by attentive servants to ease their parched throats. Zhao Wei looked around with rapt attention as he uninterestedly took a swig off a cup of traditional rice wine. Apart from the pavilion that the Zhao clan stayed, there were additional 2 others, each one of them hosting the Xin and Caillou clan's talented geniuses. Are you curious about the geniuses of the other clans? Zhao Kai suddenly interrupted his tranquility. Zhao Kai was naturally proud of himself and didn't put anyone in his eyes except for those who could rival or suppress him. Essentially, he was the type to act meek and amiable toward the strong, while to those weaker than him, he acted disdainful and tough. The reason he had chosen to engage Zhao Wei in a conversation was because he had a feeling that he was already the strongest among all the Zhao clan's disciples. To him, Zhao Linglong's hegemony was certainly over. And also, he had always felt a kind of innate fear deep inside his cells whenever he faced Zhao Wei. So to overcome your fear, you have at least make it your friend. He, Zhao Kai, had come up with such a solution. Why is he acting friendly? Zhao Wei thought, but he didn't pursue it further. He had less interaction with Zhao Kai, and the only time he barely interacted with him was during the clan's tournament. Maybe he... Zhao Wei lightly nodded, giving his consent. Even though he knew what Zhao Kai already knew, there was no need to act snobbish at the moment. That one is Zinf and that one is Zintong. Zhao Kai started to casually explain their histories. Zhao Wei listened to ascertain if what he knew from the novel was as it was supposed. Sometimes, one just had to be a good listener even though they didn't need to do so. And finally, Zhao Wei saw who really fit the description of the former young master of the giant god bloodline. A peerless genius that had once reached the God Lord realm, which was publicly known as the highest realm one could ever hope to achieve. All of these achievements were from his previous before he met his demise from the hands of the ancient Soul Hall. Sitting in a meditative posture, the youth had his eyes closed in calm concentration. He was clad in ordinary gray robes that made him look simple and unsophisticated. The air around him was one of utter tranquility, as if the very nature around him was one with him. This uniqueness made him appear quite handsome. Zhao Wei didn't hide his gaze and gazed, he did. At that very moment, he kept on struggling with the urge to just straight up jump from his seat and confront the aforementioned youth in a fierce and intense battle. Because he was strong. Zin Wuing couldn't help but abruptly open his eyes when he sensed a pure and overwhelming battle intent directed toward him. There were no other feelings involved, it was just a kind of primeval and unadulterated thirst for battling a strong opponent. With his ancient eyes that had seen and experienced the vicissitudes of the river of time, Zin Wuing knew how to identify the exceptionalities of special individuals. Zin Wuing immediately knew it the moment his gaze met deep abyssal eyes that directly swallowed one's soul to a fathomless void. The unknown young Zhao clan disciple was certainly not simple, and even during his time, there weren't many geniuses that could give him such invisible pressure. The ordinary-looking Zhao youth was shrouded by an infinite layer of mysteries that proved impenetrable from his various top-tier spying techniques. Zhao Wei flashed a friendly smile while raising his cup of wine at Zin Wuing. Zin Wuing nodded in greeting, his lips mirroring the smile on Zhao Wei's face. Only themselves knew the intentions of each other. It was a shared secret between themselves. A monster has arrived. Zin Wuing commented in a voice full of surprise and intrigue, and immediately closed his eyes. He didn't bother to look anywhere else. It was as if everything before his eyes except for Zhao Wei had been non-existent. The unusual yet brief exchange between the two different young men didn't escape the scrutiny of the disciples from various families. They were simply bewildered to even comment on anything for a moment. The unfamiliar Zhao clan youth was suddenly thrust into the spotlight, prompting whispers of curiosity. Who was he? Chapter 37, Genius Summit, 4, Who was that Zhao youth? I have never heard or seen him before. Never heard of him either. Anyway, doesn't he look too ordinary? Now that you mention it, I feel that there is nothing remarkable about him. He looks just like a common disciple whose name you wouldn't bother remembering. Have you heard of cannon fodders? He gives me those vibes. A nobody of importance. Reevaluate your views first before speaking without thinking. Someone that the strongest genius of Sun Feather City comments on and reacts to, isn't going to be as simple as you might think. Behind that veil of ordinariness may be a power that's on par with or slightly behind the four great geniuses. I second your opinion. You should never judge a book just from the looks of its cover. For him to be included amongst the best of the Zhao clan's younger generation, I wonder what his position is. He should be more monstrous than Zhao Linglong, right? Didn't Zin Wuing say something like that? TSK, we will see for ourselves during the sparring if he holds true to such an evaluation from the city's most powerful young genius. It didn't take a genius to know that Zin Wuing's momentary actions and words would cause quite an uproar among the disciples and guests from the other two pavilions. Zhao Wei unintendedly heard everything with enough clarity from his seat, but he didn't give any response and remained expressionless. He chose to engage the rice wine in his hand and continued pondering about his life. Zhao Wei's fellow disciples around him that knew him oh too well zipped their mouths, not commenting anything or making any effort to expose his true identity. This only served to add more suspense and mystery to his person. Only one person among the Zhao clan disciples wasn't happy about the sudden turn of events, since the spotlight he had expected to have had been stolen by Zhao Wei. Zhao Linglong quietly crushed his cup. He could hardly control the discontentment trying to burst forth from inside him. What's up with this troop of everyone now disregarding him as the number one disciple of the Zhao clan and one of the four great geniuses? Didn't he matter anymore? For how long was his face going to be blatantly smeared with shit? Zhao Linglong internally scoffed as an unrecognizable, faint cold smile formed on his mouth. I broke through to the sixth rank, which easily sets me apart from my three comrades in terms of cultivation base alone. Humphrey, just wait and see how I trample on all their faces. Zin Wuing, you won't be smiling anymore this time round. The humiliation I faced in our previous clash will be paid back in full. You won't defeat me within 10 moves. The times have changed. As for you, little insignificant bastard, your moments of glory will be all for naught once you step onto that battling platform. Are you going to uphold your non-existent reputation, or are you just a poser without the necessary strength? Hee, I would really like to watch you suffer. After all, he, Zhao Linglong, has always been the main character ever since he was born, even though he didn't remember his birth very well. Glory, honor, and women were all his to claim. If he lacked something, his father, the clan head, would always provide. In this genius summit, he was going to prove everyone wrong by having all the geniuses writhing beneath his feet. He was going to be the main character of this show, not Zin Wuing, not Zhao Wei, not anyone else. Time slowly went by, and more people continued arriving at the venue for an unforgettable showdown between various geniuses. The silvery orb standing solemnly above the inky heavens cast its dreamy lights upon the earthy expanse, making the night more beautiful, memorable, and visually impactful. The mood felt just right for a reckless poem or two, and as untalented as he was when it came to composing poems, Zhao Wei, nonetheless, rose up from his seat and unhurriedly walked up to the edge of the pavilion. He then put his hands behind his back, an action that cloaked his very being with an air of nonchalance. Under the baptism of the moon's radiance, one man sighed with emotions laced in his voice. One man, the moon's silvery radiance, and the austerity of the night perfectly melded into something poetic and beautiful. The young man wasn't beautiful, he wasn't a neck-breaker, but at that very moment, the definition of beauty was overturned and tossed out of the window. Zhao Wei once again released an emotional sigh. I look upon the boundless skies, the silvery moon shines eternal. Up and down, I yearn and jump for the vaults of the vast heavens. Swayed like a tiny speck in the ever-blue limitless ocean, I weather through catastrophic storms and tribulations lightning. Heavens above heaven, the zenith is no longer illusory. Oh beautiful moon, tell me, what is living? Silence. The silence was so strong verging on palpability. Not even a breath could be heard. But could nature truly be stopped? The night's cicadas just couldn't stop chirping every now and then, which made the atmosphere even more vivid and realistic. What is living? Everyone asked themselves either consciously or unconsciously. What is living? Wasn't such a question very easy to ask oneself? Was there really any reason for adding depth to such simplicity? Isn't living just the three basic rules: eat, shit and sleep, and cycle continues until you die? A random person in the crowd blurted without thinking, and before knowing it, the somber atmosphere was immediately replaced by bouts of resounding laughter. See, the answer wasn't that complicated. Even the poem's composer, Zhao Wei, found himself literally smiling, albeit a little bit. For he knew, whatever he had said meant nothing in the grand scheme of matters, and its fruition was only due to the setting and his changing mood. There was simply no catharsis. I didn't know that Zhao Youth could be funny. Maybe it's his innate talent, haha. Xin Wuing, who had just been woken up by the commotion and also had the chance to hear the somehow rhymeless lines from Zhao Wei, had a strange gaze on his face. He then wore a contemplative look as he briefly watched Zhao Wei's lonely back. The zenith is no longer illusory. That one line resonated with him. He had yearned for higher heights even before his untimely death. He had been once a first heaven god lord that hoped to increase his strength to the zenith to revive his slowly declining bloodline. But when man proposes, God disposes. All had failed in his previous life. But in this life, the zenith would no longer be illusory. Thank you for giving me hope. Xin Wuing, even as one who had experienced a longer life than Zhao Wei, couldn't help but look at Zhao Wei in a new light. For the young man, at least, held a semblance of life's wisdom. Xin Wuing then returned to his dormancy. Meanwhile, Zhao Yufei found herself standing next to Zhao Wei. I never knew that you had something for poems. Zhao Yufei didn't look at him as she flashed a breathtaking smile while staring at the beautiful moon in wonder and enthrallment. I am a man of many trades. Zhao Wei casually replied. And then, a comfortable silence set in between the two as they both reveled in the beauty of the moon's presence. What of you? If I had been one to please women, then this would have been the perfect moment to strike or say a couple of lines about the inarguable similarities between the moon and her beauty. Zhao Wei smiled internally as he briefly took a peek at Zhao Yufei's unadulterated demeanor laced with the confidence of a budding woman. You sneaked a peek. A mischievous glint showed in Zhao Yufei's pristine eyes as she abruptly turned to face Zhao Wei, who had his face up. I did. Zhao Wei shamelessly replied. Zhao Yufei was rendered speechless for a moment. She was caught unprepared by his quick reply. Oh, don't you find me beautiful at this moment? Didn't you think of a poem inside your mind when you stole a peek? Zhao Yufei coquettishly fluttered her exquisite dark eyelashes. A woman's intuition is scary. Zhao Wei's cat inside his mind. I didn't think of anything like that. Zhao Wei retorted with a straight face, controlling his facial expression to sublimity. You are lying. Suit yourself. Zhao Yufei snorted before lightly brushing her punch against Zhao Wei's thick biceps. It was only after a moment of clarity that she realized what she had just done as a faint blush showed on her face. She had just acted on her instincts. Such intimate actions weren't supposed to be shown so easily for all to see. That was what had run inside her confident, shy mind. I didn't mean to at that moment. Caillou Meniu has arrived. The Genius Summit's host and unsurprisingly, the most anticipated person of the event availed herself. Chapter 38, Genius Summit, v. Undoubtedly, Caillou Meniu's allure lived up to its reputation. Words felt insufficient to capture the ethereal and enchanting radiance that emanated from her exquisite and incomprehensibly beautiful appearance. The moon's silvery rays only served to soften her features, making her seem like a goddess descending forth from her godly realm as she sashayed along the red carpet. Her dark hair perfectly embodied the inky and starless heavens as they easily cascaded all the way down to her hypnotizing, slender waist that beckoned to any man present to have an urge to embrace her tightly and never let go. An air of ingrained confidence and maturity blanketed her seductive femininity, causing most of the young men present to loudly swallow their greedy saliva amidst the drop-dead silence. Her attire, a short and slightly loose-fitting red dress, gracefully accentuated the contours of her flawless figure, highlighting the alluring curves of her two towering peaks and mature sensuality that she effortlessly exuded. Her slender and fleshly legs were alluringly encapsulated by a pair of devastating black stockings, an unforgettable combination that gave rise to heat in the lower regions of some of the perverted young men. Some of the crazed ones went to the great lengths of imagining themselves as those lewd stockings, while some of them felt jealousy and envy towards them. It should have been me. Such was the thought that collectively rang in their minds. The sages of old weren't really lying when they came up with the adage, the Tao of culture and lewdness gives rise to unity among like-minded men. She was inherently untouchable due to the status she held, but the night's breeze proved stubborn as it defied such a notion by gently gravitating toward her and gently lifting the ends of her silky hairs. The scene was so picturesque, memorable, and had a spellbinding feel to it. Calamity lips curved into an elegant smile as she stopped at the elevated platform in the Cayuse clan pavilion. "Greetings, fellow young talents." The mellow tone of her mature voice immediately captivated the audience. It was like the cool waters of a spring flowing down a tranquil waterfall. "She really upholds her reputation, doesn't she?" Zhao Kai casually commented as he walked towards Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei. "Isn't she the most beautiful? Additionally, she is also a powerful cultivator among the four great geniuses. Who could ever tame such a woman?" Zhao Kai crossed his arms as he looked at Calamity, who was akin to an unconquerable conquest. Zhao Yufei snorted in dissatisfaction, unhappy due to the sudden intrusion by Zhao Kai. His words also served to fuel her dissatisfaction with him. Humphrey. Zhao Kai also realized his blunder and could only give an embarrassed smile. Even though she also acknowledged her own beauty and uniqueness, Zhao Yufei would be lying to herself if she said she didn't get slightly jealous at all the attention that Calamity was getting. She peeked a secret glance at Zhao Wei to gauge his reaction. To see if he was under Calamity's beauty spell. Since she currently had a surface understanding of the mysterious young man, she doubted if the bastard would easily be swayed by looks easily. But all in all, Zhao Yufei still wanted to see his expression. "Do you still recall my previous words, or have you already forgotten?" Zhao Wei spoke lightly as he admired the view presented before his eyes. He also did not choose to answer Zhao Kai's question. His words were of course meant for the one trying to sneak glances at him. Zhao Yufei immediately looked sideways. Of course, she remembered, and that only filled her heart with warmth. It seems Zhao Wei's heart and mind still remains impenetrable. She thought in earnest. I should focus more on me, and he would no longer have anything to say on a day when I am stronger and more dependable. That has always been my main priority, to forever change his perception of me. Zhao Kai looked at the two, unsure of what to think about the weird relationship between Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei. He didn't mean to be gay, but there was just something about Zhao Wei despite his ordinary-looking face. To Zhao Kai, it seemed as if Zhao Yufei, a swan, was the one actively pining after sausage's meat, but not vice versa. This only made their unknown relationship more strange. Their relationship didn't matter to him, anyway. If he suddenly became nosy, Zhao Kai had a premonition that he would be tormented by Zhao Wei. It was a miracle that he was even talking to him like some past friend, and he was being chill with it. The Caillou clan has two geniuses among the renowned four great geniuses of Sun Feather City, which makes them a tough rival of our Zhao clan. Zhao Kai started explaining to the two newbies as Calamity explained the theme and rules of the Genius Summit, even though it was common knowledge. That white-clothed youth sitting at the edge of the Caillou clan's pavilion is Caillou Qinyai, ranked fourth among the great geniuses from the previous Zin's clan Genius Summit. But with now Zhao Linglong being at the sixth rank of the martial path, this time's competition is going to be a wild one. Zhao Wei added as his eyes picked on the Caillou youth being referred to. That's right. Zhao Kai agreed. Zhao Yufei, who's standing at Zhao Wei's left, chuckled unintentionally. Zhao Wei arched his eyebrow at her, his face mirroring cluelessness. Zhao Kai was also the same. Seeing the looks she was being given by the two men, Zhao Yufei ceased chuckling before comically clearing her throat. I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help myself after remembering something. She offered an apologetic smile and then she continued. We currently have many fifth rankers amongst us, but what others don't know is that we additionally have a walking calamity. A monster. Someone who would bully them. At her last words, she brazenly pointed her cute finger at Zhao Wei, making the latter to roll his eyes in response. Even though I acknowledge that you are really strong, I doubt that you will win against those four monsters, since I have never seen you fight seriously. Your one-move series wouldn't fare well against such geniuses. Zhao Kai aired out his honest opinion with doubts showing on his face. Zhao Kai believed Zhao Wei could beat him, but against someone like Xin Wuing or Calamity, it would be a different story. Oh, your analysis is on point. Zhao Wei only agreed expressionlessly. Zhao Kai was taken back by his honest reply, but after some time felt that whatever he had previously spoken had been logical. Seeing Zhao Wei taking a modest approach only served to give his opinion more sense. So that's how you are going to act. Zhao Yufei's lips formed an O shape. Anyway, Calamity didn't speak much and initiated the start of the Genius Summit, much to everyone's anticipation. The Genius Summit was simply about sparring and communicating with each other through martial skills and gauging where one's strength stood among Sun Feather City's younger generation. Any disciple can challenge anyone as long as they had the skills. Emerging from small rival clans, overshadowed by the prominence of the three great clans, two determined youths embarked on an event destined to resolve the long-standing grudges between their respective clans. With unwavering resolve, they confronted each other with pride on the expansive battleground at the heart of the three pavilions. Since there was a rule that stipulated that only those of the 4th rank could fight against each other first, the 5th rankers and those above could only act as spectators as they awaited their turns. The attention of the Genius Summit was mostly on the talented youngster with cultivation bases of the 5th rank and above from the Zhao, Kaiyu, and Xin clans. Among the Zhao clan, all of them except for Zhao Qin were above the 4th rank, making the group a hot topic among other clans' competitors. This year's Genius Summit proved to be the one with the most 5th rankers, bringing up the hype for the upcoming spars. The spars continued until it was finally time for the main characters of the show to battle. Zhao Wei yawned in boredom as Zhao Han's brazen arrogance still hadn't been distinguished as he challenged Xin Tong from the Xin clan. If I remember well, those two shared some history. Zhao Wei reminisced as he saw the all-too-familiar, cold ice bomb, clash against Xin Tong's strong defense. Feeling that he had stood for long, it was only for a few minutes, Zhao Wei returned to his seat. And after a few seconds, in a shared moment of synchronized intuition, Zhao Yufei and Zhao Kai exchanged fleeting glances, each determined not to be the solitary figure left lingering at the pavilion's edge. Awkwardness hung in the air as both of them mirrored Zhao Wei's lead as they retraced their steps back to their respective seats. Soon enough, the battle between Zhao Han and Xin Tong was stopped by Ken Menayu, and Xin Tong was declared victorious due to his balanced strong defense and attack, unlike Zhao Han, who prioritized head-on attacks. Even then, Xin Tong wasn't without his own flaws. He was the type to also rely much on the raw strength of his physical body, just like most body cultivators. As the sole winner left on the battle arena, Xin Tong had the autonomy of choosing anyone he wanted to spar with. Xin Tong's gaze honed in on the Zhao clan's pavilion, his eyes narrowing as they zeroed in on a particular youth who sat sprawled in his chair, legs casually splayed in a hoodlum-like manner. I challenge you. Everyone traced Xin Tong's line of sight to Zhao Wei's shameless figure. Xin Tong's decision hadn't been reckless, but due to intrigue and curiosity toward the unfamiliar Zhao youth that easily piqued the interest of someone extremely reserved like Xin Wuing, who also happened to be the most powerful and respected disciple of the Xin clan. What was so special about him? Xin Tong thought and wanted to know. And he would only know the truth after throwing fists left and right. Okay, challenge accepted. Zhao Wei rose from his seat with a lazy smile on his face. You don't need to take a breather, right? He then asked in a genuine tone as he walked with his hands clasped behind his head. Why do you sound as if I would lose to you if I am not at my most perfect state? Xin Tong said in irritation. I would take you on at any time of the day. Xin Wuing might have praised you, but some confirmations are needed. Xin Tong cracked his fingers menacingly. Tap. Zhao Wei jumped from the edge of the pavilion to gently land on the battle arena. Just so you know, the guys in my clan call me Kick-Ass. Zhao Wei said blandly, his inner self chuckling at his poor way of joking. Kick-Ass? What are you talking about? Xin Tong asked with a clueless expression on his face. Zhao Wei leisurely lowered his hands from his head, allowing them to dangle casually at his sides. It means I kick asses like you on normal basis. Pin-drop silence ensued. And then, Calamity crystal-clear laughter, like a refreshing stream of sound weaving through the atmosphere, followed next and broke the silence. PFFT. Xin Wuing's eyes also flickered open, and he chose not to shut them again as an interesting smile formed on his lips. An uproar followed next. Wah. Chapter 39, Genius Summit. Vi, don't you find the joke so lacking? That's it even funny. For real? What's up with the new guy? He is completely sick. But his words have really spiced up the fighting atmosphere. How is Xin Tong going to react to his not-so-friendly words? Everyone couldn't wait to see how the fight would unfold. Some hoped for Zhao Wei to be taught a good lesson and learn to treat those stronger than him with respect. Some spectators were just curious about what he hid behind that ordinary facade of his. Xin Tong used one of his legs to forcefully stomp on the ground, effortlessly leaving on it a few inches deep imprint of his foot. He did it to control himself, and contrary to what many had expected, Xin Tong didn't lash out like a rabies-infested mad dog. He just couldn't go around getting angry at every little thing that was said by people. Beyond the brawn, Xintong also held little bits of brains and he could effectively regulate his emotions and conduct. But even then, that wasn't how he liked to do things. It didn't conform with his raw personality. Xintong intently looked at the ordinary youth before him. You pass. I thought you would have reacted exaggeratively to incompetent and childish jokes like the common stereotypes. It seems you have refined your temperament quite well. Zhao Wei praised wholeheartedly. If you hadn't, I don't think I would have to hold back. He then hid his hands inside his pockets. Let's start. I thought you would never say that. Xintong smiled wickedly as he flexed his fists in preparation for pounding some sense into a conceited poser. Just when Xintong was about to take his first step forward, he felt the brush of a soundless breeze on his neck and face. Thump. H how? H how? W when? When did he move? How can this be? This can't be possible. It's totally unrealistic. Thump. Xintong's eyes widened like two saucers threatening to pop out of his eye sockets. His body suddenly felt as if it had been locked in a cryostatic bubble and he couldn't even move a single cell. Thump. Despite his seemingly frozen state, surprisingly, his heart incessantly drummed against his chest, making it the only sound echoing inside his ears. Thump. Why can't I move? Xintong was immensely terrified since he had never experienced such a situation. Never in his entire life. Thump. So this is what death feels like? The pungent smell of the Grim Reaper's mouth breathing down my neck. Xintong felt his breath hitch inside his throat and he even forgot to breathe for a moment. It felt as if the very personification of death was standing in front of him. Cold beads of perspiration trickled down his face, converging on his chin to form a substantial droplet that eventually gravitated down to the ground. Thump. The sound of the sweat droplet hitting the ground echoed in sync with the rhythm of his chilled heartbeat. Xintong didn't dare to even glance at Zhao Wei, as he summoned every ounce of his willpower to, at the very least, concede the spar. I admit defeat. His voice trembled at a high pitch and almost at the same time, the feeling of instant death swiftly receded from his neck. He released an extremely heavy sigh of relief as the seemingly infinite tons of heaviness that had been weighing on his body started to gradually decrease. Xintong suddenly felt stuffy due to the frigid sweat overflowing from his terrorized pores and making his clothes wet and saturated. He then hesitantly looked at the unfamiliar Zhao youth who was just leisurely and slowly putting his right leg down on the ground. The demonic youth still had his hands pocketed inside his robes, which made it even more mortifying and thrilling. Please, may I know your name? Xintong awkwardly stammered as he respectfully folded his hands in front of his body. He could already feel that his legs were almost going soft when he looked into his eyes. You spared my life, so I think I should know your name. It's Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei replied in a cool voice. Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei. Even your name oozes supreme confidence and power. Zhao Wei felt that it was very cringe, but he didn't show it on in his face. He had never bothered about the meaning of his name and whatnot. Thanks once again for sparing my life. Xintong bowed his head wholeheartedly before struggling to return to the Xin clan's pavilion. His eyes remained unfocused and his legs unsteady as if he would fall at any time. Many eyes watched in silence as he dejectedly left the open battle platform. What had just happened? Even before a second had passed, it all had happened in an instant as if time had stopped. In one moment, Zhao Wei had been standing 10 meters away from Xintong, and in the next instant, before a blink could even complete, he had already executed a flawless high kick aimed at his opponent's neck. The sheer speed alone made him a good competitor against Kaiyu Qingyai, who was famed to be the fastest among the 4 great geniuses. What type of technique did he use to move that fast? Has he maybe practiced a high-ranked movement technique to the peak level or grand perfection? Or maybe he has already practiced a peak-ranked movement technique to a high level? Wouldn't that make him a genius just slightly below the 4 great geniuses? Various questions and debates arose among the awed spectators. Xin Wuing abruptly rose from his meditative posture as understanding and growing intense interest showed in his eyes after observing the non-existent battle. Since every one of his movements was being watched by many due to his overwhelming strength and peculiar reputation, many wondered the cause of his reaction. Could it be that Xin Wuing also found Zhao Wei formidable? But Zhao Wei clearly hadn't shown any of his fighting prowess apart from his startling speed. His movements hadn't been fast due to a boost from a high-ranked or peak-ranked movement technique. Xin Wuing commented as he put his hands behind his back like a supreme expert. Those around him were immediately taken by a storm. Could it be a middle-ranked movement technique? Or maybe it is low-ranked one? They fervently asked, seeking to know the truth from the strongest genius. Xin Wuing shook his head with profundity written in his eyes. It's even not a core-ranked movement technique. Zhao Wei simply didn't use any technique to boost his speed. Zhao Linglong also happened to see Zhao Wei's performance, and even though it wasn't as impressive as his current abilities, he knew the technique which Zhao Wei had used to kick at Xintong. That's the relentless tornado kicks, A peak-ranked leg technique. Zhao Linglong announced with arrogance in his words. There was no way he can move like that without the use of a proper high-rank technique. He then cast a gloating look towards Xin Wuing as if he had already anticipated Xin Wuing's thought process. Some of the truly knowledgeable Zhao clan's talented youths like Zhao Qin and Zhao Kai also found Zhao Linglong's opinion to be plausible since they also knew of the technique. I can't refute that the kick that he had used was a technique, but I really don't remember ever talking about his fast movement being one. Xin Wuing smiled while shrugging helplessly. Zhao Linglong ground his teeth against each other in annoyance, anger, and embarrassment. Being proven wrong didn't sit well with his very nature. His inherent arrogance demanded absoluteness in whatever he did or said. He had many grudges to settle with Xin Wuing, and only by washing away the 10 moves shame that he had suffered from the previous Genius Summit would he feel contented. He didn't like Xin Wuing's reign, and he sought to prove a point in this year's Genius Summit. Zhao Linglong straightened his golden robes, harumphed, and maintained his silence. Ken Meniu used her soft delicate hand to cover her mouth and restrain her steadily growing smile. She specifically found the day's events to be quite funny and enjoyable ever since Zhao Wei's presence was recognized. How interesting. He really isn't as simple as he portrays. He also has surprisingly caught the interest of a fellow beautiful woman. Was her name Zhao Yufei? I would really like to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. I haven't had a sincere girls' talk for quite some time now. Ken Meniu cast a curious gaze at Zhao Yufei, whose pure eyes were solely focused on the young man on stage. Ah, that look. Ken Meniu was honestly caught by surprise. She was already past coming of age, and with her 18 years of experience, she wasn't stupid enough to not recognize Zhao Yufei's situation. Even if it was just a surface discovery. As if sensing someone looking at her, Zhao Yufei slightly turned her head and her eyes met Ken Meniu's. Invisible electric sparks flashed between them almost immediately. A battle of wills. Zhao Yufei then confidently waved at her with an adorable smile on her pink alluring lips. Her smile didn't reach her eyes as she slightly closed them. Hee, aren't you a possessive one, Sister Yufei? Ken Meniu smiled back as her exquisite eyelashes fluttered involuntarily before their staring contest ended. Many spectators who had happened to see the unusual interaction between the two most beautiful girls all had their breaths taken away by such an amazing scene. Ken Meniu then looked at the aloof youth standing alone in the battle arena. The spar ends with Zhao Wei's victory. I don't think I have anything to say about the fight. You have the option of challenging anyone or leaving the decision to those who wish to challenge you. What do you think? Caillou Meniu suggested. Picking up an opponent won't make a difference. Zhao Wei thought briefly. It's better to leave that decision to those courageous enough to face me. Zhao Wei spoke lightly. A warm-up won't hurt before I fight the final boss. He then added before giving Xin Wuing a side glance. TSK, too much conceitedness to think he could ever put up a fight against Xin Wuing. Someone should remove him from the arena. He has already extended his stay. Was the Zhao clan always arrogant like this? What did the Zhao clan create this time round? Zhao Linglong. Angry tick marks manifested on Zhao Linglong's temples as he heard the various comments badmouthing his clan while some straightforwardly talked shit about him. It was a pity that he couldn't pinpoint the offenders in a crowd of many. It was all that bastard's fault. Zhao Linglong then scoffed with a mocking grin on his face as he looked at Zhao Wei. He was just waiting for him to lose face. Unexpectedly, someone from the Caillou clan's pavilion rose from their seat. I don't mind teaching you something about true speed. I hope you won't catch cold feet and backpedal on your decisions. Those words came from a white-clothed handsome young man. Every step he took gave the illusion that he wasn't merely stepping on the ground but on white clouds. He also had a refined scholarly aura that made him seem gentle and intellectual. It was Caillou Qinyai, one of the 4 great geniuses known for his overwhelming speed that distinguished him from other young talents. Additionally to that, Caillou Qinyai also had a peak 5th rank cultivation base, just like Caillou Meniu. Who would have expected Caillou Qinyai to challenge an insignificant youth from the Zhao clan? Many spectators asked themselves, but that couldn't stop them from watching with anticipation. I am not going anywhere. Zhao Wei stretched his hands upwards as he released a yawn. He looked like someone who had been tired from just standing. After I win, would you mind introducing me to your beautiful friend? Caillou Qinyai said confidently as he unembarrassedly directed his interested and heated gaze at Zhao Yufei's form. The latter awkwardly arched her eyebrows as if wondering what the hell was wrong with the brain of the Caillou disciple. Seeing her reaction, Zhao Wei chuckled internally before concentrating on Caillou Qinyai. Do you lack balls, my boy? Zhao Wei said blandly, not giving a shit about his vulgarity and disrespectful approach. Caillou Qinyai was caught unprepared and was rendered speechless instantly. Are you a disguised eunuch? Oh, even certain eunuchs can hit it very well. Zhao Wei continued as he reminisced about a certain main character that had been once a eunuch for a few minutes but that hadn't stopped him from drilling his debauched rod into women's holes. Why you? Caillou Chengyai pointed his trembling finger at Zhao Wei, the words that he wanted to say immediately evaporating from his mouth due to anger. The spectators remained silent for a moment due to slow processing before finally. They really couldn't hold it in as they burst their lungs out with uncontrollable laughter. Caillou Chengyai clenched his jaws while tightly balling his fists. Several drops of blood momentarily dripped from his clenched right hand. At that moment, a trail of cloudy mists and small snow-white feathers started emanating from his feet as he immediately executed his movement techniques to the max. Flowing feather step, flowing feather flying cloud, whoosh. Caillou Chengyai then disappeared. An imperceptible evil smile crept at the corners of Zhao Wei's mouth. Chapter 40, The End. After the beginning. Underneath the bright night sky, only the whiteness of Caillou Chengyai's white clothes could, at least, be seen by the naked eye. Those weaker than him in cultivation couldn't even see him, while those on par or stronger than him could follow his movements and speed, but if they had to compete with him, they would find it quite a headache to engage him. After all, he was renowned as the speedster among the 4 great geniuses from the previous Genius Summit. But there was one important detail to address. Even among speedsters, there would naturally be a hierarchy. They would always be those who were faster and understood the dynamics of running and movements more than the others. The embodiment of true speed. Caillou Chengyai was unaware. Both Zhao Feng and Xin Wuing were also unaware. Everyone was unaware, but only Zhao Wei understood. To others, Caillou Chengyai might have been considered someone really proficient in movement techniques, but to Zhao Wei's calm eyes, he was akin to someone trying to cross swampy grounds. Caillou Chengyai was damn slow despite his efforts to superimpose both of his high-ranked movement techniques. Caillou Chengyai concentrated his inner strength on his bald right fist and ruthlessly aimed at Zhao Wei's face. The punch packed around 3 tons of destruction. Relentless tornado kicks, second form, azure winds gliding through the clouds, plus, instantaneous lightning movement. Zhao Wei retained his signature evil smile as a perfect mix of light turquoise wind and vibrant blue sparks of lightning crackled around his form. At that moment, he looked like the god of the winds and lightning. And then Zhao Wei moved. He didn't move much but only leaned his head back from the destructive punch. Zhao Wei didn't necessarily fear the fist attack and was confident in his own defense and durability, but he wasn't stupid enough to allow himself to be stung by an ant. Time seemed to slow down whenever Caillou Chengyai's attacks were about to land on Zhao Wei, and it was starting to get on his nerves. It was damn frustrating that his attacks were being evaded at only mere inches away from landing on the hateful Zhao Wei. How was he doing that? Caillou Chengyai thought as he delivered a combo of lightning-fast punches at Zhao Wei only for him to easily miss the target. Did that mean that he was faster than me? Caillou Chengyai felt jealousy, frustration, and anger at his own incompetence. It was crystal clear that Zhao Wei was playing catch-me-if-you-can with him, and even though he, Caillou Chengyai, was doing everything he could to land a hit, at least, on the bastard's clothes, all were just being proven utterly futile. Caillou Chengyai was breathing heavily due to his stamina and inner strength being on the verge of dwindling to zero. Zhao Wei had probably worn him out. And witnessing the mischievous smile on his face was all Caillou Chengyai needed to know that he had been played like a fiddle. He was just a mere marionette acting under the invisible threads of manipulation from the puppeteer. Why are acting like a wuss instead of fighting me like a true man? Caillou Chengyai decided to resort to such a tactic in order to give himself some time to recover some of his stamina and inner strength. Is this supposed to be a spar when you have only been escaping instead of fighting me head-on? Caillou Chengyai put on a facade of righteousness as someone who had just suffered from injustice. He spoke loudly so that the audience could also hear his woes. It was intentional, premeditated. That's right. Caillou Chengyai isn't wrong. Zhao Wei hasn't been doing anything ever since the fight started except for running away. He is all bark but no bite. Even though he's faster than Caillou Chengyai, why isn't he attacking yet? Caillou Chengyai looks almost drained to nothingness, but look at him trying to act tough. Zhao Wei muted all of the background noises as he solely focused on the hopeless guy in front of him. It's all useless, Caillou Chengyai. Don't try to incite the public's useless banter while slowly trying to fill up your stamina bar. Zhao Wei spoke in a relaxed, monotonous voice before his face morphed into one of unpredictability and apathy. Caillou Chengyai noticed his sudden change. Those who were observant also noticed the sudden change in the atmosphere around Zhao Wei. All of the geniuses currently had serious and attentive expressions on their faces. Silence permeated everywhere almost immediately. Zhao Wei took one step, an inconsequential action compared to the huge distance between him and Caillou Chengyai. But Caillou Chengyai thought otherwise. Instinctively, Caillou Chengyai found himself further increasing the distance between them by jumping back. He didn't know why, but at that moment, his body moved on its own. His subconscious had taken control during that moment. He was afraid. He had never been that afraid. But why was he afraid when Zhao Wei had clearly done nothing instead of taking a single step? Why are you moving away from me when I haven't done a thing? Zhao Wei calmly asked and then took another step. His hands incessantly trembled while the pupils of his light blue eyes dilated due to the sound of Zhao Wei's footsteps. Why are you approaching me? Caillou Chengyai tightly clenched his trembling hands as he attempted to calm his speeding heart. However, he didn't forget to take a step back. Approaching you, huh? Zhao Wei comically arched his eyebrow and didn't answer him. Instead, he revealed a question of his own. Then tell me, why are you increasing the distance between us when you had clearly stated that we should fight head-on like honorable men? His voice was bland, but hidden within it was blatant mockery. I just followed my instincts. If I didn't move, I fear that I might have died. Caillou Chengyai replied in a barely discernible voice as undisguised terror showed on his face, making his handsome features shift toward ugliness. Keeping a distance between yourself and your opponent is only meaningful if you are both equal or close in strength and skills. Anything beyond that can be considered utter futility. You need to wake up from the illusions. Zhao Wei then disappeared, taking everyone by surprise, and as if he had teleported, he appeared inside the fear-struck Caillou Chengyai's personal space. No one had seen him move. Even the reincarnated God Lord barely saw the traces of his speed mirage. Zhao Feng, with his ancient god eye and his slow temporal perception, couldn't see or recall anything even when he tried to concentrate all of his eye power. Uncaring of his surroundings, Zhao Wei placed his hand on Caillou Chengyai's trembling shoulder, whose face embodied what it meant to be scared shitless. Even his sweat seemed to be moving in reverse. See? The distance between us had been pointless ever since we entered this arena. Zhao Wei raised his hand off Caillou Chengyai's shoulder, much to the awe and anticipation of many. It was just a simple action, full of tension and suspense. But Caillou Chengyai didn't feel that way. For he saw the end of the world in that simple raise of the hand. He saw his life flashing in front of his very eyes like a movie being forwarded. Caillou Chengyai also saw heaven and hell, with the door to heaven closed off from his path and leaving him with only one choice, to go to hell. It was an inevitable path. And when Zhao Wei's hand descended for a chop, Caillou Chengyai saw his dead ancestors smiling down at him with expectation. Kaka. The sound of a bone being dislocated from its joints was the last sound Caillou Chengyai heard before his world turned upside down and before he lost consciousness. Zhao Wei seemed to be lost in thought as he stared down at Caillou Chengyai's unconscious body. After some time, he turned his bored gaze to somewhere in the Xin clan's pavilion before speaking in a powerful voice filled with inextinguishable battle intent. Xin Wuing, we are the main characters of today's Genius Summit. Why don't we save time by giving the audience a legendary fight that they won't ever forget in their lives and the Genius Summits to come? Many geniuses felt offended and undermined by Zhao Wei's words as protests and profanities echoed throughout the arena. But the receiver of all those dark insults, Zhao Wei, seemed unfazed, blind, and deaf to all their nonsense. He didn't like beating around the bush. And also he had already seen them. The kind of audience that he had been waiting for. Even though they remained hidden in the shadows, they couldn't escape his all-seeing eyes. Xin Wuing, the recipient of Zhao Wei's battle declaration, looked at the arena with indecipherable thoughts running through his mind. The look of fascination and thirst for battle on his face mirrored that of Zhao Wei's. There won't be a need for that, Brother Wei. I have been waiting for you to say something like that since forever. I must say you totally exceeded my expectations. Xin Wuing stood up from his seat. And then with unbridled arrogance, not one of conceitedness but one where one was filled with surety, Xin Wuing stated. Brother Wei, even though you don't know about this rule of mine, I feel like I should let you know in advance. 10 moves. I normally defeat my opponents within 10 moves regardless of their genius status. With an interesting look on his face, Xin Wuing walked into the huge battle arena. For a moment, Zhao Wei was totally dumbfounded by Xin Wuing's confidence. And then he wildly laughed as if he was high on something illegal as he supported his right hand on his forehead. And here I thought my imaginary title as the 1-Minute Man was impressive. Zhao Wei smiled after he finished laughing. I like your arrogance since you have the skills to back it up. Let's fight to our heart's content. And then, both of them almost synchronized their final wishes in the battle arena. Only 2 beings mattered. Everything else was an illusion and only the 2 of them were real. After all, they were the main characters of the show, their lights meant to cast shadows over all of existence. Chapter 41, Zhao Wei vs. Xin Wuing. At a hidden spot near the Genius Summit, 2 figures clad in silver armor stood atop the branches of an inconspicuous tree. What do you think about him? One of the silver figures asked. Though the night had enough lighting, their features couldn't be seen. I don't think I have seen enough to fully come up with a good evaluation. The other figure replied. He isn't simple. I have a feeling that he would be able to defeat Xin Wuing, but it won't be that easily done. True. Even before they have fought, just from their auras and confidence already qualifies them to be in the top 10 at the camp. Let's observe the fight and see what they have up their sleeves. I hope they won't disappoint the Lord. Calamity frowned when she saw how her fellow clansmen had been effortlessly overpowered and treated like a plaything. I didn't expect another Xin Wuing to appear from the Zhao clan. I don't think Zhao Linglong would be as formidable as him even when his high cultivation is brought into the picture. To be able to emotionally and physically damage Caillou Chenyi like that, I don't know what to say. I don't think I can handle any of his moves. He outclasses me in everything when he probably hasn't even gone all out. Calamity nervously bit on her thumb, a minor action that she normally does when she is troubled by something. The Zhao clan has produced unpredictable monsters this time round. Their chances of being the top clan in Sunfeather City are high. Zhao Wei is really as incredible as he is right now. After this competition, I would try to sweet-talk him. With my beauty and level of influence, he wouldn't be able to resist my suggestions easily. I am pretty confident in my seduction skills. I can easily have men at the tip of my fingers if I play my cards right. And then, as if sensing her own peculiar behavior, Calamity immediately removed her thumb from her mouth before subtly looking around in self-awareness. She then put a small pretty smile on her lips as she gazed at the two young men in the arena with immense interest. Show me what you got, Zhao Wei. Calamity wasn't by herself as many others, anticipating the beginning of the supposed legendary fight, also shared the same thought. To find the overall strength of Zhao Wei and peer through the enigmatic fog surrounding his being. They really didn't know him at all except for those from the Zhao clan, but if they were suddenly asked about Zhao Wei then they wouldn't have a concrete answer. Zhao Wei had a relaxed expression on his face as he studied his opponent. Xin Wuing also did the same. The distance between them was almost negligible. Each one of them was confident in their speed. It didn't matter where they stood in the arena. Close combat. Good. Xin Wuing thought as he analyzed the extremely small distance between himself and Zhao Wei. Even though I can't see his cultivation with my special instigator technique. His true cultivation should be anything below the 7th rank of Martial Master Realm. His peak 5th rank realm has a high possibility of being a lie. After all, I am just like him. I am the type to not show all that I have. Xin Wuing took a battle stance while adorning a serious expression on his face. Despite his serious approach, his whole body was relaxed and his breath was as steady as Mount Tai. Zhao Wei also mirrored Xin Wuing's action, but he didn't lose that maniacal glint from his dark, abyssal eyes. He couldn't wait to begin the fight. Shwa. Shwa. Both of them moved at the same time and started exchanging blows. From hand-to-hand combat, kicks against kicks, palm against palm, the thunderous blows between Zhao Wei and Xin Wuing caused the very air to crackle with tension that it almost felt palpable. Surprisingly, they had barely moved from the spot they had started fighting, which signified that both of them were almost equal in strength. But was that the truth? Tyrant fists. Zhao Wei executed his first ever technique in this world, and it was just a core rank technique. His fist was lightning fast, packed with the strength of his arm muscles and pinpoint precision. The air seemed to distort and quiver under the incoming might of the devastating fist that surpassed the speed of sound. Time seemed to have slowed down at that very moment as Xin Wuing sighed helplessly as he perceived the lethality of Zhao Wei's punch. It was a punch that could probably decimate anyone below the 6th rank into a bloody donut. Even those of the 6th rank wouldn't necessarily survive under its annihilatory impact. I have been pressured already, Xin Wuing thought with a frown on his face as he used one of his peak-ranked palm techniques that he had also trained to the peak level. Taiji Cloudy Palm. Xin Wuing's palm seemed to turn into a cloudy diagram of black and white, an alternation between yin and yang, control and recklessness, softness and hardness. He then faced Zhao Wei's supersonic attack with a fearless glint in his eyes. Boom. When both of them clashed, a shockwave of undeniable might spread like a tsunami and impact the whole arena. Those who were near the battle stage felt the effects more vividly as they coughed up blood since their bodies had been hurt by the weakened shockwaves. Everyone was taken by surprise by the intensity of their blows. The earth below Zhao Wei and Xin Wuing shattered into small blocks as a 5-meter radius crater formed. On Xin Wuing's right, a deep fissure ran on the ground, testifying to Zhao Wei's catastrophic fist. Using Taiji Cloudy Palm, at the last moment of contact, Xin Wuing redirected the full brunt of the attack downwards. There was no way he was going to face that attack. He could have suffered very deadly injuries to his internal organs that would likely take longer to heal. What a terrifying monster. Xin Wuing sucked in a deep breath as he struggled to contain the blood trying to escape from his mouth. The stifling pain on his hand signified that the many small bones had been broken senselessly. Gulp. Xin Wuing slightly winced before gulping the metallic liquid down his throat. It wasn't something that he couldn't endure anyway. Xin Wuing then looked around at the shattered debris in the arena and also realized that he had been pushed back 20 steps away from his opponent, who remained unperturbed, unshakable, and relaxed as ever. Wasn't that the most basic technique in our clan? A disciple from the Zhao clan remarked in amazement and shock. It was Zhao Qin. How can a core-ranked martial technique have such despair-inducing might? Is this the day when pigs will start flying in the sky? Impossible. This is supposed to be impossible. Zhao Linglong almost fell from his seat due to denying the current outcome. How can a mere side-branch disciple like him fight on par with Xin Wuing and even hurt him? Zhao Linglong felt a sense of defeat and sourness rising within him. He just couldn't stomach the thought of the little ant having such devastating power. If his core-ranked martial technique already had such overwhelming might, then how were his middle-ranked techniques going to be? Only despair. Even though he was extremely arrogant and narrow-minded, Zhao Linglong knew that he wasn't confident enough to take Zhao Wei's fist head-on. He would immediately execute shadow steps to the max and escape the range of the attack if he was lucky. The shockwaves were already proving to be a challenge and escaping unscathed wasn't an option. It isn't the technique that defines the strength of a man but his experience and the number of times he has practiced the said skills. Zhao Yufei cutely smiled as she looked at Zhao Wei with unadulterated pride in her eyes. Such wise words, Sister Yufei. Zhao Qian issued a compliment after hearing her insightful words. Zhao Yufei shook her head lightly and pointed his smooth and delicate index finger at Zhao Wei's figure. I can never come up with such profound words. It can only be him. Zhao Qian then immediately found Zhao Wei to be pleasing to the eye as she stared at his strong back muscles. What if I could? Zhao Qian immediately squeezed her own cheeks to distill those hopeless imaginations from her mind. There is no way. Zhao Qian thought in self-pity as she gave Yufei a meaningful side glance. Only she, herself, knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, in the battle arena, do you want to continue? 10 moves, genius? We have only shared one move since the beginning counts only as a warm-up. Zhao Wei asked in a caring tone. Xin Wuing clicked his tongue in distaste and spat the remaining blood inside his mouth on the side. I had the same thought. I just didn't expect you to be that monstrous. Even during that era there was hardly anyone who could punch like you. Xin Wuing's eyes shone in appreciation and reminiscence. The will to fight inside of him wasn't going to waver just because of one attack. After all, he had already faced attacks more dangerous and destructive than Zhao Wei's when he had been a mighty god lord. Show me all those skills that you have accumulated over the years. A former god lord like you shouldn't be so stingy, right? Zhao Wei crazily thought with a greedy smile on his face. Xin Wuing felt a chill run through his whole body when he saw that smile. I don't care about the era you are referring to, but please. I beg of you to use all of your strength since it will really hurt like a bitch when I shift the gear. Zhao Wei pocketed his hands before stomping on the ground with one foot. A golden celestial inner strength swiftly flowed from his body via his energy pathways into the ground. Freezing Ice Spear Technique, 3rd level, Icy Calamity. His actions caught everyone by surprise. And almost immediately, Xin Wuing, who had senses that transcended the 6th rank and were similar to martial masters plus his experience as a previous powerhouse, jumped back from his initial position and landed on the edges of the arena like a grasshopper. The ground where he had previously been standing was nothing more than an icy landmine of destruction as 2-meter-long blue ice spikes protruded. Xin Wuing broke into a cold sweat. If I had been a few milliseconds late. Xin Wuing felt that hiding his cultivation base wasn't going to help him anymore. He would have to expose most of his strength, but there was an option of giving up on the fight. Seeing how hyped Zhao Wei was, Xin Wuing knew that if he missed this chance to fight to his content with such a terrifying monster, then he would certainly feel regret later on. Fight. Keep on fighting. His fighting spirit rose once again as his cultivation base broke through from the peak of the 5th rank to the beginner 6th rank of the consolidated realm. Chapter 42, Zhao Wei vs. Xin Wuing, 2. What? Xin Wuing broke through to the 6th rank in the middle of the battle. How is that possible? Isn't his luck exaggerated? This sudden turn of events feels suspicious. How can one just break through as if it's nothing? Talk about being calculated. Well, if it is as you say, then Xin Wuing would be extremely terrifying and cunning. He truly deserves to be last year's #1 genius. But we have to look more at the person who has forced Xin Wuing to show us some of his hidden skills. It was only through him that we were able to glimpse at Xin Wuing's peak-ranked martial technique. To force Xin Wuing to such a wretched state, this Zhao Wei has a high possibility of winning. Haha, stop talking nonsense. Xin Wuing has never lost before. He's only pretending to be overwhelmed to give the opponent a huge surprise when he's least expecting it. You can't begin to comprehend his battle tactics. You Xin disciples are truly full of yourselves. Forget about the #1 spot this time round. What did you just say? I said your mouth is full of donkey shit. A commotion swept through the spectators, igniting a flurry of animated discussions that revolved around the exhilarating shift in the battle dynamics. Amidst the air of skepticism that enveloped Xin Wuing's unexpected breakthrough, a significant portion of the audience was consumed by curiosity, eagerly anticipating the ensuing clashes between him and Zhao Wei. The question on everyone's mind was, who was going to triumph over whom? Again. Xin Wuing immediately employed his movement technique. Cloud chess steps. His movement was slow and steady, integrating the effects of unpredictability with each action. Through cloud chess steps, his opponents would find it very difficult to track or predict his movements. Even though Xin Wuing didn't pursue extreme speed, he could surely hold his own against those who thrived when it came to speed. Come. Zhao Wei laughed unrestrainedly as he used his base speed to face Xin Wuing in the middle of the arena. Bang. The two young men started displaying their martial arts as they happily exchanged moves after a move. Small cloud vein hands, Xin Wuing used his perfected middle-ranked martial technique to target Zhao Wei's acupoints. Xin Wuing's fingers simultaneously pressed the acupoints on Zhao Wei's arm, expecting to temporarily incapacitate him. As Xin Wuing's hands made contact with Zhao Wei's muscles, he sensed a sensation that went beyond touching a mere man. It was as though he was touching the living embodiment of steel. What? Xin Wuing thought in shock, wonder, and frustration. Was this guy made up of steel? Even his acupoints are abnormally fortified to withstand techniques related to pressure points. No, I will give it another try. There must be a blind spot somewhere. Xin Wuing didn't give up despite feeling the stinging pain throbbing in his fingers. Unfortunately, his next several attempts didn't work against Zhao Wei. What kind of body strengthening technique is he using? Xin Wuing sighed inwardly, his exasperation evident. It's remarkably flawless, seamlessly synchronizing his defense and offense to unprecedented levels. Then I can only do that special move. A brilliant idea cropped up in his mind. Xin Wuing suddenly became an entirely different person as a mystical aura pervaded every inch of his being. At that moment, the spectators thought that Xin Wuing had become one with heaven and earth, an existence capable of displaying the full potential of martial arts. An indifferent expression showed on Xin Wuing's face as he attacked with his fist. Howling Tiger Fist, Breaking Wind Finger, Taiji Cloudy Palm, the combination of three different martial arts, each one of them trained to the peak level, created a sense of profundity and holiness in the surrounding atmosphere. Zhao Wei, who had been passive all that time and had done nothing to counterattack due to focusing on defense, had a twinkle inside his eyes. He was like an enthusiastic child who had been presented with his favorite toy. But in this type of situation, Zhao Wei's target of interest was Xin Wuing's new style. Combining techniques wasn't that difficult for him since he had already perfectly integrated the azure winds gliding through the clouds with instantaneous lightning movement. Those were two techniques only since he had never bothered to do so with the others. Only in battles would he find the perfect opportunity to constantly improve instead of awaiting enlightenment due to consistent martial arts practice. At this level, his technique shouldn't be merely peak-ranked but something between a partial holy martial art and a complete holy martial art. Zhao Wei could think fast and analyze Xin Wuing's ingenuity in such a short time frame due to the exaggerated clock speeds of his brain. That's why the coordination between his superb eye abilities and mind makes Zhao Wei's perception of time slower when he enters that mode. Zhao Wei then raised his hands as if he was preparing to defend as he had done during this round of exchange. A miniaturized blue lightning arc flashed from his right eye, making him look more mysterious and somehow enchanting. Then the turquoise color of the wind and the purple color of illusion sprang forth from his legs. The temperature around Zhao Wei also started decreasing as tiny white snowflakes started forming on his fists. Zhao Wei did all of these within milliseconds. The essence of four different techniques converged at his fists, and that sense of oneness with nature was felt from him by the crowd, who had their mouths slowly but gradually gravitating toward the floor. It was even more powerful than Xin Wuing's. Zhao Wei's mouth curved into a meaningful smile as if saying, "If you can do that, I can definitely do it better." Xin Wuing's eyes widened in confusion, fear, surprise, and admiration when he witnessed his opponent's level of comprehension and adaptability. It felt downright unacceptable and wicked. Something that shouldn't be allowed to happen, to ever exist. Monster. His state of mind was affected despite his millennium of experience. Could he also be one of them? A god eye holder or someone with an ancient bloodline from the 10,000's ancient races? Xin Wuing could only speculate. But he wasn't given more time since Zhao Wei's attack was even faster and stronger than his. At that moment, Xin Wuing felt his danger senses tingle uncontrollably. His vision held nothing more than the word death written in bold red letters on Zhao Wei's fist. Even though Zhao Wei was taller than him by a few inches, Xin Wuing perceived his fist as multiple huge fists intended to obliterate his very existence there and then. Xin Wuing knew that he had already been affected by the power of illusions during that moment, but he just couldn't extricate himself fast enough. I have yet to exert my revenge on the ancient soul race for killing me and bringing ruin to my giant god race. Even though I am thankful for the chance to live a second life, I am starting to feel the regrets already. His martial master senses couldn't save him after all. He was under a simple yet frightening illusion. His powerful soul had also been injured and couldn't help him quick enough to resist the abrupt illusion. But if he had been in his right state of mind, he wouldn't have had such thought processes and could have instead focused on how to reject the swift call of Yama with his rich experience. Whoosh! A small wind blew Xin Wuing's hair as Zhao Wei's earth-shattering fist stopped just a few inches from splattering his brain matter on the ground. This is only a spar. Killing is prohibited, Brother Wuing. Zhao Wei smirked as he proceeded to lightly pat his stiff shoulders. It was thanks to you that I was able to use that last move. Thanks for directing me toward the correct path. Zhao Wei removed his hand from Xin Wuing's shoulder. He was honest with those words and truly was grateful even though he didn't need to. Xin Wuing was slowly regaining his normal thinking abilities as his face hardened into an extremely serious expression. I didn't lose unjustly. I didn't truly expect to meet someone like you in this place. I have certainly benefited from this fight just like you. Xin Wuing shook his head while sighing heavily. Brother Wei, I enjoyed the fight. I am not disheartened by the failure and failure has just made me realize something. Xin Wuing's smile held a deep meaning that only Zhao Wei could understand. Prepare for your defeat, brother. Xin Wuing gave Zhao Wei one last look before confidently leaving the ruined arena. No, was Zhao Wei's succinct response before a smiling Xin Wuing faded into the blankness of the night. And only Zhao Wei knew where Xin Wuing was going. It was a more grander place than Sun Feather City. A larger arena for powerful and interesting geniuses from various races. A more evolved and exquisite kind of genius summit. It was a region that Zhao Wei was going to unlock soon enough. Meanwhile, the crowd was only left with one collective thought. What had just happened? Chapter 43, Naivety at a hidden spot near the Genius Summit. Such good seedlings. I honestly didn't have high hopes for this small city and its little clans. One from the Xin clan and the other from the Zhao clan. These kinds of seedlings can only sprout well under the rich gearing of the Lord and the competitive atmosphere at June City. True, it's better that we are the ones that have managed to find these two geniuses instead of others. But don't you think the Zhao clan youth's comprehensive abilities may stand a chance against moi? That's just wishful thinking. Moi is the pride of the Lord, which makes him even more talented than all of the city's geniuses combined. Stop exaggerating, 17th. I feel that the youth from the Zhao clan isn't as bad as you think. We will only know him better after the recruitment. Let's go. Time waits for no one. And then two figures clad in silver stealthily rushed out from the summit of the mountain. Back at the half-destroyed arena, Zhao Wei absent-mindedly looked at the two mysterious people with an imperceptible smile on his lips. Mission accomplished. His ear muscles then stopped twitching and returned to normal. He had already heard their conversation under the barely long distance of over 500 meters. He didn't need to use a hearing technique like how Xin Wuing normally did, since his overall physical body improvement naturally also covered it and granted him super hearing. Apart from his supervision, Zhao Wei could also hear sounds over very long distances, currently limited to only a few kilometers. Mwah, there was somebody named like that before the early Broken Moon Clan arc, now I remember. He was the one that dared to pull the rug under Lord Guanzhong's feet. Haha, he wasn't in the wrong either. What could he have done? A wise man submits to circumstances. Zhao Wei quickly glossed over the details he had once forgotten but was now remembering from the novel. But then again, to betray someone's full expectations and trust on you was simply. Zhao Wei then left the war-torn stage with a bored expression on his face. Now what am I supposed? Zhao Wei cut himself short when he noticed another interesting thing. With such a hot and intense gaze directed toward me, how do you expect me not to notice? Zhao Wei thought in amusement. Oh Caillou Many-oo, oh Caillou Many-oo. She should currently be itching to sweet-talk me into accepting her offers. Just how restless is she? He pretended to not look in her direction as he went down to his seat. With his 360 degrees field of view and his honed instincts, any type of gazes, be it of interest or hostility, they couldn't escape his perception, and anything within the 1,000-meter radius of the mountain was under his radar. Have you been satisfied enough? You look quite happy, if I must say. Zhao Yufei commented with a curious look in her eyes. Her seat was just 2 seats behind Zhao Wei, but she had decided to sit next to him for a moment. Happy? I don't think so. Zhao Wei smiled lightly. Humphrey, when I say you are happy, then you are happy. The image of your battle-crazed smile is still fresh and vivid in my mind. You were clearly enjoying it. Zhao Yufei retorted while cutely puffing her cheeks like a hamster stuffed with food. Zhao Wei rolled his eyes. Alright, you win. I enjoyed the fight though barely. Are you happy now? Zhao Yufei poked her small tongue out in victory. Childish. Zhao Wei grumbled. Speak for yourself. Zhao Yufei chuckled, an action that usually exposes her adorable dimples. Oh, those small depressions on her cheeks made one feel the urge to just poke at them with the index finger. Anyway, with how epic your fight with Xin Wuing had been, I don't think the next fights are going to be that stimulating. Haha, just look at the severe destruction that you have caused in the battle arena. Zhao Yufa knew the damage dealt by Zhao Wei would always be disastrous, but that was her first time witnessing it in person. But I think you still didn't give it your all. Am I right? Zhao Yufei asked curiously, even though she knew the answer right from her heart. Were you itching to see someone's corpse, girl? Zhao Wei arched his eyebrow, his words as nonchalant as ever. No. Zhao Yufei answered hurriedly, her body muscles visibly becoming tense. She had never seen a corpse or seen someone getting killed. She just couldn't stomach the thought even with her newfound confidence. But what bothered her was Zhao Wei's nonchalance toward matters of death. Didn't he feel nauseated or repulsed by it? Or was it that her heart was still young, naive, and inexperienced? Have you ever killed before? Zhao Yufei's lips trembled as she asked him without thinking it over. She expected him to at least say no. Zhao Wei remained silent and didn't answer her quite peculiar and personal question. He chose to look at the shiny surface of the radiant moon. Zhao Wei wasn't evading her question but was instead taking his sweet time. Finding continuously staring at the moon to be boring, Zhao Wei shifted his deep gaze to the young beautiful woman sitting next to him. I have taken lives that sought to take mine. So that qualifies as a yes. Zhao Wei then calmly replied. His voice was free, regretless, and cool. Her eyes widened in extreme surprise and fear while her soft pink lips quivered in tandem. Do. Her heart palpitations also increased. She didn't want to believe that the young teenager beside her, who was only a year younger than her, could easily take a life without being affected by its implications, yet she knew deep down in her own heart that Zhao Wei was telling the truth. Just how could he do it and remain unaffected? Is it due to his inherent coldness and unpredictable demeanor? Her mind was now a maelstrom of questions that she couldn't answer. Zhao Wei observed her facial expressions and managed to get a read on her thoughts. Are you now afraid of me? Zhao Wei said expressionlessly. I don't know. I am just shocked and speechless. I don't know how I am supposed to react now. Zhao Yufei looked sideways, not daring to meet Zhao Wei's gaze. I know that you are young, but the world doesn't care about your age when it comes to survival of the fittest. Having a basic understanding of the world that you are living in is paramount to your own existence. This world is cruel and unforgiving. Killing is just a cycle that keeps the world moving. The time will come when you will be forced to take a life. And that time isn't far off, Zhao Yufei. Soon. Then Zhao Wei closed his eyes and started sleeping. Zhao Yufei listened carefully with a frown on her pretty face as she tried to make sense of Zhao Wei's words. She could barely understand what he had taught her. And it was then that Zhao Yufei realized that he had already started sleeping. This bastard really. But seeing how peaceful and pleasing his sleeping face was, Zhao Yufei shook her head lightly and didn't try to disturb him. A plethora of emotions showed on her angelic face as she sighed in defeat. I understand. Zhao Yufei knew the answer, but she couldn't just accept it in the short term, and it needed her to experience the negatives of reality and a way of survival. Their conversation on that day had been different and quite deep. Looking at the arena that was now fully repaired in such a short period, Zhao Yufei confidently knew that it was her time. Her time to shine also. She didn't want to forever stand under the shadow of Zhao Wei. Hell, she needed her own shadow. Her own path. In calculated elegance, Zhao Yufei then slowly rose from her seat. She gave Zhao Wei's sleeping form one last look. I can't resist. She found her right hand outstretched on its own as she sought after Zhao Wei's cheeks. She just wanted to pinch them a little bit before leaving. At the last moment, it seems she had some second thoughts about her disastrous actions as her delicate left hand clutched her right arm and stopped it in its tracks. What am I doing? Zhao Yufei slightly mocked herself, aware of the looks that she was gaining due to her beauty. Finally, she sought the battle arena to have her own episode of greatness. Her own limelight. She needed more experience. Chapter 44, Battle of Two Beautiful Goddesses. The thrill and excitement that had previously dwindled due to the lack of something as enjoyable as the battle of Zhao Wei and Xin Wuing was now steadily rising due to the emergence of one person. Zhao Yufei. She was a peerless beauty, fresh and pure like a white lotus, so it wasn't a surprise for her to garner most of the crowd's attention, if not all. Another factor was her high cultivation despite her young age. She was at the peak of the 5th rank and her age was only 15. Calamity, who also had the same cultivation, was 2 years older than her. She was a rare talent among the talented. People wondered about her true capabilities. Was she going to be as monstrous as Zhao Wei, or was her battle prowess going to be on par with the 4 geniuses? I challenge the host of the summit, Calamity. Why don't we have a little spar, Sister Meniu? Her bold words swept everyone's mind like a storm. Zhao Yufei didn't want to bother accepting useless challenges and issued her own challenge to one of the 4 geniuses, Calamity. Hee, I won't decline your challenge, Sister Yufei. Calamity flashed a mature, alluring smile that captivated the souls of the male spectators. I would like to know what you are capable of. It's been so lonely up here. Calamity then descended on the stage with her graceful movement. A battle between two of the most beautiful girls was going to be visually impactful and a sight to behold. Zhao Yufei smiled back as she took on a battle stance. It would be a pleasure. Zhao Wei, who had been taking a nap, slightly peeked through one of his eyes. A curious glint showed in his eye. I wonder how much she has improved. Zhao Wei also wanted to witness the techniques used by both women. Calamity focused on softness to counter the attacks of her opponents from the novel, and unsurprisingly, Zhao Yufei also uses a similar style of fighting. Is this battle going to be a draw, or will a winner finally emerge? Oh, fate, show me the twist so that I won't be bored. But he could already anticipate the twist to some degree. As a spectator and someone journeying through a dream, Zhao Wei didn't go all in on any of the two with the bets. He took a neutral approach since he didn't support anyone, but in his mind, he had a picture of the final winner calculated through cheap predictions. Calamity executed her movement technique butterfly snake steps, and when she moved, she seemed like a snake, unpredictable and fast, her body soft enough to partially defy gravity for a few seconds. Zhao Yufei smirked as her clear eyes smoothly followed all of Calamity's unpredictable movements without straining. That bastard taught me what true speed is. Zhao Yufei reminisced as she exchanged several moves with Calamity across the arena. Under the silvery radiance of the moonlight, the two beautiful women looked majestic and breathtaking as they continuously countered each other. Everyone from the three pavilions watched with bated breaths as the fight seemed to be approaching the acme. Cloud leaf steps. Zhao Yufei used another movement technique which significantly boosted her speed to higher levels, making her slightly faster than Calamity. She was like a leaf gradually gliding to the ground, and sometimes like a leaf being carried by the swirling wind. Calamity controlled her breathing and tried to be as natural as possible while she clashed with Zhao Yufei, whose momentum was steadily rising. But it is a good thing that I can resist her despite her superior speed. Pa! Their smooth palms met each other with ease, resulting in a resounding clap. Both of them retreated at equal distances due to the resultant force. I never expected her to be this strong. Why are so many monsters emerging from the Zhao clan this time round? Calamity frowned internally. The Zhao clan's luck and providence were inconceivable to give rise to someone like Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei, who got easy recognition due to their young age. But there was still another one. A forgotten character from the Zhao clan that had yet to display his skills. It was Zhao Feng. The Zhao clan are truly worthy of envy. Calamity, who was lost in her own thoughts, unconsciously used twirling snake body to negate some of the force from Zhao Yufei's lethal sneak attack, but she wasn't left unscathed. Zhao Yufei had attacked from her blind spot. A line of red formed at the left corner of her sexy mouth. Sister Minnie, please don't be distracted. Zhao Yufei warned with a cheeky smile on her innocent face. Her voice was filled with good intentions. You might have thought that she and Calamity were true sisters who cared genuinely for each other. Zhao Wei chuckled at her sloppy and mischievous little acting. Oh Yufei, I didn't know that you had it in you. Humphrey, I didn't expect that behind that veil of innocence, you were also funny. Calamity used her long, slender pink tongue to lick the blood on the left corner of her lips, a seductive action that set the hearts and groins of many ablaze. She looked like a foxy seductress who could easily lead men into the abyssal depths of sin. We are left with only one move to decide the winner, and if the winner isn't decided by it, we can only conclude with a draw. Calamity explained the obvious. You don't want that, right? She gave Zhao Yufei a knowing smirk. Aren't you the same? Zhao Yufei pouted. That only makes things more interesting. I wouldn't be standing here if I lacked a competitive spirit, Sister Yufei. Silence. The finale was about to be actualized. Whoosh. Calamity was the first to move using all of her physical strength and movement techniques. She then used up all of her inner strength to perform her peak-ranked palm technique, Snake Whip Bomb, which she had painstakingly trained to the peak level. Across the arena, Zhao Yufei didn't move a single muscle from her initial position. Her slender feminine form remained relaxed while her eyes were unusually deep in concentration and evoked a sense of mystery. Her sight never left Calamity like a tigress marking her prey. The two then met head-on in one last deciding move. Pa! Calamity reeled back in shock as she unconsciously clutched her belly with a grimacing face full of shock and doubt. She then vomited a mouthful of blood on the ground. As for Zhao Yufei, though she still stood her ground, a crimson line of blood trickled from her lips. What was that? Calamity had some doubts about what had happened at that last moment of contact. She then shook her head before sighing in defeat. Her voice quivered in slight disappointment before she controlled her emotions. I lost. Calamity then gave Zhao Yufei a respectful gaze. It's your win, Sister Yufei. The corners of Zhao Yufei's lips slightly tugged upwards. It's our win. We both tried our best. At the end of the fight, it seemed yet another demonic genius from the Zhao clan had emerged. Did the Zhao clan solely want to occupy all the spaces of the four great geniuses? Zhao Yufei's beautiful face and figure were deeply imprinted in everyone's mind during that night. We both tried our best, huh? Zhao Wei scoffed in amusement as he closed his eyes. What a sweet liar. Chapter 45, One that seeks to change his destiny. The Genius Summit continued after that, but it remained prosaic. The fights just couldn't hold a candle against the previous battles of the goddesses and the legendary main characters of the show. The rankings among the four great geniuses had been reshuffled with the introduction of new blood into play. Zhao Wei was the first, Xin Wuing dropped to the second position, Zhao Linglong painfully held the third position. His plan to challenge Xin Wuing went down the drain after he disappeared, and Zhao Yufei comfortably completed the quadrilist. Caillou Meniu and Caillou Chenyi were the only ones to be dethroned from their original positions. How sad. But it wasn't the end of the world. Anyway, it honestly didn't take long before the curtains of the Genius Summit were closed. The disciples from both the Xin and Zhao clan started their journey down the mountain. Each one of them had different expressions on their faces, ranging from happiness, seriousness, contemplation, disappointment, worry, and sadness. A lot had truly happened during the Genius Summit from the standpoint of everyone. Among the Zhao clan disciples, Zhao Feng slowly walked alone with a thoughtful look on his face. He was too deep into the world of thoughts, his entire mind focused on an issue that had presented itself on the path of his life. The said issue also seemed capable of even hindering his future progress in cultivation. Zhao Feng had seen enough during the Genius Summit. There were certainly extraordinary individuals among the younger generation who were more brilliant than even him. If he hadn't come into contact with a fate-altering opportunity in the form of an ancient god eye, his future prospects would have definitely been bleak. His existence would have been one to fade into obscurity and mediocrity. Zhao Feng unconsciously gave his left eye a light touch. The ancient god eye currently taking residence in his left eye socket was his lifeblood now. He and the ancient god eye were one with the other, a unique singular entity connected by the soul. But Zhao Feng still didn't have a concrete understanding of the mysterious eye from ancient times. He just had an instinctual feeling that the ancient god eye was going to elevate him to inconceivable heights as he steadily continued to arduously grow stronger. Before the Genius Summit, Zhao Feng had been determined to try his very best and stand out among the various talented youths from the three clans. And ever since Zhao Feng had gotten the ancient god eye, he had been having blurry dreams of a greater world outside Sun Feather City. He honestly couldn't understand the meaning of it all, but that had only fueled his resolve of wanting to explore what lay beyond. His vision had been renewed. But, why did he have to be in the same generation as someone like Zhao Wei? A bastard with illogical levels of comprehension. Why? And it hadn't been Zhao Wei alone, there had also been someone from the Xin clan called Xin Wuing whose skills and comprehension abilities were greater than many but still not as monstrous as the Martial God. The Martial God was a nickname that had been circulating around the disciples even before the summit's conclusion. Zhao Wei was inevitably the only one to be associated with such a pompous title due to his unnatural affinity with martial arts. Zhao Feng would be lying to himself if he didn't feel slight envy and jealousy toward Zhao Wei's success. His negative feelings had only been negated by the presence of the ancient god eye that reminded him of a future brighter than all of the youngsters from Sun Feather City. His limelight may have been stolen by both Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei, whose ages were roughly the same as his, but that didn't mean that he, Zhao Feng, was going to continue existing in their dark shadows. He didn't want to forever be subservient to Zhao Wei's glory and brilliance. Zhao Feng wanted his own tale forged from his life's experience. He didn't want his tale to be within someone's tale. It was a disgrace to someone of his caliber. There were just so many mysteries surrounding God's spiritual eye. The ancient is broken. Zhao Feng vividly remembered the words of the mysterious ancient voice that had emanated from the depths of the God Eye dimension. To continue my bloodline of the Eye, you will rule over everyone and control the 10,000 races. All shall submit when you awaken. Those prophetic words, cause that's how he subconsciously perceived them, had been a motivating factor for him to turn his mediocre life around. It had filled him with steely resolve, subject to breakage from a bully named Zhao Wei, to bulldoze through setbacks and whatnot. But that still wasn't enough when you have Zhao Wei clowning around the younger generation. I have an innate talent better than him. I can feel it inside of me. The changes that have been happening in my body are perfect examples. Zhao Feng had a hidden smirk on his mouth. He's only meant to rot in this hellhole even if he has higher levels of comprehension than everyone. He won't escape the limitations of his innate talent. Zhao Feng was sure about that since he had used his supervision and analytical abilities of his left eye to secretly profile Zhao Wei. And what he had found made him realize that Zhao Wei wasn't special. For the betterment of his psychological welfare, Zhao Feng felt that he needn't compare himself to Zhao Wei lest he barricaded his own improvement. In his honest opinion, the latent talent inside Zhao Yufei was scaling higher than Zhao Wei's. So his words during the clan's sparring contest hadn't been mere lies. Zhao Feng gazed at the splendor of the moon and after some time, redirected his gaze to the almost limitless sky cloud forest and beyond. From his vantage point, he could see it all with his left god eye. Zhao Wei and I can't just coexist. I should leave Sun Feather City and search for my own destiny. I refuse to be caged. A green glow intensified in the pupil of his left eye. That fateful night Zhao Feng decided to search for greener pastures since the ones in Sun Feather City were going to experience drought sooner than later. Under the telltale chirping sounds of the cicadas and hooting of the big-eyed owls that chose to violate the tranquility of the night, Zhao Feng sought the uncharted, changing the course of his life and fate. His existence was but a mere droplet in the grand river of destiny, but Zhao Feng's left ancient god eye slightly made bubbles in it. Zhao Feng vanished completely, his fellow clan members unaware of his disappearance as they engaged in animated conversations. But someone had seen him. A look of fascination and anticipation was evident in that person's deep abyssal eyes. I can hear the unmistakable flapping of the butterfly's wings. Why seek the rain when you can easily be comfortable under my umbrella, oh Zhao Feng? Zhao Wei thought in derision and amusement. Zhao Wei then stood up from his seat, making him the last Zhao clan member to leave the pavilion. Ah, the few minutes of sleep have been quite refreshing. Light sarcasm dripped from his low voice. A discerning look then manifested on his ordinary face as he gazed over the horizon. Cultivation is a journey of self-discovery that I am humbly taking part in. So you have also decided to revitalize your own worth and eternal glory, my friend. Zhao Wei then put his hands behind his back, giving him an air of majesty and unspoken confidence. May we never meet again. Then he started slowly descending the rocky mountain. But someone respectfully blocked his path. Brother Wei, what do you think about accompanying me to a relaxing meal under the veil of this promising night? A sultry voice full of seduction, admiration, and hidden greed followed. Like a piece being played from the celestial jade chambers, it descended to the realm of mortals and captivated everyone who heard it. Honey. Trap? A playful glint shone in Zhao Wei's pupils as he looked at the supposed most beautiful woman in Sun Feather City. I could smell the cliché from miles away, but I ain't gonna fold, bitch. Because I have unlimited willpower. A profound smile formed on his lips as he curtly nodded in reply. Chapter 46. Calamity was indeed a spear raiser without a doubt. With such a level of sexiness and matureness, many men would easily be held hostage by her beauty. She possessed an irresistible charm. Her presence could captivate one's soul and mind. The cultivation world houses so many temptations that can easily lead you astray, be it intentionally or unintentionally. Zhao Wei thought as his eyes locked on the subtle yet curvy hips of Calamity, who was walking in a quite provocative manner. Who would expect such a view to be also an integral part of the Tao? Sigh, the Tao is truly boundless. I can't even begin to fathom its enormity. Zhao Wei maintained his composure, his eyes reflecting the innocence and purity of a newborn as they shifted to the inviting contours of Calamity's red attire. When you think you understand the Force, then you realize how little you know. A one-sided grin formed on his lips as the cultured one gently carried the fresh feminine fragrance of a ripe woman into his nostrils. Calamity, with moist and tantalizing lips, wore a faint, victorious smile as she led the most promising young talent of the Genius Summit to her makeshift bamboo shelter. She had wisely prepared for this moment, having her servants construct the shelter before the summit's end. Hook, line, and sinker. Calamity thought as her pale blue eyes held a knowing sparkle. She could feel his intense gaze, never once straying from her alluring figure. Men are simple creatures. Just look at how deeply mesmerized he is. This is really going to be easy. The Zhao clan can't continue hoarding all the talents for themselves. As the future heiress of the Caillou clan, I can only resort to these petty tricks to slightly shave away at their growing prominence. Calamity felt that things were going smoothly so far, and she was only left with a few moves to utterly ensnare Zhao Wei into her womanly clutches. A perfect power balance had to be maintained in the jurisdiction of Sun Feather City. The Zhao clan was dangerously going to submerge the other two clans in their hegemony if the two clans remained blind to their current situation. Calamity had the foresight to recognize this impending imbalance. Please, have a seat. Calamity politely gestured towards a plush sofa after ushering her guest into the bamboo house. Zhao Wei accepted the invitation without hesitation, making himself comfortable. No wrappings around her boobies. She decided to go natural, I see. But she's still not one with nature yet. Zhao Wei didn't need to use his forbidden eye to know that Calamity wasn't wearing any covering around her breasts. Calamity gave him an intentional chance to peek at her when she leaned down to pour him a cup of grape wine. So what do you want from me, Ms. Caillou? Zhao Wei asked nonchalantly as he received the cup from her well-manicured delicate hands. Caillou Miniu responded with a breathtaking smile as she settled close to him, despite the abundant space on the sofa. Zhao Wei could feel the soft, silky material of her black stockings where their knees touched. He took a slow sip from his cup, all the while gazing intently at the seductive, city-toppling beauty provocatively seated beside him. It was evident that Caillou Miniu had little regard for personal space, but Zhao Wei didn't seem to mind, going with the flow. Straight to the point, are we? Caillou Miniu giggled, her mind racing with strategies to make the young man beside her succumb to her charms more quickly. I am just curious why the most beautiful girl in the whole city would waste her time giving someone as ordinary as me such high levels of attention and care. Zhao Wei gave his innocent opinion. He really could pull off a Virgin McTemplate quite well. Zhao Wei enjoyed playing along. I reckon most Virgin JP protagonists wouldn't bother to ask themselves such questions when approached by a beautiful, potentially psychopathic yandere. He momentarily reminisced about a certain genre in JP novels. Ordinary? Do you really think that you are ordinary? Your face might be ordinary, but your talents make you more handsome and extraordinary than the most dashing men. If you are ordinary, then all the other people are mere trash. Caillou Miniu felt like scolding Zhao Wei, but she restrained herself quite well lest she be angered to death. I assure you, young Master Wei, you are far from ordinary. Caillou Miniu's lips twitched as she leaned her supple body closer to Zhao Wei. Her sweet heavenly fragrance could really make men dizzy with uncontrollable lust. You are a dragon amongst men, young Master Wei. Your future is limitless. She proceeded to sweetly whisper close to his ear, her voice carrying a spellbinding charm. She truly lacks mastery in the art of seduction, Zhao Wei calmly thought as he finished his drink and placed the cup on a small mahogany table. Really? Am I that remarkable? Zhao Wei bashfully inquired, feigning innocence and reluctance to succumb to Caillou Miniu's advances. Zhao Wei felt out of character with himself, but he had to act for his own amusement and to feed the ego of the desperate girl leaning into him. Bullseye. Caillou Miniu smirked inwardly. Zhao Wei is an extremely talented battle maniac, but his romantic experience is next to zero. And he also has a hidden complex of seeking validation about himself. I wouldn't have expected that beneath that exterior of valiance and confidence when he had been fighting was just a naive boy. She mused, surprised to discover a clueless boy beneath the facade of valor and confidence he displayed in battle. Sigh, the things I have to do for the clan. Don't ever doubt yourself. Young master, why do you think about being one with the Caillou clan? I would pour you wine whenever you want, and almost all the resources of the clan would be used to satisfy your needs. Money, women, status. We will give you all of that you have been lacking from your clan. Caillou Miniu increased her attacks as she pressed her nipples against his muscular arms. She didn't like what she was doing, yet she strangely found herself enjoying the firmness of his taut manly muscles. She could even smell his thick masculinity seeping through his robes. It made her uncomfortable down there. Caillou Miniu gritted her teeth. She didn't like it. She reminded herself that she was doing all this for the prosperity of her clan. And to achieve that she had to coax Zhao Wei into accepting her irresistible conditions. Any man would immediately fold at this juncture. Well, she, Caillou Miniu, had an understanding of the young male psychology. I wouldn't even mind giving myself to you if needed. That was the finisher move. They liked peaches and well-sliced grapefruits. Caillou Miniu turned slightly pink when she thought of that. If only I were a H protagonist or your typical Yunche stereotype, oh Caillou Miniu, you wouldn't hope to survive the rod. Zhao Wei sighed meaningfully as he looked down at the young woman trying her best to poach him. What do you mean, young Master Wei? Confusion showed in Caillou Miniu's beautiful visage. She really couldn't understand what Zhao Wei was talking about. Who was Yunche? What was H protagonist? Those were certainly new words to her. Wait. What was the rod? Caillou Miniu just couldn't find the needed answers. Zhao Wei saw through her confusion, it was written all over her divine face. So he decided to educate the little minx. The rod is an unholy weapon of sorts used to mind dwarf thoughts into submission and mindless obedience. Dishonest virgins and thirsty milfs alike dread its existence. Zhao Wei dutifully explained like a dedicated parent educating their child. In short, I am not going to use the path of the rod to discipline thoughts. My mind and heart are imprinted with goals transcending the boundaries of this reality. Caillou Miniu tried to open her lips, but Zhao Wei was fast. Oh, I forgot I am speaking a highly encrypted language of the gods for your mind to comprehend. Darn it. Zhao Wei lamented as he shook his head in disappointment. He then respectfully pushed Caillou Miniu's body from his before rising from his seat under her confused and shocked eyes. I enjoyed the company, little girl. Zhao Wei affectionately patted her soft hair before removing his hand. Caillou Miniu felt extremely embarrassed and angered by his misogynistic words and actions, but she couldn't retaliate. Have some self-respect, Miniu. I am not your average young master. This one's self-restraint is quite high. It's too early for you to use honey traps on me. Zhao Wei lightly spoke with his back facing Calamity while he stared at the moon whose brightness was slowly fading. Will duties keep chaining your actions and thought process, or will you do what you think is right? Calamity tried her best to cover her embarrassment as she heard Zhao Wei's profound words. She knew she had been played cleanly like the fool she was. He didn't have any giveaways in his little act. Zhao Wei wasn't who people thought he was. Wasn't it bad to seek a future for your own clan? She had a lot of responsibilities on her shoulders, so what was she supposed to do? Zhao Wei could just breathe. No. Thought. Thanks for the fun. Zhao Wei smiled as if he could easily read her mind as he started to walk out of the bamboo house. But then he stopped and slightly tilted his head to the side, his eye menacingly fixated on a particular spot in the darkness. And you? Tell that elder hiding himself to value his life more. Life is short and it can easily be taken away from you. I have already given my clan an overview of what would happen if I ever go missing in the Kaiyu clan's territory. If they can't have me, they would try to eliminate me through assassination. That's what I had said to the clan head and elders. Zhao Wei bluffed so good that it felt 100% true. There were no holes in his words due to how confident and relaxed he was. I understand your plight, Calamity. Bye. And with those last words, Zhao Wei disappeared into the shadows of the night like a ghost. Calamity's lips trembled in defeat, shock, and unwillingness. She felt as if she had missed something important. Did she have feelings for Zhao Wei during that short and crazy encounter? No. She didn't understand it herself. But the most shocked person was the peeping voyeur Tom. The hiding Kaiyu elder was incessantly trembling while thin streams of blood flowed out of his orifices. Terror and extreme puzzlement etched his countenance. But he just couldn't resist coughing up blood. He had to cough up that blood whether he liked it or not. Chapter 47. I am a prisoner. After witnessing Zhao Wei completely vanish from his sight, with his aura now non-existent at the summit, the Kaiyu elder hastily revealed himself from his hiding place. Calamity was instantly taken by surprise by his current state. She didn't seem surprised that an elder of their clan had been watching all of the events that had happened at the Genius Summit. The elder had been stationed there specifically to oversee the overall security of the mountain venue and to defend against external forces that might have sought to disrupt the smooth proceedings of the Genius Summit. Another hidden agenda was to see if the other clans had any excellent youngsters, and if such individuals were found, the elder was supposed to come up with a strategic plan on how to poach them into their clan. Under such circumstances, if their attractive proposals and benefits are rejected, they can only nip the bud while it's still young before it germinates into a future powerhouse that can't be controlled. The three clans were in a constant struggle against each other, refusing to allow any of them to thrive or accumulate more power than the others. Elder Kaiyu, are you okay? Calamity asked in worry as she rushed to offer her hand, but the elder stretched his palm out in rejection. His face was pale white like a sheet of paper, and the cool breeze of the night only served to make his beads of sweat colder. I am okay. Elder Kaiyu tried to reply but instead coughed up a mouthful of blood on the ground. Elder Kaiyu then used his left hand to wipe the blood off his mouth. Calamity's worry only intensified, seeing the sorry state of a prominent elder of their clan. He is injured. Calamity swiftly thought, but any person would have come up to such a conclusion. What bothered her was what had exactly happened to leave Elder Kaiyu, who was a 7th-rank martial master, in such a weakened state. Or maybe who had injured him? Many questions clouded her mind and she yearned to know the answers from Elder Kaiyu's mouth. But Calamity didn't rush to pressurize him and intelligently chose to give him some time. After a few minutes of self-healing, Elder Kaiyu's complexion began to regain some color, but the deep-seated fear from his eyes couldn't be easily erased. Elder Kaiyu deeply breathed the cool night air into his lungs, but the smell of iron still remained present inside his nostrils. He then released a heavy sigh while shaking his head in indignation and fresh understanding. I am sorry for showing such an unsightly sight. Calamity arched her eyebrows as if asking why he was apologizing. She still didn't have high authority in the clan yet, so Elder Kaiyu didn't have to be extremely courteous with her. Elder Kaiyu, you still haven't told me what had rendered you into such a state on our own turf? Calamity frowned, but slight concern could still be seen on her face. That young man. Elder Kaiyu's lips trembled when he said those words, but still tried his best to curb that terrifying memory from replaying in his mind. What was that skill? Elder Kaiyu asked himself, what type of skill attacks you with only words? Even if he's a master of the transformation state, doing what that Zhao youth had done was almost unthinkable. Words? Sound? When you utter words, there will be sound produced, right? Sound produced? Elder Kaiyu thought crazily, seemingly unaware that Calamity was still there. So he attacked me with a sound-attributed skill that uses sonic waves to attack through the air? But to cultivate such a rare skill to perfection is completely unprecedented. Epiphany started settling inside his old eyes and drove away the initial confusion he had after being assaulted by Zhao Wei. He nearly shattered all of my eardrums and injured my internal organs. Elder? Caillou Miniu slightly raised her voice, seeing how absent-minded Elder Caillou was. Elder Caillou blinked a few times as he gradually returned to the world of the living. He then looked at Caillou Miniu before releasing a weak apologetic laugh. So who was it? Don't tell me it's Zhao Wei. Wasn't he talking before he discovered you? I didn't see him attack. Caillou Miniu talked quickly without catching a break. Elder Caillou sighed deeply as he gazed at the darkness which Zhao Wei had disappeared from. The young are truly surpassing the old. Zhao Wei is probably someone that I shouldn't ever think about messing with. Our clan can't afford to mess with him. He is already at a level where a 7th-rank martial master like me wouldn't give him any pressure. Given the fact that he is very young, not more than 15 years, makes him even more terrifying. The word genius doesn't even begin to describe him. He is simply more than that. Elder Caillou finished with veneration laced in his voice. The only thing he regretted in his life was showing slight killing intent toward Zhao Wei. As even a little leak of it had been enough for Zhao Wei to spot him as if he had been advertising himself out in the open. Caillou Miniu listened keenly as her almond-shaped eyes widened in slow realization and shock. So it was him. How can someone like him be considered an individual of the younger generation after what has happened? Her lips twitched uncomfortably. I am truly a clueless clown to think I could easily seduce a monster like him. Truly stupid. Caillou Miniu had a self-deprecating smile plastered on her mouth as she palmed her forehead in frustration. Caillou Miniu understood that the Zhao youth was beyond outstanding, but following Elder Caillou's exposition, the image of him inside her mind reached the skies and became even more mysterious. My mind and heart are imprinted with goals transcending the boundaries of this reality. Caillou Miniu recalled Zhao Wei's words perfectly. His masculine voice remained vivid and fresh, as if time had reversed to that point in time. So he said such words, huh? No wonder he is that powerful at such a young age. Elder Caillou released a weak laugh as he struggled to sit on the sofa. After sitting, he closed his eyes with a lethargic look on his face. Caillou Miniu sighed to herself after witnessing Elder Caillou's state once again. She then tentatively walked toward the edge of the bamboo house with a forlorn expression on her face. Thinking for myself? That was never possible, she mused as she stretched her right hand towards the sky. I am a prisoner, unlike you, who is free. I am untalented. The difference between us is as vast as the sky above and the earth below. We come from entirely different worlds. A sad smile adorned her luscious lips as she languidly dropped her hand to her side. It was good knowing you, even if it was only for a few minutes. Meanwhile, Zhao Wei could be seen leisurely walking towards the well-designed, huge black gates of the Zhao clan. He then suddenly sneezed, making him stop his movements for a moment. Someone seems to be so in love with me. Of course, he didn't necessarily believe in such superstitions. Anyway, once a single dog always a. Zhao Wei didn't finish his words as a tired yawn escaped his mouth. Oh my, I should enjoy my sleep while I still can. His figure then merged with the night once again. A few moments later, inside a certain residence in the inner sect, a youth could be seen sprawled on his bed and sleeping like a koala. Chapter 48, Solar Breath. In the world of immortal cultivation, they normally say that every single moment is precious and shouldn't ever be wasted wantonly. Leisure can also be considered part of cultivation after a long day of arduous training, since at that time one can be considered to be at peace. Cultivation isn't always about an eternity of seclusion, meditation, and fighting. If it was like that, then the Great Tao wouldn't be a limitless concept but a fixed one. The world is an unfair place, and maybe some cultivator out there in the omniverse is practicing cultivation as a leisure. The possibilities are simply uncountable. Well, there are simply lots of explained and unexplained mysteries when it comes to the world of cultivation. After having a good night's sleep, the following day Zhao Wei didn't slack off in his training, even though from an outside perspective he could have been considered to be already saturated in terms of attainment. Most of his skills were grandly perfected, and only his evolvable, primordial stellar energy body refining technique was at the beginner level of mastery. Its rank was unknown even to Zhao Wei, but he had a profound sense of its future potential. Within it rested multiple variations of transformation. In the courtyard, which has seen better days due to a certain someone's destruction tendency, Zhao Wei experimented with the self-created, blazing solar finger. A golden ray of concentrated solar energy shot out from his extended index finger. The air hummed in defiance as the golden ray glided nearby too. Just how many times have I done this? Zhao Wei smiled sheepishly as his eyes swept across the ruthlessly decapitated trees and boulders present in his courtyard. And I thought I could easily keep it environmentally friendly. Light sarcasm dripped from his voice. Zhao Wei then shrugged helplessly. Well, planets and entire universes are constantly being destroyed as I am speaking right now. My little actions are negligible in the grand scheme of things. Activists won't sue me here, right? All of a sudden, Zhao Wei felt a bulb light up inside his mind as random crazy thoughts surfaced. Can I shoot the blazing solar rays through the eyes like a Kryptonian? How about releasing an ultra-thin solar beam through the mouth like Godzilla Earth or Golden Sentry? In a world where overpowered abilities are the mainstream, won't that just be the perfect fit for me? A lunatic glint brightened his eyes. It's feasible and executable. If it's not an impossibility, then I can do it very well. Well, even impossibilities can be made possibilities in my current reality. With how powerful his current physique was courtesy of the primordial stellar energy body refining technique, Zhao Wei knew that his ability to resist abnormalities in temperature levels was quite exemplary. But he had his limits and he knew it. The Man of Steel and his Marvel version are special cases. Godzilla Earth uses nuclear energy to shoot such high levels of destruction through its mouth. They are also cool. Author's note: I don't know anything about the physics surrounding heat vision. Welp, there isn't any physics to explain. Zhao Wei then entered training mode as he assumed a lotus position. From his energy center, Danshan, Zhao Wei circulated his golden inner strength through his energy pathways, meridians, and in the process converted it into extreme yang energy. Zhao Wei could feel his blood boiling as if a furnace had been placed inside of his body. Hot waves of steam began to radiate off him as a result of sweat droplets being evaporated the moment they formed on his skin's surface. An illusion of space distortions occurred around his form due to the heat radiations. Zhao Wei could feel the extreme yang energies travel up his throat like a river of magma defying gravity. A blinding golden light intensely shone from his cheeks that had started to inflate due to the energies wanting to be expelled, and if Zhao Wei wasn't careful they would quickly seek other orifices to exit. Hellbent on not resisting the urges of the volatile extreme yang energies, Zhao Wei abruptly pulled his head backward and opened his mouth toward the gloomy afternoon sky. Several rays of golden solar beams erupted from Zhao Wei's mouth like disco lights from a disco ball as they spliced the dark clouds apart and added light and vigor to the somberness. It was quite an artistic scene touched with the intent of destruction and annihilation of the heavens above. Shit, that was definitely something straight out of a Shin Godzilla movie. Zhao Wei lolled his tongue out like a thirsty dog as hot vapor emanated forth from his mouth. His words came out funnily due to having his tongue out of its natural habitat. Control. He then lightly mumbled with a subtle frown showing on his face. I should have control when using solar breath, or else I would easily risk destroying everything in the vicinity. Solar breath was the name that he had decided to give the skill in remembrance of the old gigantic lizard from his childhood fanaticism. Since it's my first time trying something as crazy as spitting radiation from my mouth like a monster, I think it's understandable. Zhao Wei comically nodded to himself. It's all about evolution and control. I should be able to pull off that ultra-thin display of solar breath after some practicing. Zhao Wei then used the rest of the day and the following day to tame the disorder and volatility of the extreme yang energies into one ultra-destructive solar breath. Solar breath's current power wasn't that despair-inducing, but with the increase of his cultivation strength, its power was also going to similarly increase. Apart from its extremely hot temperatures that could easily melt a hole through flesh, solar breath could also emanate concussive forces capable of pushing targets away from him. Just like that, a month passed, and while lost within the realm of insane training, Zhao Wei didn't even feel the weight of the passage of time. Time is insignificant when one invests their time in something they solely enjoy, but if they don't, they would feel as if the world around them has stagnated and the universe isn't expanding anymore. In a completely dark room, the silhouette of a human could barely be seen due to the presence of one anomaly, the dim glow of yellowish-red orbs. The intensity of the glow was then increased up a notch, and it was revealed that the yellowish-red glow originated from a man. With each step that he took, it would seem as if two glowing points were moving on their own amidst the darkness. Finally, the outline of Zhao Wei's face could be seen as he went outside with his muscular chest naked for all to admire. Leaves escaped from the thick branches of the ancient trees while dancing to a tuneless song of the subtle wind before kissing the ground. Zhao Wei could feel the summer warmth embracing his sunk ice-hard skin. The yellowish-red glow in his eyes had faded as he looked at the cloudless and clear vault of heaven. Why isn't he here yet? Did something happen? Zhao Wei casually thought with wonder while placing his hands behind his back. Zap! A yellowish-red beam suddenly erupted from his eyes before returning to normal. Almost instantly, a small bird with the features of a sparrow and an eagle dropped on the ground, a few steps away from where Zhao Wei was standing. That makes it the 30th mock eagle sparrow. Zhao Wei smiled as he picked up the fresh corpse from the ground. Food. He muttered the signature words whenever he killed a prey. Zhao Wei, I have come to bargain. Zhao Yufei suddenly glided into his courtyard while flashing him a heart-melting smile. She then openly eyed the dead creature in his hands like a hungry predator. Zhao Wei grumbled inwardly. Ugh, Pavlov, why won't you give it a rest? Zhao Yufei has been appearing whenever he finishes a hunt for the past few weeks. And with the same damn words pouring out of her stubborn mouth. What a lying foodie. There have never been any bargain involved when it came to food. Chapter 49, Wit. Just from where did she learn the accursed line? Dormammu wouldn't have been her fan. Zhao Wei had a look of wonder and confusion on his face, but there were slight signs of tiredness showing. And I have already started getting sick of this place, yet as cultivators we are told to be as patient as possible in every situation. Zhao Wei shook his head with a sigh, but even with such thoughts running through his mind, his eyes retained calmness and desolation. Even so, things haven't been that boring as of lately. Having walked the path of aloneness for a very long time, the icy and frozen heart that I once had seems to be slowly thawing at almost negligible rates. Zhao Wei then gazed at the lone yellow leaf that had broken free from its support and was now on a solitary path to kiss the ground. He momentarily saw himself in that leaf before Zhao Yufei's soft voice shattered his reverie. Humphrey, I can't get used to how you can randomly get absent-minded when you have someone as dedicated as me accompanying you whenever I find the time. Zhao Yufei harumphed and crossed her arms in annoyance. Zhao Wei lifted an eyebrow, wondering what was wrong with her. I never once asked for your dedication, miss. Zhao Wei said matter-of-factly. So mean. Zhao Yufei pouted childishly, making her pink wet lips stand out. Anyway, you seem kind of tired. That's a new look I never get to see in the cold prince's imperial face. Zhao Yufei slightly squinted her eyes as she meticulously observed Zhao Wei's face. I can also see some signs of impatience, but I am not sure. Boy, aren't you good at masking your emotions? Zhao Yufei continued with a faint smile. Just stop being nosy, young lady. Is a hot meal enough to keep your ever-increasing curiosity at bay? Zhao Wei ignored her inquisitive stare, something that he had seen several times from her in the past. Zhao Yufei gestured the closing of a zip across her lips, and her playful yet inquisitive demeanor turned to one of obedience and docility. That's one of the tricks to temporarily leash a foodie. It always seems to work. Zhao Wei mentally nodded to himself. He then started working on the piece of fresh poultry while Zhao Yufei happily sat on a chair that was close to the table. Zhao Wei took his sweet time to defeater the dog-sized bird. Each move he made was elegant and smooth. I am truly shameless. I only know how to eat, but I just had to suck at cooking anything edible. I have never been this shameless all of my life. I guess it's this bastard's influence that's slowly changing me. Zhao Yufei used her palms to hide the blush of embarrassment stuck on her cheeks. I should learn to cook like him, knowing that I won't ever get close to even 1,000th of his skill. Maybe improving my cultivation to the highest levels will enable me to cook anything for him. A dreamy gaze adorned her angelic face for a few seconds before she bit her lower lip in silent frustration. Zhao Yufei remembered whom she was dealing with. It was a thick block of ice, to be exact. Her fantasy was just a mere fantasy with a 99.9% probability of not happening. She decided to keep the 1% due to hope and her womanly pride. What are you spacing out for, little glutton? Your food's ready. Keep in mind this might be the last time I am ever going to be your personal chef. Zhao Wei put a plate steaming with a perfectly roasted avian piece of meat in front of Zhao Yufei. Wow, this looks delicious as always. Just the smell is enough to raise my spirit. Wait. Did you just call me a glutton? Zhao Yufei blabbered happily, but it was then that Zhao Wei's words slowly started being replayed in her mind. She cast him a look of anger and resentment, but Zhao Wei responded with a not-so-sorry smile as his hand stretched toward the attractive plate as if it was being magnetized. Seeing his actions, Zhao Yufei wore a look of pure terror and trepidation on her face as her hands instinctively tightened on the plate as if her very life depended on it. Courting death. A tick mark manifested on her temple as she secured her godly food. You dare. Zhao Wei, as someone from a special world of culture, creativity, and memes, couldn't help but want to crack a genuine smile and laughter. But he was helpless against it. He couldn't hold it in. It was inevitable. PFFT. Zhao Wei laughed hard, harder than he has ever had since he transmigrated to the fan universe, much to her chagrin. Being simply pissed couldn't even begin to describe her countenance. Zhao Yufei was beyond that. But that wasn't what mattered most to her at that very moment. Something else entirely took her sole focus as her eyes widened in disbelief and amazement. It was as if she was witnessing something as unbelievable and inconceivable as a cock performing kung fu or a rat bench pressing a rat trap. She was mesmerized by his laughter and a genuineness that she had never felt from him. Ever. It was truly a sight to behold. Zhao Yufei decided to perfectly record that moment in her mind, vowing to never forget it. It was as rare as a Kylan's feather. She reminded herself that there might never be a replica of that laughter as she watched him gradually trying to calm himself after exhausting his energy. I am happy. Zhao Wei cleared his throat as he looked at Zhao Yufei. Thank you. He really meant it. Zhao Wei realized that he had never once laughed like this due to being closed off most of the time. There was a form of enlightenment in his deep abyssal eyes as all the pent-up emotions, negativities, and all such stuff inside of him had been expelled through that one genuine laughter. It wasn't even exaggeratedly funny, but he had laughed nonetheless. In the journey of cultivation and self-discovery, one can't be stiff and single-minded all the time. One had to enjoy the journey and fully immerse oneself to have the best of the best experiences. To be free, he had to live carefreely and know the joys and bitterness of life. Zhao Wei recognized that he lacked in various aspects. He was flawed, but that only made him want to see how long he could go on that infinite path. Zhao Wei wasn't focused on romanticism when he treated a beauty like Zhao Yufei fairly. The need for casual human conversations was all I needed, and she perfectly played her role. She's really a nice lass. Zhao Wei breathed in the cool air of a promising evening, allowing its freshness to grace his lungs. By the way, were you serious when you said that you would never cook for me again? Zhao Yufei, who had been silent all along due to being frozen by the unexpected gratitude from Zhao Wei, suddenly spoke in sadness. Her immense sorrow immediately changed the lightness of the atmosphere. She didn't get sidetracked that easily. Zhao Wei's mouth formed an O shape, and amid his internal happiness, he remembered his previous words. I am serious. Why? Why would you say that? Zhao Yufei sounded hurtful, as if her heart was once again being fragmented into tiny pieces. Small beads of tears began forming at the corners of her eyes. Her love for his food had become such an integral part of her life. She was that addicted, and to suddenly part with it. She didn't want that to happen. It couldn't just happen. Never. A crazy light flashed across her reddening eyes as she sniffed back her snot. Zhao Yufei then cast a predatory look at Zhao Wei, who suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. What if I insist that you don't stop cooking for me? I would do anything for you if you say you were joking. Zhao Wei denied with a headshake. Then what if I kidnap you? Zhao Wei was going to shake his head, but... What? That was definitely not a laughing matter. Chapter 50, Under the Starry Night Sky. You heard me. Zhao Yufei stressed her words. Zhao Wei opened his mouth, closed it, and opened it once again, but he couldn't find the right words to explain the situation or reply to Zhao Yufei's outrageousness. Then I would just pretend I specifically never heard those brazen words from you. Zhao Wei addressed her awkwardly. Even if I had to take your words seriously, something like that won't ever happen. 'Cause I am stronger than you. He finished with unhidden pride and boundless confidence that could shake the firmaments. His intimidating eyes looked down at her as if asserting his unseen conqueror's haughty. Zhao Yufei didn't falter. Her eyes never left his, but even then, she could feel the pressure weighing down on her, but not lethal enough to make her legs go weak. She gritted her fair teeth in defiance, and after some time, she averted her gaze with a tired and helpless sigh escaping her lips. Ugh, you are right that I am still not strong enough. Her facial expressions then did a complete 180 as she looked back at the heavenly food strongly beckoning her to take a prolonged bite. Since it was currently safely secured under her arms, her hand tore a glistening juicy thigh decorated with aromatic condiments that drove her salivary glands into insanity. Zhao Yufei couldn't resist it anymore as she munched on that appetizing thickness. Ladylike elegance and whatnot were all thrown out of the window. She was unrestrained when she was together with Zhao Wei. Yo, take it easy. The aphrodisiac should be taking effect in about 5 minutes. Zhao Wei adorned a cunning smile on his face as he decided to play with her. Zhao Yufei paused her chewing, and that made the food inflate one of her cheeks funnily. Aphrodisiac? You can't be serious. Don't you think 5 minutes is too long? You should have made it like a minute or a few seconds to get it on quickly, despicable fellow. She rolled her eyes at him and continued doing what mattered most to her at that moment. Zhao Wei rubbed his nose with a shameless expression on his face. Anyway, why aren't you eating some? Zhao Yufei asked casually as she slowly gulped down the moistened food with a cup of sweet wine. She then cut a mid-sized chunk of meat and stretched it toward Zhao Wei. Do you want a bite? Aren't I kind enough to care about my junior brother? A tender smile stretched across her mouth. Zhao Wei winced, his face contorting into visible disgust. I am good. Stop calling me junior brother, and you have been giving me weird labels since long ago. Stop it. He grumbled lightly. Seeing him not showing appreciation for her kindness, Zhao Yufei harumphed before swiftly returning that hand to her gradually opening mouth. How can you ignore the hand that feeds you? Shameless. Now it was Zhao Wei's turn to roll his eyes. Who's feeding who? Say those words on the day you become a powerful entity capable of cheating reality to make such otherworldly high-quality food like mine. A picture of a big-breasted woman in a tight suit momentarily appeared in his mind. Twisting probability may be too far off for her, ho ho. Zhao Wei mused lightly. An orange glow had already started spreading across the horizon as the sun, which had been quite rare during the day, began to gradually disappear down the expansive mountain ranges. Zhao Yufei thoroughly washed her hands clean after eating her fill, but surprisingly her belly didn't show signs of being bloated. It remained as flat as it was before she had eaten. "You are simply the best, Wire." Zhao Yufei smiled in satisfaction, a light blush gracing her smooth cheeks. "You have become too comfortable with me, you glutton. I don't remember us being that close for you to address me like that." Zhao Wei face-palmed himself for her sake. "But we have known each other for an eternity." Zhao Yufei nervously fiddled with her 2 index fingers. I think my ears have been malfunctioning as of late." Zhao Wei playfully picked his ear with a pinky and then he scoffed at her. When did a few months ever stretch to an eternity? A smile formed on his face. It seemed that the two had already formed a knack for continuously joking with each other. Okay, I know I'm exaggerating." Zhao Yufei waved her hand in dismissal of the topic. She then gazed at the sun, finding the scene quite captivating, unsuitable for their current atmosphere. Zhao Wei put a chair next to her and sat to gaze with her. "Friend." Zhao Wei muttered in a low voice. The word itself felt strange on his tongue. What do you mean by friend?" Zhao Yufei tilted her neck to the side as she gave him a side glance. "You are the first friend that I have ever made, but that doesn't mean that I trust you or anything." Zhao Wei gritted his teeth and those words came out quite forced from his lips. "Oh, you said that I am your friend? Isn't there more that you can add?" Zhao Yufei grinned like an old cunning fox. "Shut it before I take back my words." Zhao Wei threatened with a low grumble. "You are no fun, Wire." An angry tick mark showed on Zhao Wei's face, but he didn't come up with a snarky reply. He just showed a fake smile on his face. And the atmosphere turned to a tranquil one once again. "Why a friend though? Shouldn't I be more than a friend?" Zhao Yufei thought in passing with a sad undertone. And what was more than a friend? She asked herself, but didn't delve much since the answer was pretty much obvious. "By the way, why do I feel like this might be the last time we would have such a moment?" Zhao Yufei commented. "Trust your instincts. You thought I was joking when I said that meal was your last supper." Zhao Wei replied as he inclined on his chair with his hands laced behind his head. "Why would you say such a thing with such a high level of certainty? Can you see the future or what?" Zhao Yufei asked with a serious expression on her immaculately divine face. I can see the future to some degree, that is, through the canon events." Zhao Wei smirked internally. "Let me ask you this. Do you want to stay forever holed up in this tiny place?" Zhao Wei then proceeded to pose a question. Zhao Yufei touched her small, cute chin with a thoughtful look on her face. After a few seconds of thinking, she spoke unhesitatingly with indomitable courage. "I don't think I would want that. After hearing some of your bullshittery over those few months, I certainly want to also experience more adventure while growing stronger until I can pick the sun and the moon with my bare hands. Drink wine with the deities PFFT." Zhao Yufei's serious tone slowly started derailing to a reminiscent laughter. Rather than feeling embarrassed by his past, which included lame poems about wine and made-up lines from the library of Xianxia junk, Zhao Wei maintained a shameless, composed, and steady facade. "You forgot flirting with immortal fairies and slaying demons and punishing evil," Zhao Wei added, but it only served to intensify Yufei's laughter. "Heh." Zhao Yufei bent in her seat as she used her delicate hand to try to contain her hearty laughter. "Dang, that's too much cringe I have spouted over the months." Zhao Wei tightly pursed his lips as he gazed at the dark sky with twinkling stars gradually beginning to appear. After exhausting all the energy from her lungs, Zhao Yufei glanced at Zhao Wei, but then their eyes met. PFFT. Seeing his facial expression, Zhao Yufei didn't know why, but she soon began keeling over in laughter. "Laughing at others is bad, Yufei. It isn't good behavior," Zhao Wei warned with a teacher-like demeanor. Stop killing me slowly." "Sigh, don't say I didn't tell you." "Why, you got me." I yield. "It's not funny." PFFT. Beneath the starry night sky, two people relished each other's company. One sought the other's heart and a deep understanding of their psyche. They wanted to prove that they weren't completely useless but were instead people with a never-growing determination capable of achieving whatever they desired. The other yearned for the unpredictability of life and the spices thrown into his journey, a path of eternal cultivation. He was searching for himself. His own emotions. He wanted to understand an infinity of concepts on the Grand Tao, something that he didn't even have a clear grasp of. There were simply many things to unveil in the fan universe and beyond. As the two friends stargazed peacefully while enjoying each other's company, a clan servant arrived at Zhao Wei's quarters with an important message. Both young Master Zhao Wei and young Lady Zhao Yufei are being summoned by the clan head. A slight surprise briefly showed on Zhao Wei's face before he returned to normal. Only suppressed annoyance and anger could be registered on Zhao Yufei's calm face as she looked at the oblivious young servant. I hope the time I have been waiting for has arrived. Zhao Wei rose from his seat and Zhao Yufei followed suit with her fiery gaze burning holes through the young female servant's neatly plaited head. Broken Moon Clan, you aren't that far off from me. Naturally, Zhao Wei had already thought about the probability of things not going his way, but no matter what, he was determined to get what he wanted if there were chances to capitalize on. If there weren't any, then he would create his own. And that was life. Chapter 51, Zhao Dankang, please don't fall by the way, I received some good stuff from the higher-ups but I have kept forgetting to tell you. What about you? Did you get anything after shocking all the clans with your ostentatious performance? A look of remembrance showed on Zhao Yufei's face as the two rushed toward the clan's main hall. Nah, I didn't bother or anticipate any rewards from the clan. They wouldn't have mattered anyway. Zhao Wei replied in a nonchalant tone. You are truly. Okay, you do you. Zhao Yufei sighed, confused by Zhao Wei's decision to be unconcerned by the boons offered by the clan. He was the ultimate winner of the duels between the city's geniuses, his victory inarguably raising the Zhao clan's prestige and reputation to the high heavens. That in itself could be considered a meritorious deed to the clan. But was someone like Zhao Wei ever predictable? No. The bastard really hated following the norm. Zhao Yufei was still in the process of trying to understand what kind of deep thoughts were hidden in that hard head of his. What do you think is so urgent for the clan head to summon us directly? Zhao Yufei decided to ask Zhao Wei as various speculations ran through her mind. She knew that they were both sailing on the same boat of cluelessness, but she just wanted to hear his opinions. Zhao Wei responded with a I don't know anything face, but he shared his thoughts. It certainly has something to do with the Genius Summit and our flashy performance. That's my pivotal guess. Or I might be wrong and the clan is about to wage a stupid war against the two other clans and we are just going to be used as sacrificial lambs. This second guess doesn't make any sense, I know. Zhao Wei smiled playfully. Oh boy, I don't want to be a child of war and die young. I haven't enjoyed my youth and life. Zhao Yufei feigned a look of extreme fear, her beautiful face contorted into a scary one. Zhao Wei found the scene to be quite comical. Don't you want to live and die for the clan? It would be an honor to uphold the banner of Zhao clan. He released a light-hearted chuckle as he gave Zhao Yufei a humor-filled gaze. It would truly be an honor. Fuck honor and meaningless sacrifice, excuse me for the foul language. Zhao Yufei's lips curved into an embarrassed smile due to spouting Wei-esque kind of words from her mouth. Her innocence was slowly being sullied by being in Zhao Wei's presence. The female servant was terrified by the level of craziness stemming from the two famous disciples and she could never imagine them behaving like that, especially Zhao Yufei who looked like a pure lotus flower untouched by the world's degeneracy. Those two can really perfectly deceive the world. I better keep my mouth shut and never speak a word of what has happened. I will take everything to my grave. A servant's life is like a dry twig that can easily be snapped when on the wrong side of a disciple. The female servant thought in fear as she sucked in a deep breath. And when she saw the main hall becoming visible, she sighed in much-needed relief inside her mind. She was soon going to be out of the hairs of the two dangerous fellas. The female servant quickly led the two to the entrance of the main hall and since she knew she couldn't enter with them, she hastily excused herself. The two huge silver doors had intricate designs etched on their metallic surfaces. Those mysterious designs were lifelike drawings of an ancient tale of dragons, Kylans, and other mythical divine beasts. Zhao Wei looked at the door for a moment before taking a deep breath. He then looked back at the slightly nervous Zhao Yufei and tried to pout his lips, which absolutely worked in alleviating all of her worries. You look disgusting, stop it. Zhao Yufei suppressed her laughter as she replied in a hushed tone. Now or never. Zhao Wei smiled to himself as his hands pushed the huge silver doors apart. Wow, they are looking at us like a group of COD campers brazenly waiting to snipe at our unlucky asses. Zhao Wei's eyes quickly analyzed the spacious room and its inhabitants. An unknown man of great stature sat freely on the top seat meant for the clan head, but that didn't seem to cause any dissatisfaction and revolt from the nearby elders and ultimately, the clan head, Zhao Tanking himself. They all shared the same expression of fear, respect, and hope since the unknown man who had given them an impromptu visit was someone with a higher authority than the whole of Sun Feather City's three great clans combined. His true cultivation was also extremely rare to find just anywhere. Zhao Wei didn't know the man, but he could come up with a reasonable guess within expectation about his true identity. Even if the unknown man was restraining his breath from impacting his surroundings, Zhao Wei's perceptive eyes saw through his entire being. Like a child who had been presented with a toy, Zhao Wei, under the guise of calmness, started building up a list of information about the man, from his height, weight, inner strength, posture, weakness, and many more interesting points. This was his first time seeing a 9th rank martial expert in the flesh, and his crazy mind had already begun to conjure up simulations and battle scenarios of their battle. Can I fight him? Will I win? He is really on a different level, stronger than anyone I have seen so far since I arrived at this new universe. So this is a 9th ranker, someone that is painfully close to the Ascended Realm. Haha, interesting. Very interesting. I didn't expect to meet someone like you in this little backwater city. The unknown man laughed wildly as he looked at Zhao Wei as if he was staring at an extremely precious gem. The reports from those 2 scouts were certainly on point. I presume you must be Zhao Wei, right? The man then flashed him a friendly smile. True. I am Zhao Wei. And you are? Zhao Wei is neither surly nor arrogant as he asked about the man's identity, even though he had a sure guess about it. But the elders didn't see it that way. They felt Zhao Wei was just being disrespectful to someone of such an extremely high status. How can he casually address someone capable of making their clan disappear overnight like that? They found it hard to contain their restlessness. Junior, show some respect to Master Yi. The clan head, Zhao Dankang, was the first to lash out in an angry voice, and since he was in the presence of a 9th ranker, he didn't dare to use his cultivation pressure on Zhao Wei. Don't you know who Master Yi is? The elders remained silent, but anger and resentment could be seen in their frowning faces. Zhao Wei was rendered speechless by their unnecessary reactions. He knew that the clan wanted to ride on the coattails of someone as prominent as Lord Guanzhon's subordinate, and they didn't dare to cause him any dissatisfaction. Can you just shut up? Master Yi erupted with a pissed-off expression on his face. A heavy aura then started radiating off him and befell on the clan head and his council. Zhao Tankang found it hard to breathe, and his body was almost immobilized by the overbearing aura from Master Yi regardless of his peak 7th rank cultivation base. The same couldn't be said for the elders, who were almost kneeling on the ground. Luckily, Master Yi withdrew his pressure and gave them some breathing space. Humphrey, this is no longer a conversation that you should put your noses in. Tame your mouths or I might accidentally kill all of you. This man has a temper. Zhao Wei thought with an amused glint in his eyes. He and Zhao Yufei hadn't been subjected to Master Yi's overbearing inner strength, so they didn't suffer like those elders. Sorry for not introducing myself. I am one of the subordinates of Lord Guanzhon, the #1 expert of Guanlu province. And I am part of the Guanzhon Corps. The man gave a cordial introduction. You can call me Master Yi or Yi Linian, whatever suits you best. I have been delegated with the duty of recruiting outstanding geniuses like you. The Lord needs promising seedlings like you too. Yi Linian then smiled as he observed the 2 youths, and seeing how calm and composed they were, he couldn't help but nod his head in appreciation. Commendable. Truly commendable. Even though that young one from the Xin clan can't be found, you two have already passed the criteria. Master Yi had previously gone to look for Xin Wuing, but he had been thoroughly disappointed to find him missing. A bloody genius had just slipped between his fingers. How regrettable. Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei, what do you think about leaving this shitty place and even getting the chance of learning under Lord Guanzhon? Yi Linian offered straightforwardly. I would be thankful for the Lord's magnanimity for giving me such a rare chance. Zhao Yufei, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up in a respectful voice while cupping her small fist. Zhao Wei could see the hidden amusement inside her eyes even without turning his head to the side. Certainly, I would be grateful for the rare chance. Zhao Wei then mirrored her actions. Good. Then I unofficially welcome you to the Guanzhon Corps. Yi Linian laughed in happiness since he knew the Lord was in dire need of extremely talented individuals. Zhao Tanking's face turned green with envy and unwillingness. How can people from the side branch family be chosen over the main family? Just how? Just how was their luck so damn good? Zhao Tanking believed his stepson wasn't that bad either compared to the 2. After all, Zhao Linglong had reached the 6th rank at only 18 years of age. Zhao Tanking was truly unwilling. Master Yi, may I say something? Zhao Tanking mustered up enough courage and politely addressed the overbearing man. Yi Linian immediately gave him a death glare, but then it disappeared and morphed into amusement after a few moments. Go on. Yi Linian gave his permission. Zhao Tanking felt happy inside as immense hope began building up inside his heart. The elders also felt that Zhao Linglong deserved this rare chance. His stepson had a chance. Zhao Tanking composed himself before starting. We have another genius on par. That's heresy to compare trash to a genius. I don't want to hear about trash anymore. My report doesn't recognize whatever you are recommending. If such trash wasn't recognized by the scouts, then why should I waste my time to reconsider? Yi Linian scoffed with a disdainful smile on his face. Zhao Tanking's heart cracked and he nearly dropped to the ground due to sudden weakness. Zhao Yufei had her mouth slightly opened in surprise at the unexpected reply. Zhao Wei put on a poker face. Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei, demonstrate some of your skills to me before we leave in 2 days. Yi Lenian shifted his attention to the two, his voice warm and friendly, unlike when he had been talking with the Zhao elders. Chameleon incarnate. Zhao Wei chuckled in his mind. It's great that I will be giving Sun Feather City my last goodbyes. Zhao Dankang, please don't fall. Chapter 52, Deception and Meat Jelly, huh? After both Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei demonstrated their skills to Yi Lenian's satisfaction, he decided it was time to leave. And before leaving, he once again reminded them that their meeting point would be outside the main hall. The movements of a 9th-rank martial master were so fast to be perceived by those weaker than them, and it was shown perfectly through the shocked expressions of Zhao Tanking and the elders. Yufei was slightly surprised, just a little bit, even though she could barely keep up with Yi Lenian's speed. After training with Zhao Wei in several mock battles, Zhao Yufei realized the perceptive abilities of her eyes had received some significant improvement. Though not exaggerated, she could now at least follow and anticipate the movements of those who pursued speed. Her eye muscles had been inadvertently trained in her futile attempts to deal with Zhao Wei. Yi Lenian, his overall exposition hadn't been much in the novel, but I now have a basic profile of his personality. Zhao Wei contemplated deeply within a nanosecond. He's truly connected with the Guanjun core. If he had not been truly connected with the Guanjun core and was just someone masquerading as Yi Lenian, well, things would have really been messy, which is in itself an understatement. The first thing he did the moment he entered the main hall was to analyze his environment and those who were in it. Yi Lenian had been his prime target since he was the one going to help him turn another page of his life's journey. Using his X-ray vision and deep analytical skills, Zhao Wei had extensively gone through the authenticity of the guest from afar. One thing he had an understanding of from reading the novel was that the Guanjun core and Lord Guanjun weren't without their enemies, and who could predict if their enemies or unstable elements would mess around with him. Zhao Wei had been super careful since he was entrusting a little bit of his future progression to someone completely unknown to him. Ahem, Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei, congratulations on getting the recognition of Master Yi. Zhao Tanking cleared his stuffy throat in embarrassment before praising the two outstanding geniuses of his clan with a forced smile on his face. His dignity and face had just been thrown onto the ground and stepped on while being dirtied like a rag. He was feeling bitter and sorry for his own stepson, whose presence and identity had been synonymized with trash. Zhao Wei's attention immediately shifted to the supposed leader of the Zhao clan. It's nothing. If it were not for the clan's ardent nurturing and resources, I wouldn't have reached my current state. The clan deserves all the credit. Without you all, I wouldn't have made it. Zhao Wei's mouth had a thin smile that didn't reach his nearly closing eyes, but his words and tone sounded almost sincere. Good. Good. Very good. We didn't raise this young one in vain. The elders immediately beamed with proud smiles on their faces as they gazed at both Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei in admiration. Not forgetting the roots after being exposed to the first signs of guaranteed prominence and prosperity, now that's what I call being loyal. Even though he now has a bright future ahead of him, he didn't forget to give credit to the clan's upbringing. The youngster truly knows the importance of kinship. The elders also started offering their own praises as they happily laughed amongst themselves. Zhao Yufei, who was standing near Zhao Wei, almost felt her legs lose balance when she heard Zhao Wei's words, saw his facial expression, and then finally witnessed the elders' reactions. The audacity of this guy. How can you lie like that? I even almost believed that you were one with the clan and took filial piety seriously. Ah, just what sort of craziness usually runs in your mind? Zhao Yufei asked herself, more like trying to question and understand Zhao Wei in her mind. You can't just lie to the old fogies like that with such a deceptive smile on your face, stinky Zhao Wei. Zhao Yufei curbed her shock and chose to remain silent. She decided it was best to leave the fun to Zhao Wei. Elders, you are making me uncomfortable. There is no need to overpraise me with such grand words. I am part of the clan, there is no need to treat me like an outsider. Zhao Wei showed a hurt expression as he dismissed the elders' praises as being too much. Such humility and politeness. Zhao Tanking threw his previous negative feelings to the side and decided to focus on the present. Zhao Linglong, his stepson, wasn't the ultimate hope of the Zhao clan, but those two, Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei. Their statuses were now above even the three clans as a whole. Them serving under Lord Guanjun was ultimately a golden opportunity for the Zhao clan to rise above the masses. If things went well, they would soon be the crowned sole rulers of Sun Feather City. In the face of such opportunities, one has to look at the bigger picture. Although Zhao Tanking loved Zhao Linglong, it didn't mean that his eyes were blinded. Those two were soon going to be powerhouses, and as the clan leader he wanted them to also care about the clan, to have that sense of belonging. Seeing Zhao Wei's consideration of the clan's welfare, Zhao Tanking couldn't be more happy. He didn't care about their identity as side branch family disciples. Clan leader, elders, I am feeling mentally overwhelmed right now and want to settle my thoughts. I had previously been practicing my martial arts techniques and the fatigue is now coming to me. Zhao Wei cupped his hands in respect, his face gradually showing signs of tiredness and lethargy. Zhao Tankang could easily get the memo. Zhao Wei was most certainly in need of some space after being given such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I understand. You two may now enter and leave the main hall at your own leisure. Your current status isn't just that of a mere disciple, elder, or clan leader but something much more. Zhao Tankang smiled amiably. If you will excuse me. Zhao Wei nodded and when he was passing by Zhao Yufei, one end of his lips tugged slightly. Clan leader, elders. Not wanting to be left alone with the old men, Zhao Yufei also began excusing herself and followed Zhao Wei. A few distances away from the main hall, Zhao Yufei couldn't help but laugh while reminiscing about what had happened in the main hall. Your acting skills are sick. Do you find joy in playing with others' expectations and hopes? Too brutal. Watch your words, Yufei. I have the clan's best interests at heart and nothing more. Zhao Wei responded with a cheeky smile as they walked side by side. You are too evil. Immoral. Zhao Yufei nudged at his sides with her elbow. Zhao Wei had a queer look on his face for a brief moment. Immoral, you say? Meat jelly would have been pleased. Who's meat jelly? It's just meat jelly. Nothing more, nothing less. Wire. Tick. Okay, I will tell you. It's just meat that has jelly and a mouth that can really talk. And, it is eternal friends with a perverted, immoral immortal parrot. Bastard. But I was telling the truth. Chapter 53, Celestial Alignment. Back in his courtyard, Zhao Wei lay on an inclined bamboo chair as he gazed at the night sky with a thoughtful look on his face. After separating from Zhao Yufei, he allegedly stayed like that until the middle of the night. Zhao Wei just couldn't sleep. At his cultivation level, it was possible to go without sleep for a few days and the body would still function normally like someone who had just slept. If he could, then Zhao Wei would have definitely opted for the sleeping route, but something else had been making him fully awake. Honestly, being unable to catch a wink of sleep was something that affected mortal humans back on Earth. There were simply many reasons connected with the lack of sleep. As for Zhao Wei, he was being kept awake by thoughts of excitement and matters of cultivation. Zhao Wei smiled lightly as he raised his hands and made a camera gesture, kind of like Nahida's, at the clustered tiny twinkling stars in the night sky. The clustered stars were multicolored and some dotted the skies in mystical constellation patterns. It really fell in line with what could be considered outright otherworldly and fantastical. Zhao Wei in Wonderland, hee hee. It sounds like a shameless ripoff. All of this uncaptured beauty and wonder, it's a pity that I lack the ultimate artifact to record the ethereality of nature. Zhao Wei truly felt it was a loss and quite regretful. I have eyes and memories that can capture images and videos in unlimited resolution, but they are still not the same thing. It's funny how I am starting to develop some sort of hobby. Maybe picking up painting and drawing won't be so bad later on. Zhao Wei then dropped his hands to his sides. Anyway, I think there have been several main characters who liked wowing the natives of medieval worlds with modern ideas and equipment, and I find it revolutionary, but after reading many versions, it started getting stale. He reminisced as his hand instinctively sought for the wine gourd on the ground before picking it up. Was it Release that witch, I think? Never got to finish that one. Magic with a little touch of engineering. Gulp. Gulp. Zhao Wei opened the cork and took a long swig. Ah, that's what I am talking about. Nothing beats enjoying wine on a lonesome night. The solitude and the relaxed ambience just makes me feel at peace. The spiritual honey grapevine wine was something expensive, a luxury that he had wantonly bought from a passing merchant in the city. Zhao Wei was not drinking to get drunk, he was just drinking for the mood. Liquor worm, where are you? What am I even singing? Zhao Wei scolded himself after singing such trashy lyrics. I guess I am getting a little tipsy. He exhaled lightly before taking another swig off the wine gourd and then added another one until there was nothing left. Ah, it's time to concentrate on my cultivation. Zhao Wei placed the wine gourd back in its initial position before standing up. The refreshing night's breeze sang past his ears like a bard's tune, and Zhao Wei felt like closing his eyes to listen. The night is blank, a mirror of my soul. Tales of eternity, the wind carries the songs of glory. Be like the wind and fly above the limits of the 9 heavens. Wind, oh wind, can you soothe my void? Zhao Wei couldn't resist singing a poem as he absent-mindedly looked at the space in front of him. After releasing a deep sigh, Zhao Wei sat cross-legged on the ground. Consolidated Realm is all about building the foundation, making the first major realm simple and uncomplicated but the most important to one's future endeavors. Zhao Wei mused loudly. Of course, talent is one of the driving factors of one's cultivation progression, but that doesn't mean that it's absolute. I don't know where my current talent lies, but treasure derbs have saved me a lot of time to reach my current realm. Zhao Wei knew that his body's latent talent wasn't great, but could it really stay the same? Unlike those protagonists born with multiple divine physiques or having the most domineering and supreme dragon god bloodline, Zhao Wei lacked such heavenly blessings. Nonetheless, he felt lucky to have been bestowed a chance to gain random eye powers from different realities which he didn't have control over. Anyway, Zhao Wei didn't put all of his fate and dreams on them, opting to pursue a unique path that would give him more solid benefits. Zhao Wei decided to put his thoughts on hold before taking a deep breath and exhaled. He then used his inner sight to view the changes in his body at the cellular level. From within, Zhao Wei watched in concentration as the dreamy stellar lights from the stars silently entered his body and were absorbed by his cells before being circulated to every inch of his body. With every beat of his heart muscles, Zhao Wei felt himself resonate with the hearts of the stars. It was a strange feeling, the ethereal kind of feeling that you can't easily put a grasp on. Primordial stellar energy body refining technique was working in unprecedented ways that even he wasn't aware of. It was slowly but gradually changing his physique at a molecular level that Zhao Wei couldn't easily deduce the said changes despite the shocking technique being a creation of his. There is hope. 90 million illusory stars aren't very far from 37.2 trillion. Zhao Wei commented with sarcasm. I wonder if they would be anything notable when I hit 100 million. Zhao Wei scratched his chin while thinking out loud. Will there be some metamorphosis like how the dragon transformation manual is designed? From deep within his soul, he could feel it even though it was vague. Zhao Wei then cultivated for hours in an effort to bring himself closer to the 7th rank of the consolidated realm. He already understood the concept behind the transformation state, but what he needed was only time to break his bottleneck. While lost in cultivation, time swiftly passed and his eyes finally opened to witness the first golden rays of the morning sun illuminating the heavens. Good morning, eternal blazing Sunday. Zhao Wei yawned funnily as he weightlessly sprang from the ground by using minimal force before gently landing on the ground. He did a few casual stretches to prime his body for the day, and also his butt stung like crazy due to sitting in one place for hours. Zhao Wei then made himself breakfast, and after finishing, he once again sat in a lotus position to sunbathe with the morning rays. Illusions. I hope there will be some knowledge about illusions or even illusion-based partial holy skills in Guanjun Palace's library. I have already come into contact with lightning, wind, fire, and water ice elements. Earth and wood still remain untouched. A small smile touched Zhao Wei's lips as he evaluated his current affinities. I can't even begin to imagine the versatility of the 5 elements, and they are so underrated in most cultivation novels due to the existence of higher-level elements like time and space. But I know what lies underneath simplicity. A wise glint momentarily flashed across Zhao Wei's abyssal eyes. My foundation is now beyond being sturdy. I should call it celestial foundation due to constant baptism from the celestial energies. Zhao Wei then practiced his techniques while taking short breaks until the day finally ended. But one thing Zhao Wei didn't take notice of was an almost unrecognizable outline of the 3 celestial bodies vertically aligning themselves just below his neck, on his vertebral column. Chapter 54, Monomorph. Finally. Zhao Wei had a look of anticipation in his eyes. The day which he had been waiting for had eventually arrived, and he couldn't be more excited about what was to come. What lies beyond the confines of Sun Feather City is a world of blood, fighting, extreme competition, and rare resources. It was a more brutal jungle. Killing for resources exists in almost every reality, but it's good there isn't a deficit here in Fan Universe. Even so, the more rare and powerful a treasure was, the more many would want to compete and kill for it. Zhao Wei thought of what awaited him. It was an inevitable way of nature. Zhao Wei also needed a lot of potent resources as he continued to grow stronger and stronger, just like any other cultivator. But unlike your typical Xianxia main character who needs the treasures of a whole sacred land to progress one realm, Zhao Wei's requirements weren't that exaggerated. It doesn't mean that I am not greedy for extremely large amounts of treasures. I will take all if I can, the more the merrier. The culture of never leaving anything, not even a single speck of dust, to your competitors and enemies must be upheld. Hee. Zhao Wei was currently dressed in a simple grey Taoist robe that made him look ordinary like a mortal farmer, but the beautiful and artistic workmanship hidden underneath would make one question their existence. His black hair that cascaded gently to his broad shoulders shimmered ever so slightly under the auspicious rays of the morning sun. It was during the dawning hours, and a purple hue could be seen spreading over horizon skies. Zhao Wei gave his worn-out courtyard and living quarters a once-over before sighing emotionally. It is time to move forward. An air of nonchalance surrounded him as he slowly walked toward the exit. Man wasn't meant to stagnate in one place, and as a cultivator, Zhao Wei knew that he was going to be quite the nomad and adventurer. The fan universe was extremely huge, making Zhao Wei determined to travel all over the place even if he wasn't confident enough in unlocking all the regions. Unlike Earth, navigating through all the places in the fan universe wasn't an impossibility. There existed several solutions to complete the almost impossible task. Just grasp the primal laws of time and space and voila, you can easily travel to any uncharted region that you wish. Alas, those concepts were too early for him to think of when he couldn't even fly through the air or simply levitate. Brother Wei! Someone shouted without care from behind Zhao Wei. He didn't need to turn his head to know who it was, and since he was taking his time to walk, whoever it was quickly moved to catch up with him. Did you honestly need to shout, little sister? Zhao Wei asked in a playful tone. Humphrey. Zhao Yufei puffed up her cheeks with a cute pout on her rosy lips. After a few seconds, she then exhaled lightly. I can do whatever I want. You can't dictate my do's and don'ts, you mean father. Zhao Wei lightly arched his eyebrow and smiled in amusement. Rebellious phase, huh? Oh, I see. But I don't remember having such an idiotic daughter. TSK. Zhao Yufei clicked her tongue before releasing a light chuckle. You're really lucky you didn't get an immortal Asian parent. Zhao Wei thought mildly in amusement. Zhao Yufei saw him smiling from the corners of her eyes and wondered what was the reason for that. What is it? She couldn't help but get curious. Zhao Wei seemed as if he was about to say something but stopped midway as if he was being indecisive. Zhao Yufei gave him an anticipatory gaze, wanting him to finish whatever he was about to say. It is. Zhao Yufei widened her eyes at him. It's nothing. Zhao Wei brushed it off instantly and left her completely hanging like a still pendulum. She frowned heavily at being made a fool of, and seeing him acting casual and in high spirits made her even more irritated. You are very childish, you know that. Zhao Yufei scolded him with a stern look. You have to deal with it, mon amour. Zhao Wei replied in a casual tone. Mon amour? What is that? Zhao Yufei knitted her beautiful eyebrows. Her attention can easily be swept in an instant. Zhao Wei chuckled internally. It means my love, darling, or whatever corniness you can think of. Zhao Wei explained. It's a foreign language from the ancient times in another space-time continuum. Mischief could be seen in his deep eyes. Ancient times? Space-time continuum. Zhao Yufei was utterly clueless about Zhao Wei's strange vocabulary, but after hearing about his explanation of the word mon amour, a pink blush started spreading on her soft white cheeks and the tips of her cute ears turned slightly red. Idiot. Imbecile. Who's your darling, Humphrey? Zhao Yufei stammered angrily before harumphing and turning her head to the side. She didn't dare to face Zhao Wei. And here she was claiming to be immune to his hubris. Zhao Wei laughed unrestrainedly at her cute and embarrassed self. Son dear, now that's a first and funny. You are super weird. I know. The remainder of the journey was marked by comfortable silence, and the two finally arrived at the rendezvous point. Yilenian smiled when he saw the two youths. He had arrived quite early, even before dawn. Yilenian just wanted to finish his task and open a new chapter for the two outstanding geniuses. He just hoped Lord Guanjun would be pleased with his findings this time round. Are you two ready? Yilenian asked with his hands clasped behind him, directly skipping useless greetings and jumping straight to the point. I am good. Zhao Wei responded with a terse reply. I think so too. Zhao Yufei poked her cheek with her index. Good. Let's set off immediately then. Yilenian nodded as he swiftly led them toward a huge lavish carriage parked a few hundred meters away from the Zhao clan's main gate. Along the way, they were only met with looks of jealousy, envy, longing, and pride from their fellow Zhao disciples. Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei currently belonged to a whole different world than them. Zhao Yufei's eyes scattered around for some time as if she was specifically looking for someone, but then she released a silent melancholic sigh after meeting failure. She then entered the carriage with a resolute look on her face. Zhao Wei, who was behind her, saw through her inner turmoil and immediately knew the cause. A sentimental little girl that's now forced to circumnavigate the world on her own without the presence of family. Zhao Wei mused. We need the character development, now do we? She needs to realize that the cultivation journey is quite cruel and selfish even to family. He then used his telescopic wide-range vision to scan his surroundings. One-armed old-timer, so you were hiding there? What was his name again? He was a nameless nobody, I guess. The author did you no justice. Zhao Wei shook his head with a sigh escaping his lips. I've never read a story about a one-armed swordsman, but some old wuxia films featured plots like that in my past life. Zhao Wei entered the carriage, ignoring the fact that he had left the one-armed grandpa in extreme shock. A one-armed sword immortal, huh? Zhao Wei pondered in passing as the carriage began to move. Poor Toto, you can't clap them cheeks anymore. Zhao Wei looked out of the window as the trees gradually flashed by and the Zhao clan structures started to turn smaller and smaller with each revolution of the four wheels. Chapter 55, Reality can be whatever you want. Zhao Wei knew the journey would take several days, roughly 4 days for them to reach Guanjun Province City. During this duration, Zhao Wei decided it would be better to concentrate on contemplating inner strength control and the dynamics of the transformation state, what it meant to be a martial master before transitioning to the holy path. Zhao Wei had learned about energy and matter during his high school days. If the subjects he had learned were represented with proficiency bars, then physics would surely have been filled to around 70%. To him, some sessions had truly held his interest and kept his attention at peak, but similarly, some topics only served to make him struggle with sleep. Anything to do with electromagnetic induction would have made him dizzy like someone affected with some bizarre sleeping curse, but when it came to the study of photons, Planck's constant, photoionization, Zhao Wei would have maintained peak attentiveness. It was a point in life that most students usually experience where you prefer specific topics of a subject over others. You would pick linear algebra over calculus, right? Anyway, Zhao Wei had basic knowledge when it came to the topic of energy. In his previous life on Earth, almost everything could be explained scientifically except for supernatural occurrences, things that could be considered beyond both mortal and scientific logic. Zhao Wei knew that he was in a reality where physics and logic were mostly mere decorations. So the scientific knowledge he could apply in his day-to-day life was minimal. They say energy cannot be created or destroyed, but martial artists can create internal energy in their danshans, enabling them to perform superhuman actions. In the cultivation world, or more so a world of high fantasy, it is truly ridiculous that a concept can even be killed. High-level cultivators can destroy matter if they wish, or concepts like space and time, while some manga characters like Yogiri and Ryougi Shiki can kill almost everything, for example momentum, emotions, and the like. Well, all of these are things that cultivators can do. Cultivators are the ultimate cheats in all of existence. There is nothing they can't do. What most cultivators suffer from is their lack of control when it comes to the manipulation of their inner energy, which subsequently causes them to waste large amounts of energy over time. Zhao Wei pondered. A martial master can materialize inner strength outside their own body and attack over long distances. Their inner strength is probably stronger and superior to those below them, except for a few exceptional individuals. With his eyes closed, Zhao Wei's face looked serene like the gentle waters of a cool lake. From his danshan, Zhao Wei willed the inner energy to seamlessly flow through his meridians. His inner energy was purer and thicker than his peers, but that wasn't anything special in the grand scheme of things. Zhao Wei guided the inner energy outside and visualized it coating his own body like armor. Inner strength could easily be manipulated if the area of effect was small, but when covering a large area it made it difficult. His mind worked at greater speeds in order to prevent unnecessary energy waste and also prevent his inner strength from exploding out fiercely. Connection. Zhao Wei sought to establish a connection with the inner strength such that it was an extra extension of his existence, to become one with his inner strength. It was difficult at first trying to give the inner strength a definite shape to cloak his body, but after multiple failures and due to his prior laid-out foundation, Zhao Wei managed to form a thin energy covering around his form. Zhao Wei felt as if he had an extra layer of skin above his own, and despite its thinness, its defensive properties were super tough and not to be taken lightly. It was just like how you might think that spider silk is fragile and non-durable, but in reality, it was significantly stronger than even steel. Zhao Wei gradually opened his eyes and was met with a celestial golden glow coating his entire body. Success never fails to bring satisfaction and joy in my heart. A small smile appeared on the corners of his lips. Zhao Wei extricated himself from his own world of thoughts when he felt two pairs of eyes watching him in unblinking concentration. I made sure not to create any noise, being careful not to disturb anyone's meditation, unless they happened to awaken before me and noticed a glow effect. Zhao Wei deduced lightly. Well, it's within expectation when you cultivate openly. Amazing. You, Zhao Wei, are truly amazing and have exceeded my expectations. Yi Lenian showered him with genuine praises that came deep from his heart. This level of control is extremely rare even among martial masters. I wonder how much training one would put to be able to tame inner strength like that. How can someone who isn't even close to the martial master realm be able to achieve such a feat? Zhao Yufei chose to remain silent and just watch. She had a feeling that she could learn something good this time round from the miraculous bastard. After all, she was also aspiring to be a martial master. Training? It was just around 6 months. I used exactly 6 months to steadily build up experience. Zhao Wei thought, but he didn't expose those facts. It wasn't good in the long run. What do you know about inner strength? Zhao Wei posed an easy question that popped up in his mind. Yi Lenian slightly frowned, feeling confused by the youngster's simple question that almost every martial artist and non-martial artist could answer. It was categorized under general knowledge. But since he had a good impression of Zhao Wei, Yi Lenian decided to just answer him. Inner strength is a type of energy that can be formed inside our danshans when a martial learner breaks through to become a beginner martial artist. Of course, it isn't an easy task and one has to be enlightened about the mechanisms of inner strength. This hurdle usually leaves a lot of peak martial learners hopeless. Zhao Wei nodded lightly as he gradually absorbed the celestial golden inner strength coating his exterior back to his danshan. I don't want you to get offended due to my simplistic approach, Master Yi. I just wanted to hear your reasoning since everyone's minds and deductive capabilities are essentially different. Yi Lenian found himself chuckling as he lightly rubbed the bridge of his nose. I didn't get offended since we are now basically comrades in arms under his lordship, Lord Guanjun. And you are a bloody genius, how can I get angry with you? Yi Lenian shamelessly proclaimed. Zhao Yufei secretly rolled her eyes while Zhao Wei lightly shook his head with a small grin forming on his lips. Stop licking the base, mister. It's unethical and gay. It's better to just show us your fiery temperament. This inner strength, this innate power, is something born from our own insights and comprehension. And the thing with energy is that it can be transformed at will when a martial practitioner has adequate control. Zhao Wei started explaining his views. It is common knowledge that inner strength can only be used to attack through the air when one becomes a martial master, but I beg to differ. Both Yi Lenian's and Zhao Yufei's attention were wholly captured as they listened to the young man's standpoint. Even as 9th rank martial master, someone whose strength sat at the top of Cloud Country and could ultimately decide the fate of a country, Yi Lenian shoved his expert's pride down his ass and chose to listen. There wasn't a law that stated that people with lower cultivation bases couldn't have more insightful views and heaven-defying understanding than those stronger than them. Who set the law that only martial masters can materialize inner strength and use it to attack their enemies over several distances? No one. Zhao Wei continued with an interesting look shining on his face. A scholarly aura seemed to radiate off his being with every word that rolled out of his tongue. Who decided that those below the martial master realm can't use inner strength the way they want? No one. His strong assertive words echoed incessantly in the minds of his avid listeners. Zhao Wei opened the palm of his right hand and willed his inner strength to materialize in the form of a circular ball. The energy ball then started to slowly levitate a few inches above his palm under his deliberate control. Yi Lenian's eyes widened in astonishment and he almost felt like jumping from his seat and stealing the energy ball off Zhao Wei's hands. Imagine the materialized inner strength to be an extrasensory organ and hold on to that connection. Zhao Wei spoke in a low, suspenseful voice, and under his deliberate control, the ball of energy morphed into a miniaturized arrow, a sword, and so on. Moments later a golden gauntlet could be seen on Zhao Wei's right hand. Imagination is a powerful tool, fellow enthusiasts. A cultivator with a powerful imagination is an unstoppable force of nature. Limitations are simply set by men and the world of men can simply be altered to conform to how you perceive it. Reality can be whatever you want. Under the mesmerized gazes of his two traveling companions, Zhao Wei snapped his fingers and the gauntlet cracked before breaking into tiny icy fragments that fell on his lap. Yi Lenian seemed to have grasped something after Zhao Wei finished his lecture. This could be seen by how he immediately went into a meditative pose, his expression shifting into one of resolute focus and concentration. Zhao Yufei mirrored Yi Lenian's state, leaving Zhao Wei to his own thoughts. TSK, can you two please maintain some sense of originality? What's so special about my random bullshit? Zhao Wei was rendered speechless as he comically ran his hand down his dull face. If I tell you I can control the shape and intensity of a fart, then would you believe me? Chapter 56, Guanjun Palace. 4 days swiftly passed, and on the 5th day, Zhao Wei realized that their traveling carriage was already 50 miles away from a rich and imposing city. It was grander and significantly larger than Sun Feather City, approximately 10 times its size. And it was about that time that Zhao Yufei suddenly opened her eyes and looked outside. Her aura seemed to have experienced a qualitative change. It was calm, non-aggressive, and expertly caged within her slender body. Her cultivation base had the most noticeable improvement since she had successfully advanced to the initial phase of the 6th rank realm. It was a good indicator of her extraordinary talent, but where she was heading to was a place where geniuses with 6th rank cultivation bases weren't a rarity. Anyway, all of these would become useless once Zhao Yufei extensively understands her hidden heritage and ancient bloodline. Her spiritual race bloodline guaranteed the fastest cultivation speed, and as of now, only Zhao Wei and her grandpa were aware of her uniqueness. How many days have passed, Brother Wei? Zhao Yufei asked with a smile while looking at the bored youth seated beside her. Lost your sense of time, no? It was only 4 days. Did you happen to have the illusion that maybe a century had passed? Zhao Wei smiled back, and it was that time that Yi Lenian gradually opened his eyes. I presume that we have arrived, right? Yi Lenian lightly asked after observing both Yufei's and Zhao Wei's happy chatter. Indeed. Zhao Wei nodded his head. I didn't expect time to pass that fast. Yi Lenian sighed deeply as he looked at the all-too-familiar Guanjun city via the window. You show remarkable diligence, even though you've already reached the pinnacle of what can be considered this country's powerhouse. Zhao Wei casually commented that he already knew the importance of diligence in one's cultivation. However, many individuals tend to become complacent and short-sighted when exposed to even a little bit of glory. Of course, Zhao Wei knew that Yi Linian wasn't like that. He was someone who strived to change his current fate. Sadly, he was just someone meant to be forgotten after the original main character leveled up to other places and would remain like that, under Lord Guanzhun's control. Time is a precious commodity, juniors. Even someone like me needs to be time-conscious when it comes to my own cultivation. We, 9th rankers, all strive for one goal, to break through our mortal limitations and achieve the holy path. But that's an almost hopeless dream that many have failed to actualize. Yi Linian explained with a look of yearning on his face as he looked outside. Zhao Yufei, who didn't have enough knowledge about the legendary holy path, listened keenly with curiosity written on her beautiful face. Then this implies that Lord Guanzhun is likely at this legendary realm to command the forces of an entire country. She thought. Holy path, will I ever reach it? Zhao Yufei asked herself as she silently balled her fists. No, I will strive to surpass it and even go further beyond. She affirmed her fiery ambitions with a dreamy look in her eyes. Without even knowing it, Zhao Yufei cast a surreptitious glance at her side. After the embodiment of lofty aspirations as high as the heavens is sitting next to me. I forgot that this guy likes to dream exaggeratedly and he would probably say something about surpassing the heavens. She unknowingly chortled when those thoughts crossed her mind. Zhao Wei arched an eyebrow at her and Zhao Yufei realized her blunder. I feel deeply honored that you are thinking about me in broad daylight. Won't you just wait for night to fall? Zhao Wei wore a foxy grin, full of mischief. Shameless narcissist. Zhao Yufei blushed heavily and since she couldn't defend herself, she swiftly turned her attention to the outside. Yi Linian had an interesting smile hanging on his lips when he witnessed the lovely banter between the two. I have noticed that you two are unusually close. Are you by chance a couple? Never. Both Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei responded at the same time and looked at each other when they realized how embarrassing it was. Yi Linian boisterously laughed in enjoyment. You two are fun. Humphrey, who would even like someone like him? Her dimples appeared as she firmly rejected Yi Linian's wild guess once again. Zhao Yufei found it embarrassing to expose her hidden interest to strangers but deep in her heart, she felt stung by Zhao Wei's cold response for the umpteenth time. Women. Zhao Wei didn't find Zhao Yufei's response strange but she couldn't understand why her emotions were momentarily all over the place. Soon, the carriage arrived at the humongous silver gate which served as the main entrance to Guanzhun City. Other carriages were entering the city and they had to stop at the entrance due to the presence of fierce Guanzhun guards stationed there. Their cultivation bases were at the 4th rank and above, making them quite a formidable force to not mess with. The entrance had a pay-to-enter system, as one would find in any typical large city depicted in most cultivation novels. And when it was time for Zhao Wei's carriage, the guards surprisingly didn't bother with them and immediately allowed them to pass unimpeded. Eventually, the carriage halted in front of a tall, majestic palace in the heart of the city. This is where your future rise will depend on, the Guanzhun Palace. Don't slack off and perform better than your peers since Lord Guanzhun values talents that rise above the masses. Yi Linian said seriously. Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei nodded as they exited the carriage. Lord Guanzhun made a special program for young geniuses like you from all over the country. You would train there, but let me give you a warning in advance. The competition there is hella stiff. Your personal strength is what matters most. Yi Linian advised as he led them deeper into Guanzhun Palace. Yi Linian nodded to every guard that they passed along the way. It partly felt like a greeting and hidden code among the guards. The Sky Guards battalion is that way. Yi Linian pointed at the spacious center filled with people, a few distances away from where they were standing. And you have legs, right? And with that, he quickly departed. The two were left speechless and could only shrug it off as they followed his instructions. Zhao Wei slowly walked while inspecting his surroundings. And he found that there was really nothing special about the inner part of the palace. Eventually, they arrived at a place with lots of unfamiliar faces that immediately directed their curious gazes at them. They were the youths scouted from all over the country, each one of them with the word genius attached to their very being. This isn't a joking matter. These are the cream of the crop, dragons and phoenixes who will soon determine the fate of the world. I bet someone among them has the supreme Yanlao system. Zhao Wei was gobsmacked by his own sarcasm. Anyway, maybe it's the Supreme Godly Kidney System, PFFT. Why did he have to remember those funny CN manhwas he had read back in his past life in this type of situation? Chapter 57, Do It. What Zhao Wei saw was really a concentration camp of talented youths ranging from as little as 11 years of age to 18 years. Additionally, their cultivation bases were mostly at the 3rd rank and above. What a fine addition. 2 new faces, one painfully ordinary and one beautiful enough to make my heart skip a beat. This is really going to be interesting. Newbies have it worse here. They are really going to see how life is difficult in the Sky Guards battalion. Poor kids. Do you remember how we struggled and still are, Keek? We thought we were above the world and our talents were unmatched and unsurpassable, but reality humbled us. Sigh. I was once a true genius of my village and was hailed as the supreme prodigy, but soon, I realized that I was truly a frog in a well, unaware of the vastness of the outside world. There would always be someone better than you, man. I bet those 2 think that they are the cream of the crop and other youths won't hold a candle to them. Let's see how they fare in the long run. Our biased judgments might be proven wrong by them. That's a valid point. I was once extremely arrogant, but I can see that the 2 lack such similar haughtiness. Their faces are calm and collected even when so many eyes are gazing at them with such intensity. This means that their hearts are steady and unaffected by external pressure like the current situation. They are promising, hee. Who knows? The 10 Sky Guards might even be replaced this time around. A lot of talk emanated from the group of youths, but while some minded their own businesses, most of them just found the chance to secretly mock, intimidate, or analyze the 2 Zhao youths. All in all, the appearance of Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei was similar to adding new blood to the Sky Guards battalion. Their presence was going to spice things up a little bit. Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei then walked towards the center where a building, which was in a much better state than the ones they passed, stood erect. It was a well-constructed stone house with an ancient Chinese-style roofing. The moment the 2 arrived near the building, Zhao Wei's eyes immediately shifted to the rooftop. There was someone there, but they could really hide their presence well, such that one's attention would only be glued on the majestic house and fail to notice them. Zhao Yufei wasn't an exception. She didn't notice anything strange. That must be the silver-armored guy back at the Genius Summit. 3rd Guard, if I am not wrong. Zhao Wei reminisced. I remember them having such names to maintain secrecy over their personal details. They are low-key intelligence gatherers and a hidden attack force under Lord Guanjun's command. Huh? 3rd Guard was honestly surprised that someone with a cultivation base lower than his could easily pinpoint his hidden location. Well, the ordinary-looking youth's eyes were confidently looking at the spot he was in, and he couldn't mistake it as just a mere fluke. It was then that he began remembering a certain youth he had scouted back in Sun Feather City. So he is that monstrous guy. I didn't expect Master Yi to be that quick. He then jumped from the rooftop and silently descended to the ground without disturbing the wind. To move like that, one needed a lot of training and experience in the art of camouflaging and body control. You too, I have been expecting you. You can call me the 3rd Guard. A cold voice emanated from him as he made his presence known to the oblivious Zhao Yufei, who almost felt her scalp go numb due to the suddenness. She realized that it was a handsome youth with a natural cold expression on his face. The cold youth was also dressed in dull silver armor. As for his age, though she wasn't sure, he looked to be around his 20s. When did he? Zhao Yufei asked herself, but when she saw how collected Zhao Wei's expression was, she knew that she had been the only one startled. Are my senses that shitty, or is the new youth the one with excellent hiding skills? Sigh, I really have a lot to learn. Zhao Yufei reminded herself. I am the supervisor of the Sky Guards battalion. 3rd Guard continued and began to explain some important rules of the place. Zhao Wei realized that they weren't different from the novels. And it was also within his expectations for the geniuses in the Sky Guards battalion to receive different treatments. It wasn't that surprising to Zhao Wei, since such a method was also used in his previous life. No matter where you go, be it a different universe or a different reality entirely, there will always be no equality. Equality was just an illusion in the world of benefits. Only your strength and wits could put you above others. After that, the 3rd Guard similarly left them as Yilinian did. They were once again left to their own devices. There are subtle changes in the plot, I see. The absence of Zhao Feng in the Sky Guards battalion has also prompted the non-existence of that guy that had initially accompanied the 2 from the original timeline. Zhao Wei noted. Where did that guy go anyway? Zhao Wei briefly wondered before shrugging to himself. He can survive after all, he has an overpowered cheat, but it would be interesting if I could peer into destiny and karma instead of being clueless most of the time. The Destiny Goddess knew the past, present, and future through the intricate web of destiny. Her god eye of destiny was surely quite overpowered. It's a pity the god eyes were underused and most of the holders didn't have a thorough understanding of the concepts behind their inherited power. TSK, am I supposed to sleep in those unsightly abominations? Zhao Yufei whined as pointed her finger toward an old dirty tent that had fist-sized holes in a few places. Zhao Wei's attention shifted to the shelter Yufei was referring to. He didn't have any thoughts regarding the obvious rules of the Sky Guards battalion. One thing he knew, he wasn't going to sleep in one of those tents. Zhao Wei already knew the option he would take. Zhao Wei could build himself a makeshift home there and then, but that was only going to take most of his time. Retardation among the Xianxia characters was a thing, and Zhao Wei didn't want to have useless quarrels. He feared accidents would happen and he might just slap someone's head off their shoulders, even though he had a good hold over his emotions. You see those 10 wooden rooms? Zhao Wei smiled mysteriously while guiding Zhao Yufai's eyes with his own. They look somehow nicer and more habitable than these things we were given. Zhao Yufai commented. What about them? She curiously asked, wanting to know Zhao Wei's motives. You want to sleep well, right? Zhao Wei posed a question. Zhao Yufai looked at him strangely. Certainly. She wanted to know where he was heading with the conversation. Zhao Wei smiled and Zhao Yufai suddenly had a bad feeling. That smile on him, she had come to know it very well. If you trust in your strength, go and kick out anyone in whatever hut you choose. I know you can do it. Do it. Zhao Wei's words had a hypnotic charm. Unlike Zhao Feng, who initially wanted to save a beauty in distress, Zhao Wei preferred one to use their own power to get whatever they wanted. To him, reliance and parasitism were a rotten show of weakness. If you want something, go get it yourself. Chapter 58, A Bad Premonition? Zhao Yufai couldn't help but click her tongue. You really know how to goad people into trouble, you cunning evildoer. Zhao Yufai found Zhao Wei's ideas quite outrageous, but then she remembered the rules of the Sky Guards Battalion. It was like a contained jungle where geniuses were brought together to compete for high treatment and the best resources. One had to fight for themselves and strive to step on others to climb further. Logically speaking, Zhao Wei's words weren't essentially wrong. She was a young lady and there was no way in hell she was gonna sleep in those worn-out hole-filled tents. They could hardly do their job of giving her the privacy and warmth she deserved. Zhao Yufai, despite her gentle innate nature, also had her pride, but pride without the necessary strength to back it up was just utterly useless. If she wanted to take one of the wooden rooms already occupied by the established geniuses of the Sky Guards Battalion, Zhao Yufai would have to do it herself with her own fists. But she was hesitant to do what Zhao Wei had recommended. She didn't know anything about those who resided in those wooden rooms. Zhao Yufai didn't want to pursue recklessness without prior thinking. As if sensing what she was worrying about, Zhao Wei nodded in satisfaction. You are hesitating because you don't know anything about your enemy, right? Zhao Wei asked the obvious. Of course, I am not that stupid to pick a fight with just anyone, especially in a new environment that I barely know anything about. Zhao Yufai scoffed lightly. Don't worry about all that. I believe that there are youths inside those wooden rooms that you can handle quite well. Zhao Wei directly spoke words of encouragement. If you are curious about my unusual confidence, then I will tell you what makes me so sure of your capabilities. I am listening. Zhao Yufai frowned, but curiosity got the better part of her. Zhao Wei smiled mysteriously. I heard some random talks from some of the guys here and I managed to compile vital information for us. How did you? Zhao Yufai wanted to ask something, but Zhao Wei raised his index finger to stop her. My hearing skills are quite good, you better believe me on that or just take it as me being one step ahead. Zhao Wei said blandly. Okay. Zhao Yufai nodded lightly with a tight-lipped smile on her face. She looked funny and cute. The original owners of the wooden rooms are hailed as the 10 Sky Guards, the top 10 most outstanding individuals in the Sky Guards Battalion, that is. Zhao Wei slowly explained, although he knew that the knowledge he had was due to his special status as a transmigrator that gave him an edge in terms of information. But that in itself didn't make him all-knowing, since Zhao Wei knew that he could be fucked over at any moment. That was a problem that most of the transmigrators and time travelers had to face, the consequences of a timeline intrusion. The one staying in the 10th wooden room is a formidable peak 5th rank cultivator, I can sense it. Aren't you a genius with almost no rivals in the same stage, Yufai? Zhao Wei grabbed his chin as if thinking about something. You. Sigh, I don't know what to say anymore. Zhao Yufai exhaled heavily. Even though we stem from the same environment, I find your words hardly believable. Zhao Yufai was naturally doubtful of that piece of information. Yes, she could be said to be a genius that was almost unrivaled in the same realm, but that was logically only applicable back when she was in Sun Feather City. Zhao Yufai didn't want to believe that things would stay the same in the Sky Guards Battalion, as that would be somehow an underestimation. She had learned quite a few important things from Zhao Wei, though nonsensical at times. He could be dependable if he was in a good mood. Over the past months of their interaction, Zhao Yufai had grasped the supreme knowledge from the man himself, or as he sometimes liked to call himself when he was drunk, the Tao progenitor. One of the teachings she had received was to never 100% believe whatever came from the mouth of anyone, regardless of their racial identity, be it human or beast. And that also applied to people that were quite close to you. Whilst some lies were good and harmless, some were disastrous and could lead to your own demise. So Zhao Wei had been practically implying that she couldn't fully trust his words even though they were friends. She had to mull it over before making her final decision instead of blindly following what came from his mouth. Zhao Yufei really found his peculiarities a magnet for her inner womanly curiosity. And unknown to her, Zhao Wei had long ago found this fact quite realistic even on Earth. Women subconsciously sought adventure, unpredictability, and the bad kind of men like how a fly likes buzzing around a piece of shit. Zhao Wei understood that he wasn't exactly Prince Charming but a dark prince who preferred to wallow in solitude inside the confines of a ghastly tall castle. He had slight Machiavellian tendencies whether he liked it or not. Deep inside of him, did he really consider Zhao Yufei as a friend? Or was it something else entirely? Yes, he had wanted to shave away some of his boredom, but could there be more to it? I will try kicking someone out of their room after eating some food. Gosh, I am famished. Finally, Zhao Yufei arrived at a decision after realizing the inevitability of her current circumstances. She had to challenge someone. The 10th wooden room was going to be her target. Oh, good. I like your guts. Zhao Wei gave her a thumbs up. But Zhao Wei wanted to add something but stopped himself. But what? Zhao Yufei gave him an expectant gaze. You will see for yourself. Zhao Wei smiled mysteriously. A few moments later, you are a monster. Zhao Yufei had a disgusted expression on her face as her little tongue lolled out of her mouth as if she wanted to vomit. Her words came out almost incoherent. The other youths who were present at the cafeteria cast interesting gazes in Zhao Yufei's direction. She better get used to it. Sky Guards Battalion don't have princesses. You get such a treatment regardless of your looks or gender. In eating shit, we are equal, haha. That's some nasty way of wording it, haha. It's a pity that I won't ever have the chance to show off in front of the beauty since I eat the same shit she eats. Look at that guy, he hasn't glanced at his plate even once. He is truly lucky. He is holding back his own laughter after witnessing his companion's reaction. What a chad. I feel angry just remembering how I suffered like an idiot during my newbie days. Oh, shut it. I don't want to remember that hellish experience. Back at the two Zhao youths, you somehow knew something about the food but you didn't tell me anything, you villain. Zhao Yufei's small frame trembled in anger and shame at being indirectly tricked. The little finger she had pointed at Zhao Wei continuously didn't waver. Humphrey, am I supposed to warn you about everything? Zhao Wei retorted with a calm expression on his face. His voice was regretless. Aren't we friends? Zhao Yufei clenched her teeth tightly as she spoke in hushed breaths. Friends with benefits. Zhao Wei mirrored her way of speaking with a whisper. Ugh, I don't wanna puke blood because of you. Zhao Yufei cursed out at him. I would love to see that. I am never touching this type of food ever again. Zhao Yufei proclaimed in determination as she slowly rose from her seat. It seems I would have to do that. Go for it, princess. I am rooting for you. Zhao Wei flashed her a bright smile as he comically flexed his bicep to support her. Zhao Yufei shook her head with a helpless smile plastered on her face despite it all. You are not forgiven, just so you know. I am feeling sleepy. Now which poor soul should I honor my presence with? Zhao Wei thought with a light yawn escaping his mouth as he lazily walked toward the 10 wooden huts. Zhao Yufei silently walked beside him. She seemed to be lost in her own thoughts, probably thinking about what she was going to do. Weird, why do I have a bad feeling all of a sudden? As if something bad is soon going to happen to me. Zhao Wei almost stopped in his tracks when a faint premonition suddenly washed over his senses. It was so sudden that he didn't know what to think. What was going on? Chapter 59. She is a hooligan. Zhao Wei shoved the bad feeling aside after using his supervision to surveil his surroundings numerous times. There weren't any strange occurrences within the entire Guanjun city. Physical obstructions were nothing before his eyes and the city wasn't that difficult for him to inspect as he wished. Zhao Wei didn't take the intuition as a joking matter since his sixth sense had never tingled like that. Whatever will come, will come. Zhao Wei smiled in his mind as he prepared himself to watch a show. Meanwhile, Zhao Yufei elegantly walked toward the residence being occupied by the 10th Sky Guard. She was unusually calm and an atmosphere of overwhelming determination and competition loomed over her figure. She didn't require meticulous planning to choose her target. It was only natural for her to choose the owner of the 10th room. Soon, Zhao Yufei stood before the door. Her beautiful appearance and surprising actions immediately caused a commotion among the youths who happened to observe the situation. What is she doing? Could it be that she wants the bone? That's pure nonsense coming from a virgin's mouth. Your mom is gay, your whole family is gay. What? Do you want to bone me now? I am not hard enough, what do you think? Aren't you supposed to do something about it? Blarg. Shit, I don't want to see your face anymore. Come back here, we haven't finished talking yet. Leave me alone. I won't ever leave you alone. Haha, stop it, please. My ribs are gonna break. Those bastards are as suspicious as hell. I won't find it strange for them to play the game of picking up soap. Anyway, isn't that lady batshit crazy to immediately knock on the door of one of the 10 sky guards? Isn't it like her first day or something? I share the same opinion. She's too daring. Some of us haven't ever thought of challenging those guys. It's called futility, my guy. But we can't leave such a show, right? It's been too peaceful and silent lately. Let her be the catalyst to lessen our boredom and liven things up. Li Qingfeng won't go easy on her just because she's a beautiful woman. Haha, I wonder what nonsense he would say. Zhao Yufei muted the surrounding buzz and mustered up her gentlest and most polite voice. Is there someone here? She chose the airhead harmless junior sister route, courtesy of someone's tail. Oh, what a wonderful voice that can even make a snake willingly slither out of its cave. A voice laced with interest and arrogance sounded from the room before the door was suspensefully opened. Which beautiful lady decided to grace my humble abode? Within a few seconds, a male youth with a thin yet muscular build appeared from behind the door. He had several scars all over his skin that testified to the number of dangerous life and death battles he had fought. His below-average face was encapsulated by a wild mane of dark brown hair that made him more fierce like an untamed lion. The youth was Li Qingfeng, the number 10 Skyguard, and his cultivation base peaked at the 5th rank. Li Qingfeng studied the new face with a surprised expression on his face. He suddenly felt the temperature of his body rise due to the level of divine perfection he was witnessing. What a beauty! Your voice is as beautiful as your face. Li Qingfeng spoke flattering words as signs of lust started appearing in his eyes when he continued to analyze every inch of Zhao Yufei's entity. You are clearly a new face. So did you come to me to fight or warm my cold bed, dear? Li Qingfeng smiled lasciviously. What? The surrounding youths were taken aback by Li Qingfeng's audacity and couldn't help but look forward to Zhao Yufei's reaction. Finding his gaze and behavior repulsive, Zhao Yufei furrowed her brows. This Li Qingfeng had already left a severely bad impression on her. She simply didn't like him. His aura and mannerisms just made her feel provoked and want to vomit. Just because she was a woman didn't mean that just anyone could talk to her like that. Instead of being a pampered princess, it was better to be a ruthless empress who could make nails kneel when her dignity was infringed. Zhao Yufei momentarily balled her fists to control the anger that wanted to erupt out of her body like an active volcano. She then uncurled her fingers in relaxation. With a fake gentle smile on her face, Zhao Yufei calmly gazed at Li Qingfeng with an innocent expression on her face that easily captured the hearts of men. But her next words shocked them speechless. Your mouth smells like $1. Why don't you crawl down like a worm and eat shit like the dog you were before lusting after swan meat? Too brutal. Zhao Wei didn't restrain his laughter, which within seconds caused a chain reaction of sorts. I can even feel the slap mark hot on my cheek. Ungrateful bitch. I gave you face only for you to refuse a toast and be forced to drink a forfeit. Li Qingfeng's scarred face turned red with unimaginable anger as he bellowed out in infuriation. Zhao Wei's eyes widened in enlightenment after hearing his words. Ah. He said it. No need for bullshit talking anymore. Zhao Yufei no longer suppressed her aura as his 6th rank cultivation became evident. Almost in an instant, Zhao Yufei attacked first with all her strength. It was something that she had learned from a good teacher. Trample on all your enemies with all your strength. Leave no room for negotiation. Spiritual wind slice. She murmured in her heart with her delicate palm raised toward Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng was instantly startled by Zhao Yufei's decisiveness and ruthless move, but since he was a battle-hardened NPC, he was quick to respond to her super-fast attack. But it was too late. Before Li Qingfeng could use his curved blade to completely parry her move, he heard the severance of the wind and felt the heaviness of a pure 6th rank inner strength weighing down on him. Blech. Li Qingfeng coughed up blood as he was hurled into the air by the shockwave of Zhao Yufei's palm landing on his chest. With his eyes almost popping out of his sockets like a rat being squeezed, Li Qingfeng landed a few meters away from his hut with 2 streams of blood escaping from the corners of his mouth. The immense shock written on his unsightly countenance felt almost palpable. How could this be? Her attack bypassed my sturdy defenses. Li Qingfeng thought as he wiped the blood off his mouth with the back of his hand. She is also an elite among geniuses. If it were not for the rules barring us from killing each other, I would have died if she had any killing intent. I don't want to believe that a woman is more powerful than me. That can't happen. Li Qingfeng's arrogance naturally made him unresigned to the circumstances. He tightly clutched on the dark curved blade on his hand, but before he could stand from his half-kneeling position, time seemed to stop for a moment as he saw a supreme slap emboldened with green inner strength from the corner of his vision. Pah! Zhao Yufei was truly ruthless, not giving Li Qingfeng a chance to collect his thoughts. Never give your opponents a breathing space. Li Qingfeng only saw stars revolving around his head as... Pah! He was overwhelmed with relentless palm attacks. Pa! The spectators watched the brutal scene with their open mouths almost hitting the floor. Zhao Yufei was too fierce. Kicks and slaps alternated and even that area wasn't spared. They found themselves instinctively clenching their legs with their faces mirroring the suffering depicted on Li Qingfeng's pig face. Yufei, restrain your hand. Zhao Wei reminded her not to go overboard or she might just accidentally kill someone in the Sky Guards battalion. And also, he had been itching to say those words for quite some time. Humphrey. Zhao Yufei brushed a loose strand of hair away from her face and walked away with a satisfied smile on her face. She made sure that Li Qingfeng was truly unconscious before leaving him. I have never seen you this angry. Zhao Wei casually commented as he studied Zhao Yufei's expression. You have never given me a reason to. Behind this veil of gentleness lies a very terrifying storm. Zhao Yufei said proudly. I didn't expect someone like you to be full of fun. Oh, I am flattered. You have changed me in ways that you won't realize. Zhao Yufei thought with an amused glint in her eyes. It's a pity I won't be having fun with these guys. Zhao Wei yawned as he looked at the unlucky fifth room. You have grown stronger. Keep growing like that and your future will be bright. Zhao Wei then smiled down at her as if he was educating a little kid. TSK. Zhao Yufei clicked her tongue into satisfaction. Oh, your victim is starting to wake up. Zhao Wei suddenly looked in Li Qingfeng's direction. He needs to remove his things from the room. Zhao Yufei remembered that she was now the 10th Sky Guard, effortlessly replacing Li Qingfeng. The rules were that simple. She was now going to sleep in a nice place with a door and the food was going to be good, at least. Hey pet, go and remove all of your things from the room. Zhao Yufei calmly spoke, her voice regal and dignified like an empress. Li Qingfeng, who was just waking up after hearing Zhao Yufei's words, fainted again. The surrounding youths looked at each with a common understanding. She is a hooligan. Definitely. And we can't ever cross her path. That's wisdom. Zhao Wei shook his head lightly while adding in his mind. She also seems to be a sadist somehow, poor Li Qingfeng. Now when will you grow those extra teeth? Chapter 60, Chop. Li Qingfeng felt depressed as he struggled to drag his body to the room he once called his own. He had already lost a lot of face by being subjected to a one-sided beatdown from a woman. That deeply hurt his masculine pride and severed his arrogance. Li Qingfeng was a person with a story and his hands were stained with blood while the corpses of those he had killed weighed him down both day and night, yet he stood firm. He had learned to be ruthless ever since he was born into the Li clan. His clan treated women as inferior existences and patriarchal rule was the strongest, verging on the extreme. Women were just toys and breeding machines to be impregnated and give rise to the talents of the clan. Born in such a controversial environment, Li Qingfeng developed a misogynistic attitude towards women. To him, women were weak, but that didn't mean he favored his fellow men, his arrogance just didn't allow it. Li Qingfeng knew that he was better than many since he ranked 10th among the young Sky Guards. He also understood that those who ranked above him were slightly stronger than him. The problem that was currently eating away at his heart and superiority was what bothered him. A beautiful woman had bullied him and he looked like a total loser. Fuck. Li Qingfeng grunted deeply when he felt the painful throb in his ribs. And when he grazed his fingers against his left side, he felt as if the injury had a heartbeat of its own. It was just a few broken ribs. Nothing that couldn't be healed, and it was a good thing that the Guanjun Corps had medical doctors to accelerate healing. It's truly humiliating for a man like me to lose his teeth. Li Qingfeng cursed his bad luck. He got what he deserved. Li Qingfeng then begrudgingly took all of his belongings from the room and went outside. He then cast a complicated gaze toward Zhao Yufei. His face portrayed anger, fear, embarrassment, self-pity, disbelief, hate and so much more. What? Zhao Yufei tilted her head to the side, but that gesture alone caused Li Qingfeng to instinctively flinch. Fuck, I am being looked down upon like the piece of shit I am. Li Qingfeng felt heavily mortified, but why? What was this feeling of slight enjoyment he was experiencing inside his heart? There was no way he enjoyed being humiliated or stared down by a creature known as a woman. That feeling must be misplaced or mistaken to manifest in him all of a sudden. I have removed all of my things. Li Qingfeng stammered without knowing it as he looked away from those sharp feminine eyes. Oh. Good. Zhao Yufei nodded her head in satisfaction and didn't have any thoughts about Li Qingfeng's peculiar behavior. She then slowly walked past Li Qingfeng and before she closed the door behind her, she left him with a few words. Thanks for the room. I didn't know that you were so obedient. Zhao Yufei then shut the door. Li Qingfeng almost lost his balance when he heard her ruthless words. This woman. He cursed under his breath and then directed a reminiscent gaze toward his old room for a few seconds. A self-deprecating smile made its way to his lips when he turned his gaze away. I will need to recuperate and heal my mental scars as well. I didn't expect that a woman could be this strong. Li Qingfeng then remembered that there was someone together with that fierce woman named Zhao Yufei. Li Qingfeng looked at the ordinary-looking youth who was currently standing like a statue in front of the fifth twin room. He didn't look like he was in the same reality as him. The ordinary-looking youth seemed to be in his own world of making. Compared to Zhao Yufei, he didn't look anything special except for his enviable physique, which was either due to practicing a superb body cultivation technique or he was just blessed with good genes. What was he doing in front of Lu Xiaoyun's room? Li Qingfeng wondered. Lu Xiaoyun was another bully that many avoided in the Sky Guards battalion, and he liked to pick on those that were possibly weaker than him. Well, he had the qualifications to do so, and the higher-ups didn't have any issue with such behavior. Within the Sky Guards battalion, if you were an outstanding Sky Guard, you would receive preferential treatment over all others. Well, I don't care if he's courting death. Li Qingfeng shook his head and decided it was better to just ignore him altogether. He believed Lu Xiaoyun was going to teach him a good lesson for trying to bite more than he could chew. Li Qingfeng then hobbled his way past the spectators who silently gave him way. After all, he was once the number 10. His defeat didn't mean that he was now weak. In a few moments, Li Qingfeng disappeared among the throngs of people. Meanwhile, okay. Zhao Wei rubbed his chin absent-mindedly as he looked at the hut in front of him. The evening breeze blew past his face and Zhao Wei could help but look at the gradually darkening sky. Night is about to fall and I can't just sleep outside, now can't I? Zhao Wei didn't knock or call out to the one staying in the room. He invited himself in by smoothly disabling the lock on the door. What the heck is he doing? Does he have a few screws loose inside his head? This is just blatant provocation toward Lu Xiaoyun. He's dead. Should we summon those guys who like carrying a huge coffin, just in case? Will Lu Xiaoyun really off him? Let's watch the show and we will know. From inside the fifth room, a shout of overwhelming rage and hate reverberated immediately after Zhao Wei brazenly disabled the lock. Who is there? Who is it? Who dares to mess with me, Lu Xiaoyun? It is I, your granddaddy, Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei replied in amusement as he faced a completely riled-up fairly handsome youth. Lu Xiaoyun, why are you doing immoral things by yourself in the dark? Don't you know that such actions are completely unacceptable? Zhao Wei loudly scolded Lu Xiaoyun like a parent to his child. The crowd was roused by Zhao Wei's harsh words. What? What could Lu Xiaoyun be doing? You have just heard that he is doing immoral things. What do you think a man would do alone in the dark that could be termed as immoral? You mean that? Yeah, that. But that needs light or you would risk dirtying everything. Hee, you guys who have trained your vision to see in the dark, is that really a problem? Though I find myself embarrassed, I have to agree with you on that. Adaptation and evolution are an integral part of living. You guys are rotten to the core. Instead of cultivating, you only know of wantonly wasting your vitality through unholy acts. Shut your trap up. Who said that was rotten? Fudge, are you saying my palm technique 1 in a hole is trash? It is that guy with an unusual forehead. Anyway, it doesn't matter if what that new recruit said is true or false. Lu Xiaoyun's reputation has just been utterly ruined. Zhao Wei smiled after accomplishing what he wanted and then closed the door. His actions immediately caught everyone by surprise. Inside the room, Lu Xiaoyun's mind failed to function for a few seconds at the sudden turn of events. Hey, let's talk. Zhao Wei took a wooden chair that was close to him and sat. Lu Xiaoyun didn't answer him, his mind taking longer intervals to process whatever was happening. You are now deaf and dumb. Alright. It seems we can't talk. Zhao Wei sighed helplessly. You despicable A. Lu Xiaoyun was about to release a lot of profanities, but a seemingly harmless chop connected with his collarbone and soon, the world around him turned blurry before going dark. Oh, I thought you couldn't talk. Zhao Wei looked down at the foaming unconscious youth. Then, a celestial golden inner energy started extending like tendrils from his hand to all the things that belonged to Lu Xiaoyun. Under his deliberate control, Zhao Wei carefully placed them outside. He didn't need to throw them. It would be pointless. Zhao Wei also did the same with Lu Xiaoyun's unconscious self. Now to erase his scent from this room since it's going to be temporarily mine. Is that Lu Xiaoyun? Someone shouted from the crowd. Did you hear any fighting? No. No. Then this leaves us with only one possibility. Lu Xiaoyun was cleanly and silently one-shotted. He was at the peak of the 6th rank but still got silenced in an instant. That's too terrifying and chilling. It's downright disturbing. We have a monster among us. Hey guys, doesn't that make him even more terrifying than the likes of number 3 and 2? I don't believe it. He most likely used a forbidden technique or poisonous powder to sneak attack Lu Xiaoyun. We never miss this kind of guy, right? Then, a stifling silence reigned. Chapter 61, Metamorphosis. This is a wonderful way of using inner strength. Zhao Wei mumbled to himself as he remotely controlled 6 palm-sized stones from where he was sitting. He then controlled them to take the shape of a stone snake that could slither in the air. This awfully reminds me of old Nokia's snake Zenza. Zhao Wei smiled to himself before he levitated other stones to finally form something resembling a star. Then, bang, it goes supernova. He relinquished his control and left the stones to fall. Zhao Wei felt that it would be worth it to continue experimenting with that psychic kind of play. It has been roughly 7 months now and I can feel myself steadily growing stronger. Zhao Wei clenched his right hand into a fist. But it's not enough. He relaxedly uncurled it. Then, all of a sudden, his cultivation base, which was 24/7 always hidden under concealment, became visible. His cultivation base was at the peak 6th rank of the consolidated realm. That feels natural now. Zhao Wei realized that there was no need to continue hiding his cultivation realm. The Sky Guards battalion already had remarkable geniuses with cultivation bases even at the Martial Master and above. This type of situation made him seem normal and nothing special in terms of cultivation speed. But it would have been a different story if his cultivation was the type to progress so fast that it was comparable to the older generations of a mid-tier sector clan. I have already asserted my presence in the Sky Guards battalion by one-shotting Lu Xiaoyun, and now they will see me in a different light. They won't try to do anything retarded in front of this eminence unless they think my strength isn't up to par. Zhao Wei calculated the outcome of his actions, which were meant to delete nuisances in his path. But I would deal with it the same way when the time comes. There is no need to fuss over it. Zhao Wei then made himself comfortable on the intricately woven silk mat on the ground. He wanted to actually speed up the formation rate of the illusory stars within his cellular environment. He used his inner sight and found that they currently numbered 98 million illusory stars. Wow, so fast. It wasn't like this previously. Zhao Wei wondered what could have changed to facilitate the addition of 8 million illusory stars within 5 days. That's better. I am not supposed to care about the hows at this point. Zhao Wei put the matter aside due to the expectations that were building up in his mind. There was a feeling. A subtle call of the myriad constellations aligned in the inky night sky. Zhao Wei quelled his mind of every distracting thought and put his concentration on siphoning the stellar and lunar energies from the limitless firmaments. Dazzling starlight danced and swarmed his robust figure, making him appear as if he was sitting within the expansive Milky Way. The shimmering lunar energies entering his pores created the illusion of an ancient dream of old and hidden mysteries. This otherworldly artistic scene made Zhao Wei look like the incarnation of the sun, moon, and stars. He was like an ancient immortal venerable who had witnessed the mysteries of the chaos's inception and could summon the stars and the moon with a snap of the fingers. 50,000 illusory stars. 100,000 illusory stars. 500,000 illusory stars. 1 million illusory stars. 1,500,000 illusory stars. 1,800,000 illusory stars. 1,999,999 illusory stars. At this juncture, Zhao Wei's black hair started visibly changing into a dreamy color, alternating between a wondrous rainbow color, a dreamy glow of a supernova event, and a galactic tempest. The temperatures inside the room gradually rose to extremes as Zhao Wei emitted a blinding stellar radiance that was quite reminiscent of the primordial light that ushered the beginning of creation. Little by little, every inch of his being began to peel and melt. A supreme force that had transcended the restraints of the laws of reincarnation, time, and space held his soul in place, protecting his very existence from being turned to nullity. This was an almighty force that even Zhao Wei was unaware of. Time seemed to have become static and the night held its breath in anticipation as it witnessed the otherworldly scene. A silvery starlight cocoon began to gradually cover the space he had once been sitting in. Then, slowly from the metaphysical level, that is, the Danshan, interconnected meridians network and his millions of acupoints began undergoing reconstruction. What followed next was the visible recreation of his cells, tissues, skeletal system, skin, and finally his entire physical body. Zhao Wei was curled up like a baby inside the cocoon as an iridescent dreamy mist swirled around his new form. A silvery hue radiated off his unblemished skin and his charm had experienced an exponential increase. Just below his neck, the mystical tattoo of the 3 celestial bodies was nowhere to be seen and instead was replaced by a single ancient runic character that pulsated with deep profoundness. It somehow looked like an eldritch eye that could see through everything in existence and alter all that was, is, and will be. The ancient runic wasn't visible for long as it gradually sank deep into his skin and disappeared. Thump. 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 His heartbeat seemed eternal and full of infinite vitality as it echoed from the cocoon, like an otherworldly war drum of the gods. Crack. Like a butterfly, Zhao Wei broke free from the cocoon to actualize his complete metamorphosis. Suddenly, his attractive eyelashes fluttered once, twice, before he opened his eyes. His irises shimmered mysteriously and reminded one of the unseen wonders of space. His eye color was now a deep silver like the silvery moonlight cascading down from the heavens. His appearance hadn't been amplified to jade beauty levels, but he could currently be considered to have graduated from ordinariness to aesthetic handsomeness. His physique was simply flawless. The most notable change was the intense mysterious aura that now cloaked every fiber of his being and made him look like a lord of mysteries. A thick starry mist momentarily escaped his lips, carrying with it a secret of the ancients. Phase I. With those words, time resumed its natural flow and the night released its breath. The Tao of Stars. An ancient truth was spoken. Conceal. The myriad constellations subtly reacted to his words and shifted to make his law a reality. His fate star was then obscured from the peering eyes of those who sought to unveil his very existence. This was simply a phenomenal event. A shift in the stars, a dream in time. The heavens no longer see the steps of the mortal wanderer. Only in the dark shall I find solace. A mysterious smile gradually formed on Zhao Wei's face. Chapter 62, Myriad Constellation Physique. Zhao Wei didn't know how to explain how he was currently feeling as he put on some clothes to cover up his nudity. It was difficult to put it into words. He just felt powerful, unimaginable power seemed to be coursing through his veins. Numerous changes had occurred and Zhao Wei couldn't digest all of them at once. He would have to take one step at a time. Zhao Wei used his inner sight to inspect his internal system and his eyes widened at what he found. If his meridians were previously like a small stream, currently, they were like the Yangtze River, surging with voluminous amounts of golden inner strength and reinforced to endure a high influx of energy. His Danshan was now steadier and almost indestructible, with unknown ancient runes and Sanskrit codes curved all over its stellar surface. Zhao Wei had a feeling that he wouldn't be affected by the typical shattering of the Danshan which normally affected most Xianxia main characters for both plot and character development. Zhao Wei didn't need all that melodrama. His remodeled Danshan could also be considered leakless, efficiently containing 100% of all his inner strength. This was perfect and could negate the possibilities of inner energy wastage that affects most cultivators with unstable foundations. And most of it all, he had managed to break through the barrier that made many peak 6th rank martial artists remain martial artists for life. Zhao Wei had achieved a seamless transition from the peak of the 6th rank to the 7th rank of Consolidated Realm. He was now a bona fide martial master. Zhao Wei smiled at this realization. It meant only one thing. His talent was no longer as it used to be. Since his talent was changeable, it couldn't remain fixed or predetermined by the heavens. His hands and ingenious mind were so capable, so why couldn't he just override his fate? But this change in talent was totally beyond his expectations. It was kind of an anomalous event. Could it be at the spiritual rank? Earth rank? Or even heaven rank? Zhao Wei couldn't know since he lacked a talent measuring device to ascertain his talent. But that was the least of his concerns. He just hoped that he wouldn't have to break the talent measuring equipment since it would be too cliché. Zhao Wei had read such tropes so many times, but he had to admit they were kind of a guilty pleasure. Finally, the most mysterious change that happened after his metamorphosis was the acquisition of a minor conceptual ability. It was the ability to conceal himself from the eyes of destiny. In layman's terms, if the fates held the threads of destiny of every living being, then his thread would be invisible and non-existent to the eye. The initial phase I of the acquired forbidden physique, which Zhao Wei termed as the Myriad Constellation Physique, made him invisible to the hands of destiny. Just reaching 100 million illusory stars when practicing primordial stellar energy body refining art gave him such an important boon even though it was useless in combat. Due to his connection to the celestial stars, Zhao Wei could misalign or reverse the constellations used for divination. The heavens couldn't peer at him. What a wonderful ability. The Tao of Stars and fate are somehow interconnected. Maybe that's the reason why she is called the star constellation Immortal Venerable. Zhao Wei chuckled to himself as he thought about the mysterious character from Reverend Insanity. He has just barely knocked on the doors of laws beyond mortal comprehension, and it wasn't yet the time to worry about such things. It's also truly ridiculous that I won't ever get lost in these vast lands as long as the stars exist. That alone would be pretty useful in the long-term run. Zhao Wei mused loudly while stretching his body to get a feel of its fluidity. Perfect? The other gains, I will look over them later on. A yawn suddenly escaped his lips and Zhao Wei couldn't help but think about food. The problem with being immortal. I don't think I will get tired of this. Luckily, the first rays had already started appearing as they squeezed past the small holes in his door and rooftop. It was during these hours that the servants brought fresh breakfast and spiritual fruits to cater to those who stayed within the 10 wooden rooms. The food was of the highest quality compared to the one served to the general masses at the cafeteria. Zhao Wei savored his meal and finished everything before deciding to go outside. At the nearby sparse trees, the birds sang their morning glory to the heavens while fluttering their little wings from one place to another. The remarkable fresh scent of the morning breeze wafted through Zhao Wei's nostrils, making him release a contented sigh. The world around him looked colorful and vibrant. Zhao Wei realized that many youths were also waking up or starting the day at this hour. Then a strange expression formed on his face when he saw a familiar person. It would be bad manners if he didn't greet them. Yo, Lu Xiaoyun. I didn't expect you to kick out the 6th-ranked Sky Guards so quickly. Zhao Wei wore a faint smile as he gazed at the panicking mess of a guy. Fuck. I don't know you. Leave me alone. Lu Xiaoyun refused to accommodate Zhao Wei's fake cordiality. To him, Zhao Wei was just a vile demon masquerading as a human being. How could he explain being one-shotted like a weakling otherwise? Lu Xiaoyun felt that Zhao Wei's attention should be directed elsewhere but him. He didn't want to have any necessary interaction with such a terrifying monster. Zhao Wei showed a hurt expression as if he had been rejected by his best friend. It looked as if he was suffering from injustices. Why? Don't you want me anymore? Zhao Wei wailed in fake anger while in his mind, he chuckled at his own cringe. Why you? Lu Xiaoyun visibly trembled, not knowing how to respond to Zhao Wei's torments. Lu Xiaoyun almost cried at how mischievous Zhao Wei was. He didn't want to face him anymore. His reputation was currently scarred because of him. So he chose one logical option. He hid himself inside his room and left Zhao Wei to talk to himself. Zhao Wei shook his head lightly with an amused smile on his lips. If only I could live the life of a wastrel young master, haha. Wastrel young master? You really keep on getting stranger and stranger. A soft pleasant voice immediately shifted Zhao Wei's attention to the 10th room. It was Zhao Yufei who was gracefully walking like an immaculate swan, toward him with a heart-stopping grin adorning his gorgeous face. You meant to say morning, right? Zhao Wei playfully winked at her. Zhao Yufei didn't reply and only focused on staring at his face. She couldn't believe it as she put her delicate hand over her widening mouth to cover up her immense surprise. Is there bird shit on my face? Zhao Wei arched his eyebrow. Haha, you wish. Zhao Yufei laughed lightly. Then, what is it? You have become more handsome and mysterious. Your eyes aren't the black color that I am used to, now I only see a captivating silver that reminds me of the moon and heaven. Zhao Yufei had a spellbound expression on her beautiful face the longer she observed Zhao Wei's facial changes. Oh. Zhao Wei didn't walk with a mirror so he wasn't aware of such details. It's truly surprising though. I didn't expect Yufei to view my previous ordinariness as being handsome. Beauty truly lies in the eyes of the beholder and superficialities are nothing at all if a person is repulsed by your personality. You have also grown taller. Will your new look qualify as Riz? Hee, I thought you forgot that vocabulary. Did I riz you up with my god-level Riz? PFFT, and now you are back to ordinary. Stop speaking cringe words. Zhao Wei raised his hands in defeat, and when they looked at each other's faces, they laughed at the same time. Suddenly, a loud authoritative voice was heard from the main building where the overseer of the Sky Guards battalion resided. His voice seemed to be amplified and transmitted by a sound-related technique. All the 10 SKY guards come to the main building. Zhao Wei lightly rubbed his jawline as the bad feeling he had once sidelined came back again. And his senses tingled before everything returned to normal. Chapter 63, What if I was an old grandpa? Inside the overseer's main building, various youths could be seen chatting animatedly while some remained quiet and kept to themselves. It was quite a rare occasion for them to be summoned into one place unless there was something special about to happen. They were the 10 Sky Guards and not even one among them had delayed after receiving the call from the 3rd Guard, the overseer of the Sky Guards battalion. Well, the topic they were currently discussing amongst themselves was centered around the new faces and the unforeseen reshuffle of the 10 positions. Wow, I have never seen such a beautiful woman ever since I set foot in this place. A tall skinny youth commented as he cast a look of admiration toward an inconspicuously gorgeous jade beauty standing together with Zhao Wei. This tall skinny youth was called Kung Lao, ranked number 9 among the Sky Guards. Haha, your lascivious nature doesn't lose out to Lu Xiaoyun, Kung Lao. A green-eyed youth with a peculiar green mustache laughed jokingly. He was Beiju, ranked number 8. Lu Xiaoyun, currently ranked 6th, cast a hateful glare at the two. His eyes gave them a warning to not utter his name as if they were buddies. The two immediately raised their hands to signify surrender but slight mocking smiles were brandished on their faces. Who hasn't heard about the embarrassment that Lu Xiaoyun faced from a complete newbie by now? In the Sky Guards battalion, news spread faster than the time a stinking fart takes to diffuse. But I can't believe that someone new to the Sky Guards battalion easily one-shotted a guy like Lu Xiaoyun whose cultivation base isn't weak. Could his cultivation base be higher than his, or is he just a natural genius that can easily triumph over other geniuses of the same level? Let's look at his cultivation. Oh, I didn't expect this. Isn't his too much? That's peak 6th rank. I haven't seen it wrong. Can you guess his age? He should be around 14 to 16 years of age. I bet he's 16 years of age. That's incredible, but not that exaggerated like Feng Hanayu's cultivation. Let's not talk about that monster. Then, a cold voice sounded in the meeting hall which made the talking youths keep their traps shut. Good. Then, I will get straight to the point. As if appearing out of the thin air, a figure clad in silver armor stood at the center of the hall. A stern, cold look adorned the face of the third guard. As a common courtesy, the 10 sky guards all greeted him in respect. Lord Guanjun's seclusion is expected to end in a month. With the end of his secluded meditation, his lordship will be willing to take a few disciples under his wing. It can be 1 or 2. The third guard explained with a look of fascination as he referred to Lord Guanjun. Well, everyone in the Guanjun Corps yearned to be under the direct tutelage of Lord Guanjun himself. Who wouldn't want or dream about such a lucky opportunity? Lord Guanjun was a legend in Cloud Country, and he was widely known to have ascended into the unreachable holy path before casually sitting on the throne of invincibility. The prerequisite for being taken under his lordship would be decided by. This is getting boring. Zhao Wei lazily thought as he tried to hold back his yawn. It is now that I realize sometimes having a transmigrator's memories is both good and bad at the same time. Zhao Wei found this conjecture logical. Knowledge is power, but at the same time, too much knowledge can prove to be poisonous. Zhao Wei already knew where the plot was heading at this juncture, making the situation lack a sense of unpredictability. Yes, having knowledge of the timeline made one avoid most pitfalls quite effortlessly, but it would make one's mind fixated on the known details, unprepared for the emergence of variables and the unknowns. Zhao Wei didn't dare say that he was unbeatable. He was just a simple man looking for excitement and meaning. He was naturally cautious and meticulous in his plans, but Zhao Wei thought that that aspect of himself made him stiff at times. There was a hidden urge for recklessness buried deep within him, threatening to erupt, but could such urges be considered good in the long-term run? A deep realization emerged in Zhao Wei's mind. What I lack is the feeling of life and death being decided in a single moment, and the tribulations meant to develop me both in wisdom and overall power. Haha, but who is stupid enough to send himself into a quagmire? Zhao Wei wasn't the type to willingly send himself into a den of lions to be eaten. He was the type to eat the said lions for supper. The ominous premonition is probably related to those bandits that we are tasked to exterminate, but I might be wrong. I should be prepared for any trouble that comes my way. Zhao Wei fiddled with his fingers that were placed behind his back. As various thoughts ran through his mind, Zhao Wei also listened to the words of the third guard and compared them with what he already knew. Zhao Wei was on the lookout for any discrepancies that might come to bite his ass off later on. But it seems there weren't any. The mission they were given by the third guard was pretty simple. Beat bandits up and accumulate battle points. The higher the cultivation base of the bandit killed, the greater the battle points earned. The accumulated battle points would then be used to redeem alchemy resources and powerful cultivation techniques like partial holy martial arts, from Guanjun Palace's treasury hall. They were also given 5 days to prepare before going on a hunt for renegade bandits that wanted to cause trouble to Cloud Country. Zhao Wei naturally didn't give enough about the enmity between Maple Fire Country and Cloud Country. He didn't like political propaganda and conspiracies. But if it was war... A crazy smile tugged at one of the corners of his lips as he unhurriedly walked out of the main building. That smile that only signifies evilness. Zhao Yufei cut off his thought process as she gazed at his face. Evilness? I don't consider myself either good or evil. Zhao Wei's face returned to his usual bland expression. I don't think so. There are only two and you can choose only one. Zhao Yufei smiled. Such thinking is flawed. I believe choices weren't meant to be chosen but for man to do whatever he wants according to his will. Living not according to your will but following choices and morality given definition by the world is shit. Zhao Wei walked with his hand behind his back while wisdom swirled in his magnetic silver eyes. You like philosophizing everything that even sometimes it feels as if I am talking to an old man instead of someone of my own age. Zhao Yufei stifled a laugh as she covered her small mouth with her delicate hand. Zhao Yufei had captured this special aspect of Zhao Wei's personality ever since she came to know him back at the Zhao clan. Sometimes, she truly wondered if Zhao Wei was a reincarnated grandpa who had returned to his youthful days. Old man? I am not an old man. On Earth, I died around 25. Add that to my 14, that doesn't equate to me being an old grandpa, you little. Zhao Wei grumbled, but he couldn't actually explain that to Yufei. It was a secret. His ultimate secret. What would you do if I were an old man masquerading as someone young? Zhao Wei curiously asked while giving Zhao Yufei a side glance. Zhao Yufei paused for a moment, completely taken by surprise after hearing Zhao Wei's silly question. I would only say one word. Zhao Yufei adorned a terrifying smile on her unblemished visage. Pedo, my condolences to all the million-year-old reincarnators and regressor harem seekers out there. We have a cultivator's secret agent out here. Zhao Wei looked at the azure skies with a pitiful gaze. Chapter 64, Bandit Slayer. The mission issued by the 3rd Guard wasn't solely meant for the 10 Sky Guards but also the entirety of the Sky Guards battalion. Of course, high priority was centered around the 10 Sky Guards, and they had the option of either choosing whoever they wanted to form a party with or going solo mode. Most didn't want to take the risk of fighting the bandits alone and chose to join squads having a reputable genius to maximize their survivability. Apart from survivability, there was also a matter of studying the terrain, scouting their surroundings, and also the efficiency when it comes to strength in numbers. The 5 days that the youths had been given by the overseer were all to prepare for the mission and be at their very best. Zhao Wei didn't enter or form his own squad. There were many reasons behind such a decision. 1. If he had others accompanying him, they would only serve as dead weights and hindrances that only need to be saved. 2. If he had to be constantly on the lookout for his squad status, then he wouldn't be able to fight without restraints. 3. In the whole Sky Guards battalion, Zhao Wei thought he was currently the strongest, and this wasn't due to being overconfident, they were just pure facts. Zhao Wei had already analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of the 10 Sky Guards. He had a good opinion of them since they were capable, but the reality out there in the wild didn't care if you were a revered genius. Bandits were a heinous bunch, and they wouldn't take it lightly when the youths from the Sky Guards battalion disturbed their peace and banditry. 5 days swiftly passed, and finally, the day of the mission arrived. You are going alone? Wouldn't that be dangerous even for you? Zhao Yufei softly spoke with an unhidden worry showing on her face. You are worried about me, huh? I didn't see that coming. Zhao Wei said teasingly. Ugh, I am not worried about a bastard like you. I am just trying to convince you to change your decision lest you meet certain dangers during the mission. Zhao Yufei cutely balled her fists in frustration. A shade of red gradually spread around her cheeks. Zhao Wei flashed an easygoing smile as he raised his hand to pet her head, much to her surprise. What do you think you are doing? Zhao Yufei stammered in anger and embarrassment, but she couldn't find the energy to brush his hand away. I just wanted to pat your head. See, you are enjoying it. It seems I have learned another way to make you docile, little sister Yufei. Zhao Wei wore a victorious grin as he gently patted a heavily blushing Zhao Yufei. I don't have to explain my decisions, but just know I really don't like babysitting others. Zhao Wei withdrew his hand. You can't come with me. Rediscover your inner self through the bloody battles to come. I remember you asking if I have ever killed before. From here henceforth, the world you once knew is going to be overturned. But killing is easier than you think, especially when your very life is on the line. It's kill or be killed, that's the law. Oh, okay. Zhao Yufei released a weak sigh. Zhao Wei then left to deal with the mission. There were some youths in groups that saw Zhao Wei leaving on his own, and they couldn't help but comment on his daredevil act. Did he just go solo? Isn't that crazy and straight up courting death? He is just stupid and thinks highly of himself. Does he think he's invincible or something? He would have a taste of the consequences due to his cocky decision. Leave him be. A bald young man in a certain group looked at the receding figure of Zhao Wei with a surprised look on his face. He was Lei Kong, ranked number 2 among the 10 Sky Guards, just below Feng Hanayu. Youths these days think that they know it all. The monk snickered and turned his attention elsewhere. He didn't give two F's about Zhao Wei. What mattered most to him was to accumulate a lot of battle points and get the chance to be chosen by Lord Guanjun. How were the actions of one young man going to outvalue the 1 in 1,000 chance of serving directly under Lord Guanjun? Soon, all the squads involved in the kill mission began heading toward the territory where the bandits were hiding. Zhao Yufei joined forces with a peak 5th rank lady and Li Qingfeng, who was currently at the beginner stage of the 6th rank. The latter had willingly joined, and that was only after Zhao Yufei had thoroughly made sure he was genuine and tamed. The territory where the bandits were hiding was immensely huge and bordered the Maple Fire country. The terrain was laden with trees, streams, cliffs, hills and villages that gave life to the environment. Zhao Wei took roughly 2 days to reach there due to his superior speed. A worn-out but still interpretable map drawn on a unique leather skin could be seen patched on Zhao Wei's hands as he copied all the information into his photographic mind. Now what should I do with this physical map? Zhao Wei wondered for a moment before rolling it and storing it in his pocket. I should just return it instead of throwing it away. With the layout of the terrain easily imprinted in his mind, Zhao Wei didn't have to constantly refer to the hand copy. The territory, which was comparable to a maze brought into being, was easily navigated by Zhao Wei as he stealthily rushed toward his very first targets a couple of miles away. He was a recon expert due to his telescopic vision, and the way he was effortlessly moving among the trees made it look as if he had always been familiar with the region. Ah, there you are. An amused glint shone in Zhao Wei's eyes when he saw a group of 6 bandits camping in an almost inconspicuous place. They really knew how to camouflage their camping sites. Some were on the lookout, maintaining vigilance over their surroundings, while some went on with their businesses. Zhao Wei sensed a couple of life signatures inside the log house that were weaker compared to the 6 bandits he had singled out. He heard the weak low moans of hopeless women and the inarguable scent of death. Typical of bandits. Zhao Wei touched his chin as he listened to the wind and sounds emanating from the house. They are truly careless despite their so-called surveillance. What a lousy bunch. 2 peak 4th ranked, 3 peak 5th rankers, a beginner 6th ranker and a peak 6th ranker. Zhao Wei categorized their strengths in ascending order. The 2 peak 4th ranked were the ones acting as the surveillance dogs while the others enjoyed themselves. Fuck, those guys are busy enjoying themselves while I am here getting nothing. One of the bandits complained with indignance as he lit up a thick tobacco cigar before taking a puff. He then exhaled a ring of smoke in satisfaction. I can even hear their satisfied groans from here and it's making me hard that I could fuck a hole through the ground. Bandit B comically and exaggeratedly rubbed his crotch. You are a shitty lowly fucker, you know that, haha. Bandit A clicked his tongue in disgust before laughing. Don't be so impatient, brother. The leader promised us some fresh village women after this boring shift. He then added casually. The leader really knows how to joke. He will be leaving us nothing after enjoying all the goods. Bandit B grumbled as his eyes lazily scanned the surroundings. Bandit B then eyed the thick cigar. Won't ya share some smoke? Bandit A blew the smoke on his face before begrudgingly giving him the cigar. Bandit B remained unaffected by the smoke and hurriedly took the cigar. That's what I am talking about. He greedily took a puff. I am gonna take a piss. Give me a moment. Bandit A said in a hurry. Don't do something that I wouldn't do. Bandit B flashed a meaningful smile. Fuck you. Bandit A then walked toward a thick bush some distance away from his friend. Bandit A was unaware that the tall tree next to the thick bush was where Zhao Wei was observing everything while casually sitting on a branch as if he was sightseeing. You brought yourself to me. Zhao Wei leaned his cheek against his fist as he eyed Bandit A in amusement. Bandit A and Bandit B were names he had come up with to remember the cannon fodders. It's a pity I forgot my bow back at the Zhao clan. Then an ingenious idea appeared in his mind. Zhao Wei then started searching his pockets for a silver coin and he found one. Misaka, let me borrow your railgun move for a moment. Yo, what do you think about the ass of the village head's wife? Zhao Wei asked in a serious tone as he tried to mimic the voice of Bandit B. It's thick and fat. I have thought about clapping them a few times in my dreams. It's a pity only the leader gets to enjoy her. Bandit answered quickly as he released a sigh of satisfaction while taking a piss. It was only some seconds later that Bandit realized that the voice came from above instead of behind where Bandit B was. A confused look settled on his face before he abruptly gazed at the tree branches. And there he saw a youth about 14 years of age merrily swinging his legs around like a child in a park. The youth was also flipping a silver coin with surgical precision using his thumb. Who the fuck are you, kid? Bandit hurriedly touched his blade, prepared to swing it at any moment. Zhao Wei stopped flipping the coin and smiled down at him. I am the bandit's lair. Zhao Wei then channeled a little bit of his inner strength into the silver coin and aimed at the head of Bandit A. I will kill. Whoosh. A beautiful golden line zapped through the air before drilling a small circular hole in the forehead of Bandit A with his eyes widening in extreme disbelief. Bandit A didn't get to finish his words before receiving a headshot. Sound an alarm first, small fry. With his hands tucked inside his robe, Zhao Wei soundlessly gravitated down to the ground. In the next moment, he appeared behind Bandit B and poked his shoulder. You are done already. Bandit B continued getting high. Zhao Wei wondered if cultivators could also get high. I am back from the memorial service of your friend. Bandit B tensed when he heard an unfamiliar voice and when he was about to shout an alarm, a wind blade severed his neck off his body. Deep red blood started splattering in all directions from the beheaded corpse like the waters of a fountain. Seconds later, the headless body languidly fell to the ground to make a pool from its own blood. Strangely, the blood didn't dirty Zhao Wei's body. His clothes remained spotless. All the droplets of blood seemed to hit a wall whenever they splashed toward him. This is the infinity between us, blood. Zhao Wei then nonchalantly walked toward the foul house of depravity and orgies. Chapter 65, How Bitter. Only 5 remaining. I am surprised that these guys are still oblivious to their current situation. Zhao Wei nonchalantly thought as a blade enveloped with golden inner strength circled him. Well, here goes nothing. Zhao Wei pressed his hand against the door and channeled an explosive burst of inner strength that split apart the door into countless wooden splinters. FBI. Open up. Zhao Wei said in the gentlest voice he could ever muster, but what met his eyes was a revolting scene that almost made him vomit. Zhao Wei already knew of what was happening inside the room, but when he had been surveilling this bandit's establishment, he hadn't bothered to use his X-ray vision since he didn't want to. Seeing others go at it and raping innocent women was beneath him. The room had the unmistakable foul stench of sex and the faint aura of death lingering in the air. Around 9 naked women and 1 big-bootied effeminate man lay on the dirty ground, their bodies marked with both fresh and old wounds and dried-up semen. Their eyes were listless, blank and detached from whatever was happening around them. Their lips also looked somehow mummified and pale. The lingering aura of death that Zhao Wei had felt was from 2 sick-looking ultra-thin women who were barely hanging by a thread. Those 2 were probably sodomized, physically abused and raped beyond measure and were currently defective products only meant to be thrown away. Hope was non-existent, an impossibility, for them. This is truly a first for me, color me surprised. Zhao Wei sighed while touching his chin. What are those 2 fucking idiots doing to allow a stray kid to disturb us? Lin Fan and Beizia Shun, you 2 pieces of shit. Immediately come here and take this lost little twerp out of here. A naked 7-foot man with a horrifying scar that ran across his hideous face shouted in extreme anger while he lasciviously continued fondling a limp, thick-assed, curvaceous middle-aged beauty. The naked 7-foot tall man had the highest cultivation base among the bandits, which easily designated him as the leader. Zhao Wei frowned, scrunched up his eyebrows, smiled and then finally shook his head lightly when he heard the leader's words. Beizia Shun, Lin Fan. So those were the names of the 2 cannon fodders. What a total disgrace to such legendary names, haha. The element of surprise. Zhao Wei chuckled lightly before his face instantly turned cold and apathetic. Their services are no longer available. Out of range. Zhao Wei then twirled his finger around in the air and the blade moved in synchronization with his actions. Off, killer fatty, man lover, finish off that annoying little cockroach quickly. His face has lowered my libido. Several angry tick marks formed on the leader's temple while he ordered his 2 subordinates to murder Zhao Wei. I will deal with those idiots later on. I clearly told them not to jack off every time and take surveillance seriously, TCH. Scarface then blatantly ignored Zhao Wei and continued to indulge in pleasure. Ugh, boss, you really know how to ruin our fun. I have yet to give enough love to my toy here. A hairy, bald fat bandit with a 17-inch long bloodied dagger in his hand, grumbled with clear annoyance in his voice. His face was oily and had fat pimples all over his grotesque face. His earlobes were fat and large and it reminded one of a smiling Buddha monk. A 13 to 14-year-old girl, with cut wounds all over her still maturing body, lay unconscious under the fat bandit's feet. Killer fatty, you are as disgusting as ever. A one-eyed slim bandit with an exaggerated long nose that reminded Zhao Wei of Pinocchio, threw spit near Killer Fatty's feet. Why should an ugly baboon laugh at another baboon's buttocks? Off. Your fascination for dirty assholes and expectant mothers disgusts me even more. Killer Fatty remained unfazed as he licked off the blood of the dagger. How uncouth. A fair-skinned, delicate bandit clicked his tongue while his attention was fixated on his nails. Man lover, you are not allowed to talk. I always have to worry about my shit whenever I sleep near you. Killer Fatty melodramatically hugged his round figure with a fake face of terror. How many times do I have to remind you that I only go for aesthetically pleasing men more than ugly swine like you two? Man lover replied uncaringly and then he looked at Zhao Wei. A look of surprise showed on his face as his eyes looked at the young man with a look of fascination. Why didn't you guys tell me that the culprit we are supposed to deal with was a fucking Adonis? He mustn't be harmed. He's mine. Man lover's mood immediately rose as he lewdly looked at Zhao Wei as if he were a very delicious pie. You are the strongest among us. So you do you, stiff stick lover. Off picked his nose with a bored expression on his face. Look at how terrified he is. How unlucky of him. It's a pity that I won't have the chance to carve up his face. Killer Fatty commented as he turned his attention to the naked girl below him, who was slowly becoming conscious. Man lover, incapacitate him quickly before boss begins to rage. Off suggested as he looked at how the situation would unfold. Will the prey resist attempts to be captured or will it give in immediately? Man lover had taken just one step toward the silent Zhao Wei when Shwa! Splatter! A head, with an excited expression on its face, rolled on the ground like a rugby ball. Man lover! Off screamed in disbelief and alarm, his loud voice immediately capturing the attention of all that was in the room. What had he just witnessed? A 6th-ranked martial artist was disposed of like that in an instant? Shwa! Why is the world revolving so fast? Why am I on the ground? Those were the last thoughts Off had before his consciousness was submerged in eternal darkness. He didn't even realize that his head had been cleanly decapitated. His neck, seemingly boneless in the presence of Zhao Wei's blade's edge. Shwa! Oily blood splashed on the screaming faces of the women who had begun to register the current situation. With his eyes closed, Zhao Wei waved his hands in the air as if he was leading an orchestra. With each swap of his finger, a bandit's head would rock and roll. Bastard! I will fuck in. The last man standing, the 7-foot titan, erupted with his peak 6th rank cultivation butt. Roll. Then, there was silence and the occasional whimps and wails from the sexually assaulted women and the man. When Zhao Wei opened his eyes, they didn't feel relief but only looked at him in more terror and fear than even their abductors. The man in front of them was the whole of hell itself instead of a mere demon. Freedom. Still a mystery. Zhao Wei absent-mindedly looked at the dead eyes of the hopeless humans in front of him. Without speaking further, he ransacked the belongings of the dead for anything of interest but was only disappointed. Silver had lost its value over time. And what the heck was he going to do with poisonous pills? It only reminded him of how badly he needed the great Tao of alchemy in his journey. Zhao Wei momentarily watched as the victims began to mercilessly tear apart the corpses of the bandits, and he didn't know what to say or think about their actions. Hapless mortals and weak cultivators, did they deserve to suffer injustices? Were all beings truly equal in the face of the great Tao? Will the cycle of endless suffering and retribution ever end? How bitter! How bitter! Zhao Wei felt neither pity nor resentment as he left those men and women to fend for themselves. After all, he wasn't a hero of justice and was merely trying to earn some battle points. By the way, I wonder why the IQ of those bandits was lower than average. How can the script be so cliched? Chapter 66, The Itchy Way. On the way, Zhao Wei began to realize that he had encountered another timeline deviation. What he had witnessed wasn't something that was depicted in the original storyline. It was different by miles away. King of Gods didn't have many dark themes, but what if there was a hidden canvas being obscured by the surface canvas on which only good and mild things were drawn? Something like that was possible. In his previous life, Zhao Wei had read such novels, for example, a story where the author gets reincarnated in the same novel he or she had created, but after time passes, they would soon find that the world they created wasn't still the same. The plot is derailing from its predetermined path. Zhao Wei had a serious expression on his face, no longer calm or relaxed, as his figure flashed soundlessly from tree to tree like a ninja. The bad premonition Zhao Wei had felt previously should have a high probability of posing a great risk to his very life. Every action has a consequence and every cause has an effect. Zhao Wei understood these philosophical views. Time didn't have a fixed point and the future was just a possibility that has yet to come. Zhao Wei didn't stress much about it. He promised himself to approach every situation with a calculated mind. With the region exquisitely mapped inside his mind due to his superb surveillance skills, Zhao Wei was basically like the modern-day drone. Zhao Wei finally stopped atop a high thick branch as he gazed down at the group of bandits of 12 camped near a canyon. 3 were at the 4th rank, 5 at the 5th rank, 2 beginner ranked, 3 peak ranked, 3 6th rank martial artists, and finally, a newly advanced martial master whom Zhao Wei speculated to be the leader of the group. Too many opponents, but the points I would get from exterminating them will be worth it. Zhao Wei mused lightly. In such a situation, sniping from afar will be the most logical thing to do. Archery is beneficial for this kind of war. Zhao Wei analyzed as his eyes searched for a lone archer, and it didn't take long before he spotted his target. The good thing about these bandits was that they didn't have a complex line of defense and strategy. There were many loopholes that Zhao Wei could use to assassinate their leader, but the commotion was surely going to alert the others to gang up against him. Zhao Wei could see many paths to exterminate vermin, but he chose the path that was going to create fear, carelessness, anger and utter chaos among his prey. Zhao Wei expertly swerved a thick branch from impeding his movement and jumped onto another tree soundlessly. With the control, comes being reserved. Zhao Wei's body control wasn't just exquisite, it was perfect. His already locked-on target held a 2-meter-long bow with a leather quiver with arrows, wrapped around his upper torso. The bandit archer stationed atop an enormous tree for effective surveillance remained oblivious to the Grim Reaper's approach. The bandit archer didn't realize Zhao Wei was near him until he felt a finger poking his temple. It was then that he saw Zhao Wei's apathetic face and the silent movement of his lips. Solar finger. The bandit archer's skull got perfectly trypanated and his brain melted into brain juices, and that spelled his eternal doom. Zhao Wei then carefully tied his dead body to the thick branch to prevent it from falling on the ground and causing unnecessary alarm. 11 left. Zhao Wei held the 2-meter-long black bow in his hand and tested the tensile strength of the pulling string. It will serve its purpose well. Zhao Wei then took out 7 arrows from the quiver and gently placed them on the string. His captivating silver eyes shifted from right to left, upwards to downwards, having no definite direction as he processed the information about his soon-to-die enemies. Before his eyes, only vulnerabilities and weak points existed. Zhao Wei then channeled his inner strength on the arrows to amplify the penetrative force to extremely high levels. Coupled with his physical strength, Zhao Wei was basically sending nukes to bombard the bodies of the bandits. Zhao Wei silently inhaled and exhaled, relaxing his shoulders and overall body posture to the point where the bow, arrow and one man were one. Inseparable. With his focus reaching the acme, Zhao Wei released the 7 arrows each with a designated target. Whoosh! 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 In the wake of each empowered arrow, gruesomely exploded bodies would drop on the thickly foliated ground. Heptakill. Boss. We have intruders. One of the remaining men shouted at the top of his lungs as he tried to find cover instead of aimlessly standing in the open. The newly advanced martial master bandit leader sensed the sounds of his men dying and immediately rushed out of his room. The leader was a middle-aged man with a big musculature and his well-defined pectorals were exposed. His face was riddled with sword scars that showed he had some history with sword cultivators. This man was called Mundo. Everyone make sure to be on alert and take cover. Our enemies are master archers. Mundo shouted while his sharp eyes vigilantly tried to assess the positions of their attackers. The 3 remaining bandit survivors immediately hid in spots that even archers may find impossible to target them. What they didn't know was that the enemy they thought was a group of master archers ambushing them, was only one person. Zhao Wei's archery execution gave them such an idea. Who was going to imagine that one person was capable of shooting 7 arrows and accurately killing 7 targets consecutively? From his sniping point, Zhao Wei released a short after observing the bandits' actions. Let me prove you wrong. Zhao Wei aimed an arrow at the bandit that had shouted the alarm the moment his friends had been killed. He was a peak-ranked 6th-rank martial artist. Whoosh! The moment the empowered arrow left the string, Mudo sensed the subtle disturbance in the air currents and immediately gazed at Zhao Wei's direction. Found you. Mudo then gazed at the blur of the arrow's trajectory and saw it land a few distances away from his subordinate's hiding place. Mudo was coated by a protective inner strength barrier, that's why he wasn't afraid of the arrows, but his subordinates wouldn't be lucky. A miss. Is that archer stupid or what? Does he think he can shoot me when I am perfectly hidden from his range of attack? The thick-fish-lipped subordinate, whose mouth was reminiscent of someone with a botched lip job, sneered heavily. Since he had already seen Zhao Wei's hiding position, Mudo decided it was better to kill him first before his allies came to the rescue. You see, Mudo was quite confident in his martial master status. But just as Mudo was about to take his first step, he saw a clever one-sided grin form on Zhao Wei's face. They were separated by only 100 meters, so Mudo could perfectly see Zhao Wei's actions. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding gripped his heart when he saw Zhao Wei make a gesture with his index finger and middle finger. Ichi reference, misdirection. Over the distance, Mudo heard those perfectly calm words and his eyes widened in realization when he sensed the unmistakable movement of a martial master's inner strength. Big fish, move out of there immediately. Mudo warned vehemently. The one being addressed was exactly the subordinate with a botched lip job, but Mudo's warning was too late. Whoosh! The arrow embedded in the ground vibrated only once before quickly shooting toward Big Fish and digging through his neck, ultimately leaving the head grossly hanging off it at an unnatural angle. Big Fish died. Nuu. Mudo wailed in extreme anger and anguish as his whole martial master aura erupted like a typhoon that swept through his surroundings. You're dead. Mudo directed all of his bloodlust and killing intent at Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei tilted his neck to the side with a disturbing creepy wide smile on his face as his hands tugged at the bow's string 2 times in succession. That was Zhao Wei's answer. Whoosh! Chapter 67, Red Death. The 2 remaining 6th-rank bandits, after witnessing Big Fish's death, began to panic and fear for their lives. Instead of sitting ducks and hiding, the 2 bandits thought it was better to engage in quick movements that would put the archers in a tight spot. But alas, they weren't aware of their already sealed fates. The eyes of the death god could already foresee their inevitable fates, and no matter how quickly they moved, the already released arrows furiously pierced the wind and relentlessly sought after the marked targets. Ugh! Arg! 2 individual screams, filled with despair and hopelessness, reverberated in the surroundings before everything returned to its initial quietness. Using the least amount of force, Zhao Wei burst out with the greatest amount of initial velocity, and in an instant, he was already a meter away from Mudo. I thought it was wise to face you head-on instead of stressing out our leader to deal with a small fry like you. Zhao Wei calmly spoke as he put away the bow and arrows by placing them across his shoulder. Shut up. You little shit. Mudo bellowed in anger, and like a maddened bull, twin fumes gushed out of his nostrils. Despite being angry and hurt by the abrupt loss of his subordinates, who were exterminated like useless vermin within 2 minutes, Mudo took Zhao Wei's words seriously. He began to look around, trying to search for the so-called leader. The youth before him was already monstrous enough and had the same cultivation base as him. If his so-called leader was put into the equation, then his life was going to be in grave danger. The human mind can believe whatever it wants to believe, and a person can easily be tricked if they want to be tricked. Zhao Wei mused lightly before his figure disappeared instantly, leaving behind only a cloud of dust. When he reappeared again, it was in front of Mudo, his fist narrowing close to the bandit's face. Contrary to what Zhao Wei expected to happen, Mudo reacted quickly by using an inner strength barrier to dampen and reduce the force of the terrifying fist. The resultant force brought rise to a shockwave that blasted Mo Dao 5 meters away from Zhao Wei. Mo Dao's face retained its initial color and vibrancy, meaning that he hadn't suffered from any injuries, and the shockwaves had, in fact, helped him to escape a certain disaster. How can a person's body produce such terrifying power? What type of pills and food did that guy use to punch like that? What type of body cultivation technique could it be? Various thoughts ran through Mu Dao's mind, all within a second. Mu Dao frowned as he began to recall all the events that had led to the current moment. He found that something crucial was missing. 7 arrows, 7 kills, almost simultaneously. Arrows that can change trajectory. Everything clicked. A look of realization dawned on Mu Dao's face after thinking things over. Why, you are the only one here. You tried to trick me earlier on. Mu Dao clicked his tongue in hatred. I don't want to believe that someone has such godly archery skills to kill 7 men almost instantly. So there were people like you in this world. Mu Dao had a self-deprecating smile on his face. If I defeat you and then kill you, wouldn't my martial prowess receive an unimaginable boost? Mu Dao said nonchalantly as he brandished his well-crafted silver blade that reeked of immense killing intent, and its sharp edges shone with a lethal light. It showed that the blade had slain far too many enemies to portray its current glory. To avenge my comrades, my blade shall not spare you, kid. Mu Dao inched closer. You should feel honored to be my 101st victim, sinner. Dance of the Blade God. Mu Dao executed a complex movement technique that increased his speed as he raised his blade to deliver judgment upon Zhao Wei. Mu Dao was confident that the inexperienced youth wouldn't be able to escape in time, since Dance of the Blade God restricted the enemy's movement, caging them in to be sliced and diced up into meat slabs. It was perfect for enemies who like to scurry around a lot. Slash. 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 Several blade arcs barraged Zhao Wei's figure in all directions. Mu Dao could already foresee his diced-up body, brutally cut off from the world. Whoosh. But what Mu Dao cut was cloudy, almost illusory, an afterimage that dispersed in an instant. You made pretty big swings there, my boy. Zhao Wei performed a sharp side kick that aimed for Mu Dao's ribs. Mu Dao immediately transitioned from attack to defense as he tried to use his blade to defend against Zhao Wei's kick. Boom. Mu Dao felt as if a gargantuan mountain was pressing down on his ribs, trying to crush his lungs and the very air out of him. Like a ball, Mu Dao was hurled into the air as his body destroyed numerous trees in his way. Blaguk. Mu Dao coughed up blood that contained clotted fragments of his innards. Even the inner strength barrier he had deployed at the last moment of contact to cushion the attack hadn't saved him this time around. Mu Dao couldn't believe that he was gravely injured to this degree with just 2 moves. Mu Dao winced in pain as he tried to graze his finger across his broken ribs. What power! We are both in the martial master realm, but he is casually throwing fists and kicks capable of destroying the terrain. From what hellhole did this devil emerge from? Mu Dao realized that his life was in danger, and the familiar feeling of death that he had experienced in various life and death battles loomed over his very being. The difference between the past experiences and the current situation was huge. The feeling of death coming from his opponent's ferocity was extremely strong and suffocating, unlike his past enemies. When it came to such types of enemies, there was only one solution. Run. One had to run like they had never run before in their entire life. It was called tactical retreat and quick judgment. Mu Dao did just that. Blood-burning escape art, Mu Dao burned his life essence and vitality as he erupted with power that almost felt unlimited. Whoosh! Mu Dao was like red lightning zapping across trees. He now tied all of his hopes to escaping and finding the Grandmaster. Mu Dao believed that only the Grandmaster could save him from that terrifying monster. Mu Dao didn't want to die just like any other human who loved their life and existence. The effects of using blood-burning escape art were extremely bad, but they could be resolved under the right and stringent conditions. As for his life, that couldn't be reclaimed once it was lost. He only had one life. After covering several kilometers and seeing that he had lost Zhao Wei, Mu Dao released a small sigh of relief as he supported his weak body by leaning against a tree. He was beyond exhausted, but enough energy for another run still pulsated within his energy vessels. This should be enough. I am just a few kilometers away from where the Grandmaster is staying. Hope shone off Mu Dao's eyes. And once I reach the Grandmaster, I am going to tell him about that brat. It seems our locations have been compromised. Mu Dao breathed heavily, and just as he was about to continue his escape, a voice full of energy and interest came from above. I never expected Red Death to exist in this universe. You, sir, have surely opened this ignorant one's eyes. How? Mu Dao immediately lost all hope after failing to come up with any sufficient reasoning behind Zhao Wei's unreasonable speed. How deplorable. How unfair. Chapter 68, Gandalf. By the way, who is this Grandmaster that you have been yapping about? I would like to know him better. Zhao Wei lifted his fingers to gesture air quotations as he glided downwards from the tree trunk. Mu Dao created a distance with him. Even though he was hopeless and on the verge of giving up, Mu Dao didn't want to just hand over his life. As a dignified martial master, Mu Dao deemed it better to, at least, leave his opponent with a severe injury that would make him suffer a lot. As for information about the Grandmaster that Zhao Wei was inquiring about, Mu Dao could only scoff at him. I am not obliged to tell you anything, kid. But since you are formidable, I can relay a little bit of information for you to spare my life. What do you think? Is the deal good? Mu Dao proposed in a convincing tone, all in an attempt to indirectly be spared from death. Zhao Wei stopped his movements for a moment and arched his eyebrow. You want to tell me such important information, brother? Zhao Wei smiled amiably as if he had met one of his long-lost buddies. Mu Dao showed a visible cringe but controlled himself lest he lashed out at Zhao Wei for calling him brother. The little shit killed my whole gang and now he dares to call me brother. If that isn't a blatant mockery, then what is? Mu Dao clenched his jaw. Is the deal good or not? Zhao Wei pouted lightly as if considering the matter. I think it's not bad. I will spare your life if you tell me about Grandmaster. Foolish brat. Easily gullible toddler. The moment I survive this ordeal, there is no way I won't be looking for revenge. Mu Dao snickered internally. Keek, he thinks that I am going to tell him anything about Grandmaster? Keep dreaming. Mu Dao cleared his throat. I have another condition apart from sparing my life. Zhao Wei gestured for him to continue. Can you eat my shit and drink my piss before I tell you such top secret intel? Mu Dao laughed out crazily and almost immediately, used blood-burning escape art. Mu Dao used the remaining energy he had to propel himself forward like a ball, his speed inevitably breaking the sound barrier and surpassing it. Mu Dao had used up his whole potential to utilize such speed as his figure, a blur of red light, traversed several kilometers in a matter of seconds. He had only been stalling for time to get an opening once again. Who talks nonsense with an enemy that they are supposed to kill regardless of the crucial information they have? Mu Dao had never spared talking with enemies that were soon to fall. The earlier he killed them the better instead of wasting his time. Mu Dao instinctively touched his pocket to feel if that thing was still there and mentally sighed after finding it was still intact. That was his ticket to enter the grounds of the Grandmaster or else he would be stranded with that monster. Mu Dao knew that Zhao Wei's speed was unimaginable but he had doubts if the brat could achieve such speeds without using a forbidden technique. He had once escaped from a peak rank 8th rank martial master with his life barely hanging with blood-burning escape art. So Zhao Wei, a mere 7th rank junior, shouldn't have a more exaggerated speed boost, right? As Mu Dao was thinking while crazily running, he suddenly sensed a shadow from the sky. Against the strong light of the sun, Mu Dao couldn't see the features of the shadow clearly so he had little impression of it. But the shadow stayed vertical to his motion before he saw a heel kick gravitating down to him. Fucking relentless shit. Mu Dao cursed under his breath as he evaded the kick that created a 5-meter radius crater on the ground. The shockwaves pushed his back against a huge thick tree, further aggravating his only severe injuries. Bleb. Mu Dao dropped to his knees before coughing up another mouthful of clotted blood. The internal bleeding was more intense this time round and all the bones of his left arm had been broken. His face was beyond pale and his eyes bloodshot as a result of using blood-burning escape art. His mind hovered between the realm of consciousness and unconsciousness and Mu Dao felt that he would really faint if he wasn't careful. Mu Dao ultimately bit his tongue to stay awake. Bleb. He coughed up blood again as he tried to support his body using his still usable right hand. The shockwave increased in intensity? Is that a human body or a body made out of divine metal? Fuck, I am totally out of juice. I don't think I can survive this. Mu Dao used his upper tier blade to support his weight and strenuously pulled himself up. But Mu Dao didn't stand for long as he felt a burning hot pain drill through his knee joints in succession. Arg. Arg. Damn it. Fucking shit. Mu Dao shrieked in pain as his remaining upper torso looked at his lower body. His legs weren't with him. They were on their own as separate entities. Then Mu Dao looked at his profusely bleeding decapitated legs, thick blood spraying like an open champagne all over. Mu Dao had yet to feel the full pain. The neural message seemed to have experienced a delay. My leg. My leg. What did you do to my legs? I am a cripple? Did you just make me a cripple? This can't be happening. I will fucking kill you. Mu Dao turned hysterical. Who is Grandmaster? A shadow loomed over his sorry state as an apathetic voice followed soon. Fuck. Fuck. Even if I die, I am not spitting a thing. Go fuck yourself, kid. Mu Dao wore a bloody grin as he threw spit toward the shadow. It seems you haven't heard enough. Zhao Wei said nonchalantly. This bastard is only going to torture me like a madman. I have only one option then. Mu Dao rolled out a pill from under his tongue. It was a pill specifically made for this type of situation.
Suicide. You want to suicide, right? TCH, then it seems I can't get anything from you. It's a pity. Truly a pity. Zhao Wei spoke in a regretful tone. Go on, kill yourself, but don't think about performing a suspended animation technique. I will cut off your head just to be sure. Zhao Wei switched his tone to that of nonchalance. Mundo choked on his own blood and struggled to breathe after hearing Zhao Wei's words. Fuck, how did he know the effects of the pill? Plan C. As if possessed, Mundo immediately used his blade and swiftly cut through his carotid artery and jugular vein. Blood spilled and his eyes were extinguished of their life and vitality. Zhao Wei frowned as he looked at the dead body. Another variable. Who is this high-sounding Grandmaster figure? Zhao Wei clicked his tongue as he searched the corpse for anything of value. Moments later, he was holding a black stone with a glossy surface. It also had small runic inscriptions written all over it. This stone. Zhao Wei raised his brows as he thoroughly inspected the inanimate oddity. That's something I gave little Dao in case he came to visit me. An old voice full of vibrancy and ancientness reverberated in Zhao Wei's ears, catching him off by surprise. Zhao Wei followed the direction of the sound and saw an emaciated old man with long white eyebrows that reached his cheekbones, and on his stubborn chin, a similarly long white beard grew. His face looked serene and his old eyes shone with wisdom. In his hand, he held a long spear. Gandalf. Chapter 69, Taoist Inverted Spear. Gandalf. Who is Gandalf? If it's someone's name, then it's really strange. A foreign name maybe? Who knows how big the universe actually is? The old man ran his thin fingers down his long beard as a mysterious grin formed on his mouth. What kind of intuition is that? This old-timer is dangerous. He looks weak and thin, as if he can easily be swept by a simple blow of the wind, but the hidden power within him fills me with the thought of running far away from him, while at the same time, I want to clash with him. Zhao Wei evaluated the strange old man, his eyes never leaving his figure even though he wasn't making any unnecessary movements. Oh, you must be curious about my identity, boy? The mysterious old man chuckled. Many call me the Grandmaster, as you might have heard from little Dao. I am. Zhao Wei masked his expression since he already had some guesses about the old man's identity. Boy, aren't you a special one? Your eyes and body don't reflect your true self. What is your true age? The mysterious old man casually asked a question that immediately caught Zhao Wei off guard, freezing his thought process for a second. What makes you think so? Zhao Wei recovered from the shock with a serene smile forming on his lips. Ho ho, answering a question with a question. It doesn't matter if you tell me or not. I was just playing with ya. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and someone like me who has trained his eyes to the limit and has considerable experience when it comes to the ways of the universe, I can spot something out of place with just a glance. The mysterious old man spoke nonchalantly as he unhurriedly walked towards the fallen Mudo. Zhao Wei, who was 2 meters away, didn't budge from his position, his eyes monitoring every action of this stranger. Pitiful kid, it's your bad luck that you met a monster that devours helpless and weak prey like you effortlessly. The mysterious old man then closed Mudo's eyes, which were still opened up, carrying with him the same indignation and hopelessness they had before he suicided. For a proud, hard-headed man like him to kill himself, comes to really show how his opponent was a terrifying genius who overpowered in every angle. The despair, though. The old man then smiled at Zhao Wei. There wasn't warmth or familiarity. It was just a smile. A meaningless smile. The cycle of suffering and death is something that all beings in the cultivation world must all face one day. That man just faced his early on. Zhao Wei commented lightly. Haha, that's a brilliant way of seeing through the truth of the universe. The old man ran his hand up and down the normal-looking spear's shaft as a deep laughter emanated off his chest. Kid, you can call me Taoist Inverted Spear or Old Manchu. The old man introduced himself to Zhao Wei. Taoist Inverted Spear? Old Manchu? Never heard of those names. Zhao Wei arched his eyebrow in surprise and stifled his frown. The old man may be fabricating names and lying straight to my face, but surprisingly, I see no signs of deceit in his micro-expressions and his heartbeat remains calm and steady. Zhao Wei instantly analyzed, measuring up the old man's motives. I am Feng Jiayuge, or you can call me Reckless Savage. Zhao Wei introduced himself with forthrightness and the confidence of someone who could face anything. He didn't feel guilty for even borrowing the name of that sound path guy. At least he knew how to fabricate names, unlike Hanju's poor naming sense. Reckless Savage? Reckless Savage? What a name. I suppose it portrays your inner nature, kid. It's really good to be young. Ah, youth. Old Man Chu began to pound the spear's end against the ground as he showed a face full of reminiscence. The two hadn't shown any hostility toward each other. Yet. They were slowly taking their time chatting and getting to know each other on a basic level. If you are the Grandmaster, then I suppose you are the final boss of the bandits, "Hey old Manchu? You are here for revenge, right?" Zhao Wei casually asked while his senses were pushed to the limits, covering every little sound within the radius they were in. Revenge? How useless. Do you think I would even bother? If it was just for an act of petty revenge, I wouldn't have come here, kid. Old Manchu's expression turned sour for the first time. That stone in your hand led me here. Old Manchu pointed his bony finger toward Zhao Wei's right hand. Zhao Wei had that face, urging him to explain everything and be done with it. That's an array opening stone I specifically made for Little Doubt to use when he wanted to look for me. Zhao Wei's silver eyes twinkled before his expression morphed into a serious one. Array? Never expected that. But wait. Something's not right? The bad premonition that I had been feeling. We are currently inside a camouflaging array, making us invisible and cut off completely from the surroundings. Old Manchu nonchalantly explained. I was trapped inside an array without even knowing it. Was the array set up beforehand, or did the old man predict the possibility of someone passing through this path? I am really in trouble. I have met the first anomaly and variable that I wouldn't have anticipated. Zhao Wei released a sigh. I presume you don't want me to run away, old Manchu. He then stated the obvious. Haha, you have good discerning eyes. You see, the reason I have always liked to set up this sealing array whenever I fight with worthy opponents is because at the end of it all, they always try to escape. And, I don't want that. It always steals away the fun. Old Manchu spoke loudly with a crazy light radiating off his old eyes. My boy, don't you think a fight should always have a clear end? Old Manchu directed a question toward Zhao Wei as he traced the edges of the inverted tip of the spearhead. The aura of the peak 9th rank realm slowly began to flow out of his emaciated form. An aura even stronger than that of Yilinian and the third guard. Zhao Wei remained silent for a moment as he faced his very first crisis. He had never fought an 8th rank martial master, much less a 9th ranked in his entire life. And the old bones in front of him seemed to be an elite among elites. There was even something otherworldly about him that Zhao Wei couldn't put a finger on. I have never slayed a peak 9th ranker, you old fossil. It wouldn't be bad if you served as my first. I promise to be gentle. Zhao Wei erupted with a burst of crazy laughter, laughter filled with the resolution for the inevitable. His silver eyes were brimming with bloodlust, an utter urge for destruction and annihilation. Were you never thought to respect your elders, eh boy? Old Manchu also laughed crazily, boundless killing intent radiating off him. A clash between two monsters was about to begin. Will Zhao Wei succumb to Old Manchu's inverted spear, or will he find a way to escape the sealing array? Chapter 70, Terrifying Old Man. If one thing Zhao Wei had to admit that was clever and thoughtful, was the mysterious sealing array. He didn't know what mechanisms it operated under, and it was his first time experiencing what it meant to be trapped inside an array mechanism. Heck, it was his first time seeing an array after reading so much about them. His inner spirit of learning was simply stirred up beyond reason. Zhao Wei's interest in the auxiliary branches of cultivation had never dwindled as he got closer and closer to one of his goals. His eyes might be capable of seeing through most things, but what happens if the unseen don't want to be seen? After a nanosecond of analysis, Zhao Wei had come to terms that he couldn't crack the code, or simpler terms the core of the complex array. The array had no nodes or core to stabilize the whole thing. It was kind of formless while at the same time, complete with no flaws. It was like it was under some sort of hidden rules that the current Zhao Wei couldn't decipher despite his high comprehension abilities. As if seeing through his thoughts, Old Manchu's eyes twinkled as he shared some information to lessen a little bit of Zhao Wei's doubts. From your gaze, I can guess that you are trying to find how the sealing array works. It's simple yet complex, but can easily be broken at the same time. What are you saying? I have an inkling that it operates under a rule that you incorporated. As for how you did that, makes me think that you aren't as simple as you let on. Are you by chance an array master or something? Zhao Wei calmly asked as two gauntlets began to gradually form on his hands. There are basically two answers to my question. The old-timer is both an array master and a martial artist, or the array was set up through other means or outside help. My suspicions lie in the first answer. Anyway, it matters not. Zhao Wei thought while the ground below his feet cracked in a web-like fashion, breaking into rubbles, and the next moment, he disappeared. Instead of being passive and wait for Old Manchu to attack him, Zhao Wei thought it was better to attack first, and by using a verbal diversion, it made it even better when the enemy was still distracted. Choices are always made in a battle. They may be good or bad, but one most important thing is to have the resolve to adapt and come up with countermeasures for mistakes. As one who couldn't see the future, Zhao Wei knew that not all his choices and decisions were going to be 100% accurate. He was a man in flesh, and as the saying goes, to err is human. Time seemed to slow down a notch as Zhao Wei's left hook aimed for the old man's chin. Just when the punch was about to connect, Old Manchu took a step back at the last moment. His step was bizarre, as if he wasn't moving in the first place. Casual and concise. "You are too impatient, my boy." Old Man Chu chuckled. Zhao Wei didn't talk and performed another fist attack. But every time he did that, Old Man would squeeze past his range at the very last moment. As if mocking him. His movements were fluid, oozing with simplicity, but within that simplicity laid a deep profundity. Zhao Wei smiled and didn't get frustrated. "Fluid and still, relaxed and moving as one will, so, all fossils, it seems you have deep insights in martial arts. Just like water. But what if I was faster?" Zhao Wei flexed his inner strength outwards, and one by one, golden-colored body suppression bangles began to drop on the ground. There were around 4 of them, which altogether weighed 10 tons. "I see. So you were holding back. Interesting." Old Man Chu still didn't try to use his spear. When Zhao Wei moved this time around, he was like a flash of red and blue lightning as his blurred form attacked from almost all directions. Zhao Wei used his newfound physical strength to try to decimate the old man once and for all. Old Man Chu didn't dodge and met all of his attacks with utter calmness, his frail hands effortlessly clashing with Zhao Wei's thick fists. How was Old Man Chu able to achieve such incredible feats? "What is this? Haha, it seems I am not special when it comes to innate realization. This old-timer's knowledge of martial arts is deep and nearly flawless." Zhao Wei thought, with a battle-crazed grin forming on his face. He can negate physical attacks. Zhao Wei found himself flying after Old Man Chu used some of the force from his attack to throw off his posture. Luckily, Zhao Wei didn't lose his balance as he smoothly landed at a fair distance from Old Man Chu. That short exchange was just a test of sorts. He has impeccable control over his whole body and can utilize the hardness and softness to the limits. Heck, he can even do a reversal. This person isn't supposed to be affiliated with those bandits. What does he gain from associating with them? Your body is almost godly and perfected. The body technique you are using seems to be extremely special, as if it was tailor-made just for you. I can see immense potential. Ho ho. Old Man Chu cackled. Why the hell does he like to laugh all the time? Is he crazy or something? For him to guess about the uniqueness of primordial stellar energy body refining art proves that his affinity with martial arts is pretty high. Zhao Wei analyzed with a look of interest in his eyes as he raised his foot to take a step forward. Blink. Zhao Wei was already inside Old Man Chu's space, his body made smaller in an unnatural low stance and his center of gravity effectively lowered as he prepared for a super-compacted attack with his 2 fists. He perfectly combined the essence of with his fist attack. Old Man Chu's eyes widened. Shit. Whoosh. An overpowering force of the wind swept away everything, ranging from the pebbles on the ground to the surrounding extremely tall trees within a 50-meter radius. Like a raging tornado, nothing was spared as a cloud of dust blocked the sight of the resultant destruction. Zhao Wei grinned, not because he knew he had won already, but because he could still see the unscathed form of Old Man Chu within the dust. Cough, that was some dangerous move, boy. You could have crushed my poor bones. Old Man Chu feigned weakness as he released fake coughs from his aged mouth. Freezing iced spear technique, survive this then, old-timer. Zhao Wei raised his right hand and gradually, icy blue spears emitting smoky frost began to form in the air. May death be with you. And with those words, numerous ice spears with piercing edges descended onto Old Man Chu like a rain of divine punishment from the heavens. Chapter 71, Third Eye, Azure Lineage in Battle. A worthy opponent should never be underestimated or overestimated. Evaluate your opponent as you would evaluate yourself. Zhao Wei knew Old Man Chu was a formidable warrior and individuals like him couldn't be taken down easily. Though he didn't fear the gaze of death, that didn't mean that he could easily forsake his life when he hadn't squeezed out every last bit of battle potential. Zhao Wei slightly curled his fingers and a 2-meter-long icy spear, of near absolute zero temperatures, formed on his hand. Zhao Wei then did a back step with the ice spear's tail almost touching the ground. Zhao Wei was gathering all of his physical strength into the ice spear. His back muscles and shoulder muscles tensed and flexed incessantly, stretching his shirt to the limits. And when his biceps relaxed, Zhao Wei finally catapulted the ice spear forward with terrifying might. Meanwhile, Old Man Chu was finally forced to utilize the inverted spear as he casually twirled it at very high speeds to destroy the barrage of icy spears. His face, which was usually calm and relaxed, finally turned serious after he sensed the momentous approach of something devastating, piercing the wind and threatening to split the earth asunder. A smile of appreciation formed on his old rugged face as he looked at the icy spear that was heading towards him soundlessly. What good control over one's body and technique, even though it's brutish. Old Man Chu thought as he swung his spear forward and performed a thrust. It was simple but held the intent to destroy mountains and divide the sea. First form, Heaven's Retribution, bang. Crack. The inverted spear tip perfectly met the ice spear's tip, resulting in a thunderous, ear-splitting blast that rang in the air. What power? Old Man Chu winced as he felt the pure physical strength of Zhao Wei in the spear. It pushed him 30 meters away from Zhao Wei, his feet digging into the ground like a hoe. His old bones could be heard cracking ever so slightly as he transferred some of the attack into the earth, which then sank, breaking into cube-like and prism rubbles. The force of Old Man Chu's thrust also proved to be powerful as it pulverized the ice spear into innumerable tiny crystals that randomly flew everywhere. All of a sudden, before he could even take a breather, Zhao Wei was already onto him as he instantly launched himself into the air over the few distances between them. Two short swords sculpted out of ice were being tightly held in his hands as he struck a downward sword attack. When an opponent is in the air, they tend to leave many openings and make them vulnerable, which can easily be capitalized on. Old Man Chu understood this fact very well. But surprisingly and shockingly, with his insightful eyes he could very well see those openings, but within them were also possible counterattacks. As if seeing the future, Old Man Chu could already visualize Zhao Wei switching his form from one angle to another, transitioning smoothly between actions and retaliating with lightning-fast strikes. Many possibilities were being calculated by his superb mental processing capabilities. He is formless. Formless like water, he takes on any shape he wishes and deems perfect for the situation. A genius? No, he's simply demonic. Within formlessness lies versatility. Meanwhile, Zhao Wei's eyes shone with the embers of battle intent. The feeling was even bigger and more intense than when he had fought with Xin Wuing. It was beyond that. In this battle, he didn't have to hold back. His life was on the line, so he had to be unburdened about the survivability of his opponent. Old Man Chu was an opponent that could make his blood boil in genuine excitement, like when he received his first Fukigen toy in his early childhood days. Zhao Wei murmured in his heart the simple, self-created sword technique brought into fruition by the ongoing battle. Twin Dragon's Descent. The two downward sword strikes felt like two divine dragons furiously descending from the 9 heavens, threatening to bring chaos to the world. Clang. Old Man Chu valiantly met Zhao Wei's simultaneous attacks as he used the spear body to defend against the two ice swords. His arm muscles trembled due to the impact, but Old Man Chu didn't show any signs of discomfort or feeling pain. His frail figure cushioned the impacts with unusual ease. Never judge a body by its state. Zhao Wei chuckled internally as he propelled himself backwards and landed a meter away from Old Man. The old versus the young. Fiery golden eyes met silver eyes, and then each one of them took a step forward and disappeared. When both of them met once again, it was in the center and they began exchanging one attack after the other. Parrying, thrusting, diagonal slashes, vertical slashes. Zhao Wei's sword attacks pursued simplicity and could be anything he wanted. He didn't have a personal inclination toward the way of the sword. Formlessness meant not being fixed on one form but being one with many yet having none. Old Man Chu's spearmanship was nearly perfect, his attacks precise and like a storm, sweeping away everything in its path. Zhao Wei's torn clothes and several lacerations all over his skin bore witness to his opponent's fast and ruthless spear. Due to his excellent defense, Zhao Wei didn't suffer major physical injuries. But something has been bothering him since he began exchanging moves with Old Man Chu. He could anticipate his opponent's next moves by analyzing their muscles, heartbeat, shift in posture, and breath, courtesy of his supercomputing capabilities. It was limited in actuality due to the emergence of variables, and a very experienced opponent can easily trick one's senses. Old Man Chu could do just that. It was very difficult to land a perfect hit on him. It was as if he could see the future, and that enabled him to come up with a precise counterattack. Does he also have some sort of I bloodline, or does he have a bloodline oriented toward martial arts? This old-timer can do what I normally do and multiply it further. It's exhilarating. How can I win against him? Zhao Wei contemplated. You are getting sloppy, youngling. Old Man Chu's voice sounded as he thrust his spear forward, ultimately catching Zhao Wei off guard. Sha. Zhao Wei shifted his body to the side and evaded the lethal thrust at the last millisecond, but a significant portion of flesh from his shoulder was curved out. Zhao Wei didn't even look at the fleshy injury as an icy spear formed on his hand before he retaliated in kind. That deadly forward thrust had left Old Man Chu open and wide, so Zhao Wei took advantage of that moment to execute his counterattack. Whoosh! Clang! Old Man Chu, at a very unnatural angle, shifted the position of the flexible spear body, and in one fluid attempt, parried Zhao Wei's piercing move. How? Zhao Wei smiled at his opponent's peculiarity. Can you see the future, old-timer? Zhao Wei casually asked. His right cheek had several scars that were visibly closing on their own while his severe shoulder injury was slowly healing. I can gauge probability to a limited degree. Seeing the future, huh? I think that also fits the bill. It's just a matter of perspective. Old Man Chu had a bloody grin on his face and his robes were also in shambles and tattered. Probability? Future? In the original storyline, There weren't ancient bloodlines or eye powers with such an ability. Within the 10,000 ancient races, there were quite a lot of races that were not included or further explained. I can group this old man in such a category or I can treat him as an anomaly. I never expected the kaleidoscopic butterfly to flap her wings so hard. Zhao Wei thought within a nanosecond. He can't be a destiny eye holder, right? No, he can't be. The Eye of Destiny is characterized by completely pale white eyes from what I remember, which makes those with it extremely rare. You have entertained me enough, my boy. Old Man Chu boisterously laughed. But I have played enough with you. The move I am about to perform next has made me invincible in the Consolidated Realm, and even those at the peak of First Sky Ascended Realm have despaired. From his forehead, his skin began to wriggle and twist as if little worms were underneath it before it totally ripped apart to reveal a closed third eye. Divine insight. Today you shall bore witness to how those of the karmic Azure lineage fight. Old Man Chu's two eyes closed and the third eye opened abruptly in a horrific fashion. To see the unseen, gaze into the immaterial. Old Man Chu then smiled at Zhao Wei, whose expression only showed confusion and... Young man, have you ever seen a god amongst men when it comes to martial arts? Old Man Chu put his hands behind his back. Zhao Wei lightly held his chin as if contemplating the answer before grinning back at him. There was no need to despair. No need to be afraid. No, but... I don't think it would be bad to kill a god, right? Whoosh. The next moment, Zhao Wei found himself seeing the azure sky as if it were right in front of his face. He was flying while blood flew out of his open mouth. Bleg. What just happened? Chapter 72, Stellar Nova, the one when Zhao Wei finished his fall, his back bounced off the ground, and small droplets of blood escaped his mouth as he groaned in pain. His mind also felt fuzzy. Despite the pain he was feeling from Old Man Chu's abrupt and imperceptible attack, a wide smile never left his face as a lot of blood dripped down his chin. And just before gravity could pull Zhao Wei's body back again to the ground, Old Man Chu's figure seemed to have blinked and teleported to his side before he used his spear like a cudgel, its flexible body bending and striking his abdomen into the cycle of pain and suffering. Zhao Wei's eyes widened like saucers as his body hurtled through the air like a cannonball before crashing and creating a crater on the ground. Despair? Fear? Suffering? Old Man said with a nonchalant tone. An infinite inescapable loop of pain, that I shall grant unto you. You have survived long enough against me, little friend, which is a feat of epic proportions that deserves nothing less but unlimited praise. Tap. Tap. Old Man Chu slowly took one step at a time in a calculated manner. It was as if he was carefreely walking in a park while observing the scenery. The young truly surpass the old. In the grand scheme of things, even in this backwater place, you are a one-in-a-million genius that can rarely be found in this vast cosmos. From the crater where Zhao Wei's body was, a bloodied hand emerged from the hole and clutched the surface. Until recently, I didn't have the emotional bandwidth to enjoy anything. Life was too boring and predictable. I was just a mundane existence, a frog in a well. Zhao Wei struggled to support himself until finally, he stood while wobbling a little bit. As seen by how bloodied and unkempt he was, Zhao Wei truly wasn't in the best of state. But is a predictable life worthy of living, tell me, old-timer? A pair of brilliant silver eyes, that radiated a crazy gleam, sharply gazed at Old Man Chu's mysterious form. Blood? I don't even remember the last time I bled. You have really got me excited. You are the first interesting expert that I have ever met. You are the real deal, old man. Zhao Wei then turned silent as he absent-mindedly looked at the ground, his eyes listless and thoughts undecipherable. Old Man Chu squinted his eyes, finding Zhao Wei's words full of meaning and bore certain truths of life. Illusory steps, Zhao Wei's voice was a low murmur as copies of him began to materialize everywhere. Each one of these copies looked exactly like Zhao Wei, they were so detailed and almost lifelike. They rounded up to almost 100 and each clone wielded different energy construct weapons ranging from an axe, a mace, a spear, a sword, a hammer, a scythe and many more. All of them then attacked at the same time, including Zhao Wei's true body. Instead of despairing, it was better to use everything within his arsenal until nothing was left. Illusion turned solid. You never cease to surprise me, kid. But fret not. Since all is meaningless before my divine insight. Divine insight was a default passive technique brought into existence due to the third eye, or more accurately, Eye of the Azure. It massively increased Old Man Chu's reaction speed and alertness by 1,000-fold. From heat signatures, vibration and flow of the winds, earth tremors and pulses, and motion, Old Man combined all of that analytical data to calculate probability and anticipate all that has yet to happen. Divine insight allowed him to capture everything about his opponent within a certain range. From breathing, creaking of the bones and joints, shifting of the muscle fibers and even down to the microscopic level. the firing of the brain synapses. To see into the immaterial meant that he also had a passive immunity against illusions and the unreal. His perception of the temporal flow around him was also significantly slower. Old Man Chu was a well-rounded warrior, balanced in all forms. Illusion shatter. Old Man Chu roared as he vertically slashed his spear like a sword, creating a huge crescent light that threatened to cut through everything. From an outside perspective, it looked as if it was also cutting and dividing space like paper when it was just an illusory feel from its sharpness. All of Zhao Wei's clones were shattered, but his true body was nowhere to be found. Huh? Old Man Chu's third eye shone with light as he wondered where the young warrior had escaped off to, since it was impossible. Almost immediately, Zhao Wei soundlessly and swiftly emerged behind Old Man Chu from his shadow. In his hand was a sharp dagger made from cold steel, piercing forward with the sharpness of the wind. Zhao Wei was aiming for the heart, Old Man Chu's life engine. That was the first time Old Man Chu had been caught off guard ever since they began the life and death battle. Zhao Wei managed to pierce through Old Man Chu's back, and with his X-ray vision, he knew where to stab through his heart, but was dumbfounded for a moment by what he witnessed. Old Man Chu shifted his heart out of his range and contracted his back muscles to limit the dagger's movement. "Are you from the shadow race?" Old Man Chu asked lightly, unbothered by the stab, as he turned quickly and mercilessly knee Zhao Wei. The pain immediately broke Zhao Wei's stupor as his thoughts accelerated. Overworld thunder cry, a terrifying sound wave emanated from Zhao Wei's mouth and blasted Old Man Chu's head, making him reel back and withdraw his hands from Zhao Wei's body. But almost immediately, Old Man Chu instinctively thrust his spear at an unimaginable speed. With blood from his orifices, Old Man Chu looked like a demon as he roared wildly. Second form, point-blank extermination. Zhao Wei's reaction speed was super fast, but not faster than the menacing tip of the inverted spear. The spear pierced through his stomach, rapturing his innards to oblivion, and emerged from his back. Zhao Wei instinctively clutched the smooth, intricate surface of the spear deep inside his body. Mouthfuls of blood spewed out of his mouth as the maws of death lingered close to his head, waiting for the perfect chance to claim his life. Is this how I am going to die? How laughable. Zhao Wei thought, his thoughts hazy and fleeting, as his consciousness drifted between the realm of the living and the non-living. It was then that Old Man Chu removed the spear from Zhao Wei's body, allowing vivid red vigorous blood to flow from the gaping wound on his abdomen. Zhao Wei was losing so much blood, but that wasn't enough to take his life. His vitality blazed with the spark of the stars, making his durability and endurance immensely high. Your tenacity is something that I have never seen from someone at your cultivation level, or even from the enemies I have slain so far. Old Man Chu swung the spear to the side to whip away the blood before resting it on his shoulder. This spear may look ordinary, but it is quite special. It was made specifically to bypass most body cultivation techniques. You had an extremely durable and strong body to survive hours of our battle, but look at your current state. Zhao Wei knelt on the ground. His body suddenly felt heavy, as if he was being forced to support the heavens like Atlas. His silver eyes were now pale, the life in them slowly dwindling. The universe always tries to correct any sort of imbalances like you, kid. That's how fate is always cruel to exceptional individuals with the potential of overruling its mandate. I reckon this is the time that you will start regretting ever meeting me and blaming your unluckiness. Zhao Wei laughed loudly when he heard those words. There you are at it again, you ancient fossils. Is talking nonsense and shit your forte? Am I an imbalance? Fate? To hell with fate. I am my own being, so why should I care about forces beyond my control? The moment I began this journey, I knew deep down within my heart that it wasn't going to be smooth. Perpetual torment? I was prepared for it. My soul and body may be burned in a visa, but my ambitions will forever flicker for eternity. I may have been arrogant and prideful, thinking that I can take on anything in the universe, but I have never regretted my decisions. Zhao Wei whipped his bloodied face upwards as he looked at the clear blue sky. He looked at the eternally blazing sun. With his shattered arms languidly resting on his sides, Zhao Wei weakly murmured. The sky is beautiful. His life was dwindling, his breath turning weak with each passing second, but Zhao Wei never lost that smile of satisfaction on his face. His silver eyes seemed to be in a trance as he looked at the golden sun, its sizzling heat burning down on his face and drying his blood. The wind chimed, time ticked, a butterfly flapped their wings, birds sang their songs of agony due to the moment, and one man under the heavens achieved enlightenment. He forced enlightenment upon himself during that moment. All of a sudden, the temperature of the surrounding area began to steadily rise. The distant thump of a vigorous heart echoed like a symphonic tune. With Zhao Wei as the center, a blinding light spread omnidirectionally as if it were the only light in existence. Zhao Wei was like a star. Old Man Chu quickly retreated, his face showing awe at the sudden turn of events. A transformation? Good. Haha, I thought your journey had already ended, but it seems you're as relentless as ever. You don't want to die without erupting with all of your potential. Old Man Chu released an insane burst of laughter as he observed Zhao Wei. This makes things more interesting. There was supreme confidence in his voice, as if he was the master of certainties. His third eye blinked while the blood of the azure lineage boiled deep within his veins. The space around Zhao Wei distorted, creating a mirage due to the intense heat accumulating inside his body. Fire born from the stars, fire born from celestial luminance. The very earth below began to melt as his physical body burned with a super-hot stellar fire, yet it remained unaffected. The pebbles below his knees liquefied into red ooze, and Zhao Wei slowly but menacingly rose from the ground. All of his clothes had been rendered non-existent, leaving his body in its most primal, burning form. His blazing red long hair, uncontrolled by gravity, levitated upwards. A small dot akin to a singularity was formed on Zhao Wei's forehead, making him look enigmatic and ancient. The will of the stars. Stellar Nova, the one. In that form, Zhao Wei's eyes no longer held warmth for anything and looked down at all of existence with transcendental pride of a man-made divine. God made man and man made God. A contradictory concept. With each step that Zhao Wei took, nature gave way to his passage. His movements seemed to sync with the flow of nature. This form. He is like the divine incarnation of the sun. Could it be that he is a descendant of the Golden Crow? No, it can't be right. Old Man Chu was extremely surprised as he continued to observe and analyze all the data he could infer from Zhao Wei's transformation. Anyway, it doesn't matter since he's still within my realm of calculation. Old Man Chu swirled his spear expertly. He will be torn to oblivion if need be. Then, an intent of heaven and earth erupted from his body like a pillar that connected the sky. It was at that moment that Zhao Wei moved so fast that it felt like teleportation and suddenly appeared mere inches away from Old Man Chu's face. I feel pity, Zhao Wei said in a bored tone before backhanding Old Man Chu, whose neck did an unnatural rotation at weird angles before snapping. Then, Zhao Wei held his neck and world-extinguishing starfire began to converge at his hand. Prominence burn. Old Man Chu was burnt to nothingness, disintegrated into oblivion. What a sad twist. After that, the abyssal golden red flames burning around Zhao Wei's figure also began to gradually die down. Chapter 73, Your Mother. Zhao Wei languidly knelt on the ground as a sense of extreme debilitation washed over him. His body became weak and tired all of a sudden. His face was pale white as if it had been drained of all of its vitality. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. With the energy he had left inside of his body, Zhao Wei began to laugh. It was laughter devoid of happiness and victory but defeat, sadness, understanding, and enlightenment. It mirrored his current inner feelings. His eyes had been opened wide once again. Being reminded that he was insignificant and weak in the grand universe stung and drilled deeper at his heart. So that is the price I had to pay to use Stellar Nova, the one, huh? Zhao Wei calmly thought. Ha ha ha, not bad. Losing lifespan in exchange for 60 seconds of unrivaled power capable of decimating formidable foes. Now that's what I call a power with consequences. Zhao Wei didn't feel any regrets after achieving more enlightenment about the primordial stellar energy body refining art, and using it as a base to create Stellar Nova, the one. Stellar Nova, the one, utilized both inner strength and the illusory stars to give the physical body a burning form with temperatures scaling above even the sun's core. It was a form of invincibility and absoluteness, making one embody destruction and bring despair and hopelessness to the enemies. Though not a supernova in the literal sense, the technique utilized flames of a stellar core to burn away everything from existence. I have lost about 140 years of life force, leaving me with only 10 years to live. I am lucky that the price wasn't death instead. It seems the gamble paid well enough for me. 10 years is really a lot while at the same time too little. Increasing my cultivation base will ultimately increase my lifespan. But wait. What if that doesn't help and increasing my cultivation won't overwrite the side effect? Zhao Wei clicked his tongue and then released a tired sigh. I will deal with it later on. I am allowed to procrastinate even once. I feel like I could sleep for 1,000 years right now. Zhao Wei then hoisted himself from the ground. The encounter with that old man was extremely strange, and if I hadn't pulled out a Uno reverse card on him, he would have really killed me for sure. His killing intent was the real deal. The pictures of his previous life and death fight began to flash inside his mind before coming together to form a video playback. Right before I burned him into nothingness, I swear he had a smile on his face as if death wasn't the end for him but just the beginning. Zhao Wei began to analyze the little details of his battle with a frown on his face. Anyway, I killed him and there is no way something that I personally extinguished from existence could resurrect. The old man was only a 9th rank martial master and there is no way that he can defy the laws of death. Unless the Eye of Death, the Eye of Samsara, and the Eye of Destiny. If Old Man Chu had one of those 3 god eyes, he would have had a 1% chance probability of escaping death. But sadly, Old Man Chu didn't have any of those god eyes. Old Man Chu only claimed to have come from the Azure lineage, a bloodline that Zhao Wei had never heard of. This may as well be an alternate universe or the original universe with a twist. Zhao Wei clicked his tongue once again as he picked the special stone off the ground, which upon putting it on his palm, gradually transformed into ashes. The wind then blew away the ashes. Formations, inscriptions, and sealing arts are really making me yearn for them after experiencing just a taste. Zhao Wei's eyes blazed with greed and thirst for knowledge as he trudged along the ruined landscape. The sealing boundary that had once been there was no longer there, and Zhao Wei could now see the outside world. The veil had been withdrawn. Sealing Dao, the art of containment and suppression overall of existence, was something that Zhao Wei had a good impression of. It was a very difficult path, but its versatility was beyond excellent. The potential of sealing arts was never expounded in the original storyline. The god sealing race was the 14th rank race among the 10,000 ancient races associated with sealing arts. The god sealing stone was the only memento of their exemplary past. What if the Tao of sealing was cultivated into some sort of great Tao? Sealing everything wouldn't even be a dream. Meng Hao really had that dogshit luck up his ass to come into contact with the 8th demon sealing hex. Zhao Wei continued with his journey and killed off a few more bandits, which summed up his points above 100 points. 3 days passed just like that, and through his investigation, Zhao Wei found that the Silver Guards of the Guanjun Corps delegated with the monitoring and assessment of the young Sky Guards, didn't find out anything about his battle against a 9th ranker. Zhao Wei concluded that it was due to the sealing array that cancelled out sound and vision invisibility. Having amassed points to his heart's content after decimating a lot of bandits, Zhao Wei decided to stop. He feared that he might not leave anything behind for the others. It was a good thing that the bandits were just as many. If Zhao Wei killed all of them, then there wouldn't be any meaning for the other youngsters to temper and improve themselves. If it wouldn't have been a test being constantly monitored, then Zhao Wei wouldn't have been lenient and unselfish. During those 3 days, Zhao Wei had also by chance met with Zhao Yufei, who was in a group of 2. Her strength had reached the peak of the 6th rank, with her battle prowess reaching the quasi-martial master realm. Zhao Wei hadn't talked with her and only gave her a terse nod before she could try to engage him. Her look of slight disappointment and angry pout had made him smile to himself as he felt like a father who had just witnessed their daughter's growth. It was kind of a very weird feeling, since he didn't view himself as some sort of father figure to anyone. Anyway, the mission ended without a hitch and wasn't suspended like in the original timeline. The youths of the Sky Guards Battalion should consider themselves lucky, since Zhao Wei had basically cleaned up all the 7th rank martial master's bandits. Well, since the Guanjun Corps were present, it was more like making their bandit hunting easier. Guanjun Palace, inside the Sky Guards Battalion area, 3rd Guard calculated the overall battle points of each individual. Lu Xiaoyun, 30 battle points, Feng Hanayu, 50 battle points, Kung Lao, 28 battle points. 3rd Guard read out the battle points gained by each individual. It was random and didn't follow any order. Zhao Yufei, 39 battle points, Lei Kong, 33 battle points. The youths curbed their breaths in anticipation as they awaited their results. The situation reminded Zhao Wei of the times when the results of Zhouqiao were out and most of the high school graduates would have extremely high hopes. Or maybe not. Zhao Wei. 3rd Guard specifically stopped at his name. A look of immense surprise showed on his usually unresponsive face before it returned to normal. Clearing his throat, 3rd Guard continued. Zhao Wei, 143 battle points. I am not dreaming, right, Jeej? Stop calling me that with your disgusting voice. You heard it very well, just like everyone. I'm possible. Too perverted. That's almost all our battle points combined. He cheated. Cheat? Your mother. Arg, Lin Feng. You started it yourself. You will see after this meeting. Kek. Many youths couldn't believe what they had just heard as a commotion ensued. Chapter 74, The Consequences of Ultimate Power. 165 battle points, huh? Just how many bandits did he kill? Feng Hanayu, the current 1st-ranked Sky Guard, had slight changes in his expression. His face first showed surprise, then doubt, and finally, a semblance of understanding. I want to not acknowledge his achievement, but the results have already been laid bare for all to see. It isn't a conspiracy that Guanjun Corps would come up with to boost the status of just one individual. Guanjun Corps strictness and discipline isn't something to be scoffed at. Then there is only one answer. That individual named Zhao Wei is a force to be reckoned with. There's even a chance that he may have met with a martial master and defeated them to amass such large amounts of points. Feng Hanayu sighed silently. It kind of stung his pride and the innate arrogance that he had always had. He was a genius, or so he thought, and another genius overshadowing him just made him feel that there was so much to be done. Feng Hanyu's current feeling was the same as those bright students who always clinch the second position, unable to surpass the one who always leads. But in his case, it was the first time in his life that he had someone of his age, more impressive than him and similarly, above him. The spirit of competitiveness deep within him was roused like never before, even though there was nothing he liked about Zhao Wei. Feng Hanyu, you seem to be impressed by the new guy. Lei Kong the Baldy just happened to see the changes in Feng Hanyu's face. Just mind your own damn business, Lei Kong. Feng Hanyu snarled silently, but the meaning within his tone was put across. I really think so too. By the way, I don't like that guy. Lei Kong smiled in both embarrassment and mischief as he distanced himself from Feng Hanyu. Everyone. Third guard's voice immediately put a halt to the noise. You are all dismissed. He then looked at Zhao Wei. But you will be an exception. A few moments later, only 2 people remained inside the huge room. Your results have truly surprised me. The reports that I have been given all say one thing, he is a demon. Third guard showed an interesting smile. I have heard that a lot, that it isn't that surprising anymore. Zhao Wei calmly replied as he looked straight at third guard. Anyway, that doesn't matter as much as being Lord Guanjun's disciple. Third guard dismissed the surprising report with a slight wave of his hand. He didn't bother to question Zhao Wei's way of speaking, even though it was neither impolite nor reverential. His voice felt somehow indifferent, like he was already used to such statements and compliments. Everything kind of turns bland if people keep saying the same shit about you over and over again. That was something that Zhao Wei had came to understand as time passed. And there were probably going to be more of such. For being the first in the mission, there's an extra reward to be given. There are 2 options. Option 1, get an extra 100 battle points. Option 2, get a holy martial art at the expense of all your battle points. Third guard went straight to the point. I really want to say, can't I just choose all of them? But I don't think it will be worth it to cause his face to crease. My attitude should be presented as content, easygoing, and someone who necessarily doesn't like to cause trouble. Zhao Wei thought. Per se, I don't really need a holy martial art. With my number of points, I can make do with half holy martial arts just fine. Now that my innate talent has been completely upgraded, the resources I would get would only serve as coal meant to burn and massively increase my cultivation base. A DJ knows well what beats and songs combine perfectly to create a good mix. I choose the first option. Zhao Wei gave his answer. Quite a wise choice, if I must say. As a newly advanced martial master, I am impressed by your restraint toward holy martial arts. Third guard was genuinely surprised. The allure of a holy martial art is even irresistible to 9th rankers like me. It has nothing to do with self-restraint. My priorities were just lying elsewhere. Zhao Wei almost rolled his eyes at third guard's words. Zhao Wei had already made a plan that superseded what a holy martial art could ultimately give him. Yes, a holy martial art was one of the gateways to enter the holy path or ascended realm, but the roads were far too many. Alright then. When you go to the treasury hall, I will have already left my instructions on your additional battle points. Third guard said and ended the short meeting. Later on, Zhao Wei went back to his room to take a rest. He really needed that. On the way, he passed youths who were hurriedly and jovially making their way toward the treasury hall for cultivation resources and martial arts techniques. Zhao Wei didn't mind them and could understand their joy. After all, he was also not an exception in that category. He just wasn't in a hurry, and having a good sleep would be enough to recover his mental energy and initial physical activeness. Stellar Nova had really done a number on his well-being. His current state brought to mind memories of the illness-wellness continuum somehow. After entering his room, Zhao Wei lazily threw himself onto the bed. With his eyes facing the roof, Zhao Wei absent-mindedly touched his rock-hard abdomen, specifically at the place where a huge semicircular hole had once been made due to old Manchu's domineering spear thrust. A section of my intestines had been utterly crushed, but somehow, they have all been healed after I entered the one form. Could this be another boon from myriad constellation physique? An unnatural level of regeneration? Even my bones that had been broken have all been healed. I doubt the regeneration extends to my brain and heart. Various thoughts crossed Zhao Wei's mind as he gradually came to understand more about his newly gained physique. First, it altered his inborn talent, something ultimately decided by fate and the heavens. Second, it offered him unnatural regeneration that could even make him recover lost tissues and fix organ damage within minutes, but that was only a conjecture. He still didn't know how long it would take if his body was damaged beyond repair. Zhao Wei promised himself to never allow such an outcome. Third, it had a minor control over fate that was limited to only blocking his existence in the river of time and destiny from those who like to pry. Fourth, increased durability, which enabled him to endure lethal attacks that were beyond the consolidated realm. Also, he could resist elemental extremes like extremely high temperatures and low temperatures. Fifth, in exchange for his lifespan, he could utilize Stellar Nova, the one, for a minute. Zhao Wei didn't know if it had a cooldown, but he knew that it was better not to use the technique unless he was pushed into a corner. Such power had a lot of consequences, but Zhao Wei wouldn't regret using it again even if time was reversed. So far, he didn't know to what level he could fight after entering such a mode. It was better not to make wild guesses lest it got him killed. Tired. I should just rest my mind for now. Zhao Wei's eyes began to flutter, and a few moments later, a heavy sleep completely overwhelmed him. Chapter 75, One Man, One Scythe. When Zhao Wei woke up the next day, he felt refreshed both physically and mentally. Though he had lost a significant amount of lifespan, Zhao Wei didn't look withered like a dried-up tree but like someone who brimmed with vitality. He looked energetic as he briskly walked towards the treasury hall. Clad in white robes, Zhao Wei looked pure and inviolable like a celestial saint. His mystical air and event horizon-like presence caught the attention of many, due to his attractive and unique appearance. Zhao Wei didn't seem to bother with the looks he was being given. He was a man that didn't take superficialities to heart. Face? Reputation? Could they amount to the evolution of the self? Could they enlighten oneself? How about actualizing the Dharma and delivering him from the cycle of death and eternal samsara? Superficialities couldn't. The theory of aesthetics was only fleeting unless one was truly immortal and deathless. Decay overrules life and vitality, but boundlessness triumphs over all concepts. After arriving at the treasury hall, Zhao Wei saw that the Guanjun Corps were really not joking around with the security. There were around 4 9th rankers stationed at the front of the martial arts hall, and similarly, another 4 were at the alchemy hall. Both the martial arts hall and alchemy hall made up the whole treasury hall, even though they were in separate sections of one enormous building. The guard stopped him and asked him a few questions while looking through some records to ascertain his identity. So you are the 1/3 guard talked about? I think you are good to go then. A 2 meters tall guard smiled at him and allowed him entry to the martial arts hall. All right. Zhao Wei silently nodded at him before entering the martial arts hall. A peak-ranked martial arts manual was worth 10 battle points, while a half-holy martial arts manual was worth about 50 battle points. Zhao Wei currently has 243 points after receiving the additional reward from 3rd guard. 4 half-holy martial arts are already enough to deplete my points to low levels. This means I can only take 3 good half-holy martial arts, and the rest of the points I should use for earthly treasures. Zhao Wei planned how to use all of his battle points efficiently in terms of order of priorities. The elements he had yet to utilize among his lists of techniques were fire, wood, and metal. Zhao Wei wanted to lay out a firm foundation that would enable him to have a brighter future. His mind was full of ingenuity and creativity as he thought of the best ways to utilize the elements. At the moment, he couldn't mobilize any laws of nature at their primal forms, but Zhao Wei thought it was better to create an affinity link while he was still in the lower cultivation levels. Wait. I think I have missed out on something. Zhao Wei touched his chin as he looked through the short introductions of the skills recorded on the jade plaques. Yes, I have already played with fire. Zhao Wei remembered that primordial stellar energy body refining art and solar finger were connected with the fire element. So he was only left with metal and wood. After going through the general intro of all the skills in the library, Zhao Wei picked 2 manuals. They were Primeval Azure Wood Art and Hell Shadow Death Scythe. Primeval Azure Wood Art was wood-based, as the name implied. It enabled the user to communicate with plants and use them to immobilize their enemies. It could also be used in healing others or the user himself. Healing is only limited to broken bones and damaged skin tissues. Healing was done via wood elements extracted from the atmosphere or the plants. As for Hell Shadow Death Scythe, it had made Zhao Wei question if it was a half-holy martial arts technique due to its description. The weapon of choice of the technique was a scythe. The elements incorporated in the technique were 2, shadow and metal. 1 man, 1 scythe, and 1,000,000 lives shall be reaped. Be the reaper from hell, like a shadow from the valley of death. Shadow was for stealth, while metal was for extreme sharpness that could cut through any type of defense. The scythe was quite a versatile weapon if one was proficient in wielding it. After reading the techniques, Zhao Wei then looked at a large board at the left corner of the library that had all the rules written on it. The rules stipulated that a physical manual could be borrowed for only a week before being returned. Failure to do so guaranteed that one's cultivation base, gained through blood, sweat, and tears, was going to be wasted. Funny. I remember there was a certain monk whose journey of greatness began after he gave his lover a precious technique stolen from his sect, only to be betrayed by the one he trusted and have his cultivation base ruined. Just how stupid was love? Or was love capable of lowering one's IQ and logical reasoning? There was also Yangqi, who got cheated on for a pill. The list was quite long. Zhao Wei shook his head as he used his eyes to copy-paste everything to his mind. There was no need to borrow the physical copies. Just then, other youths began to enter the hall to put their battle points to good use. The martial arts hall, though it seemed as if it lacked a supervisor or monitoring librarian, had extremely tight security. Zhao Wei could spot some of the Guanjun Corps hiding at inconspicuous spots in the hall. Their presence was completely erased as they oversaw everything from the shadows. Zhao Wei then left for the alchemy hall and used some of the remaining points for medicinal pellets and potent herbs. Later on, Zhao Wei visited the weapon hall to get a weapon, specifically the scythe and a new bow. After that, he returned to his cultivation abode. First, Zhao Wei began with the 2 techniques and only used 2 days to fully comprehend them. Understanding was easy, leaving him with only the practical side of things. For the next 4 days, Zhao Wei used them to try to increase his cultivation base via herbs and inner strength increasing pills. He also practiced with the scythe. Troublemakers came and Zhao Wei used them as training dummies. You see, whatever reasoning there was, some people would always find ways to want to mess with you. After teaching a lesson to about 3 NPCs, the others dispersed thoughts of disturbing him off their minds. Only the truly intelligent ones minded their own businesses. A martial cultivator should always yearn for peace and stability of mind. Chapter 76, Mage, Primeval Azure Wood Art, was a very good technique and could enable a cultivator to survive in a prolonged battle of stamina and endurance. As one incurred more and more injuries, their chances of survival would also continue plummeting downwards. Even then, the Primeval Azure Wood Art wasn't absolute and a quick death could invalidate all that healing and endurance bullshit. With his longevity affected and being left with only 10 years of lifespan, Zhao Wei found the chance to brainstorm ideas that could help him avert his not-so-dire situation. Of course, having more lifespan that ranged to even millions of years was good and all, but at the end of the day, you could still be instant killed. Everyone liked having longer lifespans and cultivators were the most crazy bunch, truly obsessed with longevity. As someone who was once a mortal human, Zhao Wei also wasn't an exception, but the concept of having a long-lasting longevity was just a mini side quest to him. Anyway, to see through most of his goals and ambitions, Zhao Wei had to have the ability to live longer. How many scientists on Earth had come up with theories and discoveries just to leave behind their unfinished works due to being feeble, short-lived humans? The list was long. Naturally, Zhao Wei didn't want to have such a situation happen to him. So if he had any second to spare, Zhao Wei dedicated that time to think about ways of overriding the negative status effect affecting him. The Primeval Azure Wood Art was the prime source of inspiration that had given him hope. But you know, even if one wanted something so bad, that didn't mean that they would get it. The world didn't work like that. Failure, frustration, despair, and hopelessness existed for such moments. Zhao Wei failed several times and didn't find a suitable method of circumnavigating the hurdle on his path. He tasted multiple failures but didn't despair, cry or get frustrated. Zhao Wei only smiled at being challenged once again. He felt that there was a missing link to the puzzling situation he was in. He lacked that spark, something to lighten up his path to the answer. And it seemed the answer couldn't be forced. Zhao Wei had already perfected the 2 half-holy martial arts he had gotten from the treasury hall, and with the use of the various consumable alchemical resources, he had advanced his cultivation to the peak 7th rank. Zhao Wei decided that he should just take a break and maintain his inner serenity. He had already been cooped up in his room for quite a few days and taking a breather wouldn't be so bad. Zhao Wei opened his door and walked outside after closing it behind him. The ghost gray skies looked gloomy as the thick voluminous dark gray clouds completely blocked the sun from sending its warmth down to all living beings. A chilly breeze whistled past the golden red leaves of the trees inside the Sky Guards battalion. The breeze carried with it an invigorating scent and feel of autumn which made Zhao Wei close his eyes and instinctually inhale all the goodness nature had to offer. The simple act made him feel as if he had spiritually ascended to the 5th dimension. Life is good. A short murmur of satisfaction and appreciation escaped his perfectly curved lips, only for his voice to be carried by the wind. Zhao Wei looked down at the small golden red leaves gracing his path after being given a free ride by the oh-so-benevolent autumn wind. The formation they had inadvertently formed gave the impression of a red carpet only meant for him. The wonders nature can do. I can't believe that a cultivator, if given time and suitable techniques, can be able to influence the mechanisms of nature. It's simple how we can affect nature even without knowing it sometimes. Mortals are the one feeling that nature is omnipotent, which in all actuality, truly isn't. The cool breeze slightly lifted the ends of Zhao Wei's silky hair as he stood alone with his hands behind his back. Winter is coming. Zhao Wei absent-mindedly mumbled as he reminisced about something from his previous life. How long has it been since I talked with her? Zhao Wei mused as he gazed at the beautiful lady sparring, more like beating them down, with boys that wanted to garner her attention and woo her. It was Zhao Yufei who had experienced a lot after coming to the Sky Guards battalion, a place that dissolved some certain inhibitors of a person's mentality. Her cultivation base was already at limits of the 6th rank, and the barrier separating her from being martial master was so thin that it was almost negligible. Her aura was icy, as if embodying a new change of the season or her character that had evolved after learning the cruelty and degeneracy of mankind. The world was flawed and stinky, and her innocent understanding had been surely but utterly subverted. She had to live for herself, she had to grow stronger or be subservient to the lechery of some wicked men. Not wanting to be trampled, Zhao Yufei had to trample on others more fiercely to give the impression of an empress that didn't bow down to weakness. The men that lusted or sought after her could only crawl on the ground after being defeated by her. Zhao Yufei didn't like any of them, she didn't need to give them any time of her day, but for the sake of her own evolution, her newly gained pride would have to be lowered. Zhao Yufei had already learned much ever since she met that young man, and she was continuing to learn more on her own. Yes, she had grown from a girl to a lady and was currently transitioning to a true goddess. So fierce. How did she grow so strong? Lei Kong wiped at the corner of his lips and momentarily looked at the mercury-red blood on his thumb. I haven't consolidated my cultivation enough, that is why I can't win over you, Zhao Yufei. Now if you will excuse. His bald head subtly shone and reflected light despite the absence of the true brilliance of the sun. Zhao Yufei watched in amusement as the bald monk Lei Kong, ranked second among the sky guards, came up with an excuse to avoid prolonging the fight with her. Okay, bald old man. Zhao Yufei chuckled lightly, her laughter and the sound of her voice immediately sending the young men into a frenzy. Why you? Bitch, just wait and see how I shut your awful mouth after this. I am not a freaking bald old man. His forehead veins popped and became prominent due to his overwhelming anger. Zhao Yufei had realized that Lei Kong was quite sensitive about his age and baldness. Anyway, what a better way to defeat your foe by only saying a few words. That was a tactic she had picked from a scoundrel of the highest order. Shoo then, since you can't defeat me. Zhao Yufei tilted her head to the side as she waved a hand of dismissal. Lei Kong couldn't get any more angry, but there wasn't anything he could do except hide his embarrassment by leaving. The spectators couldn't believe what they were witnessing as they saw someone insanely arrogant and spiteful like Lei Kong take on both a verbal defeat and physical one. Lei Kong, a newly advanced 7th rank martial master, couldn't gain any advantage against a peak 6th rank martial artist. Phew, it seems after gaining insights from those peak rank techniques, I can fight toe-to-toe with a martial master. Thanks to the fight, I have identified my strengths and shortcomings in my attack patterns. An intelligent glint shimmered in her clear eyes as she replayed the battle with Lei Kong. Still not enough. I can do better than this. Zhao Yufei convinced herself, filled herself with the idea that nothing was ever enough. There would always be room for improvement. Just as she was thinking to herself, Zhao Yufei felt a gaze directed toward her. Her cells, her heart, instinctively could tell who it was. Her instincts had grown to know him, his gaze, voice and presence. Humphrey. Zhao Yufei clicked her tongue in annoyance. She hated the fact that she had missed him after failing to see him for almost a week. Wei, Jeej. Zhao Yufei put on an innocent beautiful smile on her face, that could even capture the hearts of ghosts, as she gracefully ran towards Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei. Jeej. You naughty. What was Zhao Yufei up to? Chapter 77, Am I going through changes? The young males who heard Zhao Yufei intimately addressed another man felt extreme jealousy, wishing that it could have been them instead. Just how lucky could Zhao Wei get to be given exclusive attention by the most beautiful woman in the Sky Guards battalion? Even though they had a lot of jealousy and misgivings, they didn't talk shit or throw a tantrum like how a good-for-nothing young master would react. They chose to keep their mouths shut. It honestly took a lot of willpower from many to prevent themselves from bashing the hell out of Zhao Wei. If they couldn't resist, well, it would be akin to inviting the devil right on one's doorstep. Those who knew Zhao Wei wouldn't want to mess with him if possible. This was a deterrent born from both fear of his ruthless abilities and respect for his more than excellent aptitude despite his current 5th position among the 10 Sky Guards. Information and rumors had already begun circulating among the youths about how much of a cultivation shut in Zhao Wei. Some said that if he wanted to be number 1, nobody could stop him and he was merely being reserved. Some said that he was better than Feng Hanyu but liked to keep a low profile as he awaited the emergence of Lord Guanjun. There was even a hot news that said he was Zhao Yufei's bedroom daddy. How uncouth. Of course, Zhao Wei came to know about those rumors and speculations but remained silent about it. He lacked the emotional bandwidth to care about each little detail others said about him. Emotional damage? He had immunity against that shit. Flattery? Dog licking was a career that couldn't be erased for an eternity. Even Zhao Wei with his current power couldn't affect it. It was that powerful as it spread across multiple realities. To Zhao Wei, reputation and fame were like clothes that could be worn and then disposed of at any time. You are surely becoming bold with each passing day, lady. Zhao Wei sternly looked at her without being serious. Lady? I have a name and it's Zhao Yufei, Jeej. Zhao Yufei cutely laughed, her white teeth like a set of immaculate pearls. I shouldn't have taught you to be shameless. It was a mistake on my part. Zhao Wei clicked his tongue with visible regret on his face. Poor Wei, don't you know it useless crying over already spilled milk? Zhao Yufei innocently fluttered her eyelashes. Do you want to spar? There is this technique that I have started practicing, but for it to be more refined and perfect, I would need to spar with excellent fighters. Zhao Wei shifted the conversation lightning quick, perfectly pulling an reverse card out of his ass. What did you have to say about unpredictability? Zhao Wei was unpredictable itself. Zhao Wei gave her a similar innocent smile. Zhao Yufei's jovial expression experienced a complete 180 as it turned sour and dreadful. That's not fair, Zhao Wei. Zhao Yufei nervously bit her lower lips as she fiddled with her dress. The world has always been unfair. You should have gotten that reality check long ago. Zhao Wei wore a foxy grin. Now then. Zhao Wei put one hand behind his back as he tauntingly beckoned Zhao Yufei to attack first. I am lenient enough to give you the first move, Yufei. Do your best. Humphrey, you only know how to look for ways to bully me. You are a devil. Zhao Yufei looked as if she could almost cry, and she had that pitiful look on her delicate appearance that made the nearby males have an urge to protect her while silently cursing Zhao Wei. Yufei, do you want me to move first? Zhao Wei's lips curved into a smallest smile, a fake smile of the highest order. Nuu. Zhao Yufei immediately primed herself for a fight and a beating. She just hoped Zhao Wei would go easy on her, but deep inside, she couldn't help but want him to be more ferocious and hard on her. She wondered if she was slowly turning into an Spiritual wind slice. Star-destroying finger. Gentle fist. Zhao Yufei went all out at the first move, supplementing her 3 successive attacks with all of her peak 6th rank inner strength. The power she was currently displaying would have been enough to completely put Lei Kong into hot soup sense. Those 3 techniques had all been trained to the peak level, just a little bit into perfection. Zhao Wei had a devilish grin as Zhao Yufei charged at him. A few moments later. Please forgive me. You are being too fierce. Just a little bit. It won't hurt, Yufei. I will be gentle this time around. I don't want to play with you any longer. Stop jumping around like a grasshopper and face me squarely. I promise to spar at the same wavelength as yours. Ah, how can I believe the sweet lies of the devil himself? Haha, you are too cute. Stop it. The words of men can't be trusted, but, see, can you repeat those words? Pa. It was at that moment of Zhao Yufei's hesitation that Zhao Wei's casual slap managed to spank her butt. Boo, you baddie. Zhao Yufei's eyes turned teary as she reflexively rubbed her spanked butt. You have no respect for a lady. You mannerless bastard. Just when Zhao Wei's hand was raised for a second spank, Zhao Yufei's expression immediately changed into one of defeat and reverence. You win. I lose. You are the greatest foe I have ever faced. She waved her raised hands in surrender. You are the master. My master. Zhao Wei winced at the bull Zhao Yufei was pulling as he ceased his discipline session, or spar in better terms. The spectators had their mouths open wide in shock and disbelief at what they were witnessing. Pikaku's reaction aside, their facial expressions were the real deal. Now that's a good girl. Zhao Wei complimented her as he patted her head with what was reminiscent of affection and doting. Humphrey. Zhao Yufei parried his hand away and hair-humped before crossing her arms in dissatisfaction. Did you miss me? Dream on. But I missed you. A pink blush spread on her soft cheeks and she turned her face away in embarrassment. I missed you too. She stammered a reply. Zhao Wei laughed at the atmosphere and how Zhao Yufei was acting. He didn't care about the onlookers as he gave in to his amusement. Am I living in a rom-com? I would never have imagined that I would ever interact like this. He thought in silence as he studied Yufei's face. Am I going through changes? It was then that 2 unknowns entered the Sky Guards battalion. Chapter 78, Oh? You are approaching me? Anyway, I am happy that you are going to be a martial master very soon, Zhao Wei said to Zhao Yufei as his amused eyes scanned the 2 new faces at the entrance. How did you know? Zhao Yufei casually asked as her eyes followed Zhao Wei's gaze. She wondered what could have piqued the interest of the hard-to-impress stud. 2 unfamiliar faces? Who are those 2? The 2 unfamiliar youths easily garnered attention due to their contrasting superficial personalities. The first young man was a looker with a smile that could make many both like and dislike him in equal proportions. He looked very dangerous despite his concealed cultivation base. As for his acquaintance, well, he was on the opposite end of the spectrum. His face was expressionless and cold. His eyes didn't hold any interest or impression over anyone. An air of hidden superiority was perfectly ingrained in his very being. He had that I am better than everyone but I won't say at first impression. 6th brother, don't they look quite diligent and promising? The handsome easygoing youth commented as he gazed at the supposed geniuses who had been training but were currently staring at them. The expressionless one didn't respond as his eyes showed that he was in another world, lost in his own thoughts. The handsome easygoing youth sighed as if he was already used to his sixth brother's snobbish behavior. The handsome easygoing youth was Nan Gongfen and the expressionless youth was Mo. Sixth brother. Nan Gongfen used a voice that would surely annoy anyone, and surely, Mo's next glare said it all. I don't care. Mo's response was succinct enough to put anyone back in their tracks. What a killjoy you are, sixth brother. Nan Gongfen whined like a child as he laced his fingers behind his head. Your reaction can be interpreted quite negatively, you know, Nan Gongfen mumbled as his eyes uninterestedly scanned the nearby youths. His eyes only showed slight interest when he gazed at the 10 wooden rooms that normally housed the elites of the Sky Guards battalion. Nan Gongfen, despite his quite outgoing personality, had his own insecurities. He didn't like to feel inferior when he compared himself to his junior, Mo. He could be considered a top genius among his peers, but Mo was better than him. He was more talented than him, more genius than him. The feeling was suffocating for Nan Gongfen. The problem with being jealous is to want your object of jealousy to suffer through setbacks, to be humiliated, and to be humbled for your own satisfaction. That was how much Nan Gongfen has always wanted things to turn out. But his wishes were merely fantasies, since truthfully, there had never been a super genius like Mo ever since they were chosen as disciples by Lord Guanjun. Hey you all, where's our welcoming party? Nan Gongfen asked in a domineering voice as if he was entitled to everything. Well, Nan Gongfen wanted to have some fun by picking up a fight. It was better for someone to pick up a fight with him. He was curious about the quality of the elites of Sky Guards battalion. Don't you have fighters to defend your honor? Or are you all cowardly trash? Nan Gongfen harshly told everyone. Sixth brother, they are afraid of us. I thought they would defend their dignity if I roused them a little bit. He turned to Mo. I told you so, Mo expressionlessly responded straightforwardly. The nearby youths only clenched their jaws silently and cursed Nan Gongfen in their minds. If there was one thing they had learned from the first time they ever saw Zhao Wei effortlessly take on various challenges, it was the ability to refrain from impulsiveness and the heart to acknowledge one's weaknesses. Zhao Wei didn't teach them personally, but teachings weren't meant to be received in one way only. Zhao Wei himself was oblivious to this information. Clap. 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 Light claps originated from the wooden rooms area and then followed by a burst of laughter. The people aren't responding to your shit because you talk too much, boy. It was Zhao Wei who was beyond amused by the turn of events. It wasn't about preserving his dignity and being belittled. Zhao Wei didn't care about such mere trifles. It was simply the joy of meeting new familiar characters from the novel. If they wanted to play, why wouldn't he play along just for fun? One individual suffered from an inferiority complex while the other one was too talented for his own good, Zhao Wei analyzed. He recognized them oh so well, even though Nan Gongfen's personality was quite amplified. If there was one thing that Zhao Wei thrived in, it was talking bullcrap and speaking nonsense in serious situations. He liked making light of heavy scenarios. Haha, you were the one that I have been looking for. Nan Gongfen didn't get offended by Zhao Wei's uncensored words, but instead felt that the youth was interesting. His aura, and his looks, kind of made him look inferior, but not in the same way as Mo. It was something else that he couldn't put a finger on. It's good that he can manage his own emotions, Zhao Wei silently complimented Nan Gongfen in his mind. You are being crinny, friend, Zhao Wei said blandly. They were separated by a distance of over 30 meters, but they could hear each other's murmurs just fine. That twinkle, Zhao Yufei smiled to herself as she silently observed the interaction between the two young men. Her attention was more on Zhao Wei. He isn't going to change that aspect of his, anytime soon, Zhao Yufei thought as she watched the talkative youth slowly move toward Zhao Wei. Oh? You are approaching me? Zhao Wei lifted his brows as he smiled mirthlessly. Am I supposed to run away? Nan Gongfen raised his right foot in exaggeration. Ha, you are about to. Zhao Wei released a short laugh before. Chapter 79, Knockoff Riptide but better. Zhao Wei's figure seemed to turn blurry, and like how a cell would undergo cell division, his very being seemed to divide into two. The other Zhao Wei was a mirage brought into existence due to how fast he had moved. In an instant, Zhao Wei was already a foot away from the startled face of Nan Gongfen. The mirage he had left behind also began to gradually break down into smoke before disappearing. Wow, that speed is truly something. How interesting. Nan Gongfen thought in surprise as he sized up the Adonis. Too bad, you have brought yourself within my domain, my range extends to most of this space. Nan Gongfen smiled to himself. An eagle never fights a snake on the ground, it picks it up into the air, an aerial domain, where it's king. I am an eagle and you are the snake. Nan Gongfen extended his hand forward and slowly curled his fingers.
In that instant, a suctioning force caused by subtle manipulation of the wind was generated and Zhao Wei felt as if something was trying to pull him off his position. Paltry tricks, Zhao Wei said blandly as his body remained rooted down on the ground. He was as steady as an ancient mountain that could withstand the turbulence of nature and the alternating of the four seasons. His back was straight on his stance, unshakable. Zhao Wei felt as if he was being massaged by a breeze. Your ability would have been really good in picking up loot in an open-world game. Ah, it really brings back memories when I remember the game I used to play in my youthful days. The nostalgic, distant tune of Inazuma OST played inside his mind as Zhao Wei instinctively used his index finger to cushion the fall of a free leaf. Open-world game? What is that? And why are you talking like an old man? Nan Gongfen chuckled with confusion on his face. He couldn't understand the youth in front of him. He could resist his initial move that already indicated he was a genius in his own right. Nan Gongfen was taken aback by his calmness and nonchalance but didn't feel anything beyond that. I can be anything I want. Anyone can be whatever they want. It's a matter of perception, Zhao Wei said slowly as he pointed his middle finger at Nan Gongfen. His action elicited a huge reaction from the crowd, even Mo's expression changed a tiny wee bit. As for Zhao Yufei, she was trying to think up ways to prevent the laugh from escaping her lips. Zhao Wei was a funny bastard when the situation didn't demand it. Wasn't he trying to insult Nan Gongfen or what type of scheme was he up to? Zhao Yufei touched her perfectly sculpted smooth chin as she anticipated Zhao Wei's next move. Hey bud, don't you think it should be my turn next? Golden motes of light began flowing through Zhao Wei's hand and concentrated on the tip of his middle finger. The air around his hand began to buzz and the illusion of space twisting and warping could be seen as a result of the extremely high temperatures. Solar finger, that's some dangerous moves but the perfect defense is always the perfect offense. Nan Gongfen got excited as he channeled his inner strength and executed his technique in an instant. Wind turbine technique, a 4-foot-tall tornado appeared and with it, came a force of repulsion that tried to resist the oncoming attack. Bang! Two different forces of nature met in aggression but the resultant winner was a golden light that shone with the brilliance of the sun. It was irresistible. It was overpowering. It was supreme. It was the dawn of annihilation. Shua! Nan Gongfen watched with his mouth wide open as his technique was overwhelmed by the youth's attack. How? But Nan Gongfen didn't linger on the hows and whys as he instinctively raised his two hands defensively. Multiple barriers formed around him as he valiantly faced the attack. Kaka. The first barrier was taken down almost instantly, followed by the second, the third. Nan Gongfen's eyes widened in shock as he implemented other layers of defense. The more Zhao Wei's solar finger edged closer. Gosh, he was an 8th-ranked martial master, an elite among elites, so why? Why was an attack from someone with a cultivation base weaker than him so damn frustrating and powerful? Nan Gongfen hadn't had much expectations when he had set foot into the Sky Guards battalion. He had also taken it upon himself to drag his 6th brother from his monotonous life of secluded meditation. As a super genius, Mo was not easily impressed by others but he had to admit that the Sky Guard youth was exceptional. After all, he could put up a fight against Nan Gongfen. Only he knew that Nan Gongfen hadn't used all of his strength. But what about the other youth? He didn't know for sure. Arg. A small groan of pain escaped Nan Gongfen's mouth when the solar beam made a small circular hole in his palm. Nan Gongfen gritted his teeth before using his inner strength to stop the bleeding almost instantly but it was too late when he felt something hot poking at the nape of his neck. It was very hot as if a soldering iron had been placed directly on his neck. When? Nan Gongfen asked himself but couldn't immediately get the answers he sought. He was completely taken by surprise, left in the dark before he even saw it coming. He had miscalculated. Nan Gongfen had never felt so wrong as he looked at the solidified solar energy branding his neck's skin from the corner of his eyes. How does it feel? Zhao Wei asked vaguely, his question open to many interpretations. To lose? To be defeated? Or are you trying to ask how it feels to be closer to death? A self-deprecating smile appeared on Nan Gongfen's handsome face as he sighed. Are you trying to mock me? Zhao Wei snapped his fingers and the solar beam disintegrated into countless light particles. What would I stand to gain from mocking you? Zhao Wei lifted his brows before smiling mischievously. I was just thinking about your previous tornado attack. Say, buddy? Have you ever seen a real tornado? A real tornado? A collective thought formed inside everyone's mind. Have they ever seen a real tornado? Zhao Wei raised his hand and opened his palm and from it, a small tornado began to form. Well, don't I look like Riptide from X-Men's Brotherhood? He was prepared to teach Nan Gongfen the essence of a tornado. He felt insanely magnanimous at the moment. Zhao Wei didn't intend to attack him with it either. It was simply for educational purposes. Chapter 80, Moi, what do you think? Do you want to sail with the wind? Become one with it. Zhao Wei taunted as he relinquished control over the small tornado that was quickly increasing in size. From Zhao Wei's palm, the tornado kissed the ground, sweeping and swirling the stones and fallen leaves into a maelstrom. The tornado was so huge and full of destructive power, it seemed as if it could blow away everything to dust. It was over 4,000 feet tall. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Nan Gongfen's ashen face as he witnessed something that he couldn't have ever imagined. And he wasn't alone. The other youths instinctively retreated a step back with the intent of running away with their lives on the line. That simple, mundane action also proved mightily difficult as fear and terror pervaded every cell in their subtly trembling bodies. They all had a common thought: if that great tornado was ever left to run amok, then everything in the Sky Guards battalion would be pulled into it before being ruthlessly ripped apart by its vortex. It gave off the illusion of being unstoppable. Is he truly only a 7th-rank martial master? With this ability, he could easily cause man-made disasters in a country. Nan Gongfen thought in horror. His earlier show of arrogance, superiority, and cheerfulness was no longer at play. What makes it even more hilarious is his fine control over such a force of nature that makes me feel like a cute toddler. I don't think I will survive becoming one with your tornado. Nan Gongfen quickly raised his hands in surrender as a short, awkward laugh left his mouth. I thought so too. You couldn't possibly survive such a free ride to heaven, Zhao Wei said blandly with deliberate sarcasm oozing off his voice. Nan Gongfen tried to hide his embarrassment by looking at Mo. He needed someone else to take on the limelight or else he wouldn't know how to hide his face. His 6th brother was stronger than him and with highest potential in the Guanjun Palace. Nan Gongfen couldn't find someone more suitable than Mo to shoulder the responsibility of facing the terrifying youth. 6th brother, do you think you can survive one of those? Didn't you once kill a 9th ranker? Nan Gongfen spoke loudly enough for all the people to hear. He seemed to have high hopes for Mo and held great admiration for him. As expected, Nan Gongfen's words immediately caused a ruckus to spread. Truthfully, Nan Gongfen both admired and envied Mo, the Lord's only core disciple, but his jealousy outweighed the admiration he had for the super genius. Zhao Wei showed a one-sided grin when he read through Nan Gongfen's intentions. What a coward. So you want to hide behind your 6th brother's ass and use his hand to take me on? It's understandable that he's jealous and wants to see Mo being embarrassed for once just because he feels inferior. How pathetic.